The school's cold beauty was stealing in the supermarket, but I caught her red-handed and recorded it on my phone. She tried to run, but I quickly grabbed the backpack on her back. With a panicked look in her eyes, I pulled her into a deserted corner. With a sly smile, I took out my phone and played the video I had just recorded. "Classmate, I'm sure you don't want this video to reach the teachers and our friends, do you?" Hearing this, the girl's face turned even redder, her large, sparkling eyes pleading with me to stay silent. But I had no intention of backing down. I just held out my right hand and said, "Whatever you took, take it all out. Or do you want me to search you myself?" "Unluckily for you, classmate, this supermarket belongs to my dad." She lifted her head, her eyes filled with tears, and looked at me. Silently, she unzipped her backpack and pulled out 3 loaves of bread she had stuffed inside. I couldn't help but curse her inwardly. What an idiot. If you're going to steal, at least steal something expensive, like chicken thighs or milk. Why steal the cheapest bread? After taking out all the bread, she opened her backpack wide for me to see, proving there was nothing else inside. It was true, but I still had no intention of letting her go. In my past life, I had seen she stealing from the shelves. Since we were classmates, I pretended not to see to save her from embarrassment. The result was that the next day, I heard she had died in a traffic accident. Although I didn't know the details, I couldn't let her leave like this now. I had thought it through. As long as she could survive today, I would keep her here all night if I had to. With that in mind, I dumped everything from her backpack onto the table: textbooks, school supplies, a torn pencil case, and even a single white sanitary pad. Seeing it, Wanning's face flushed bright red, and she immediately lunged forward to snatch her things, hastily stuffing them back into her backpack. She yanked hard on the backpack, but the movement broke the strap. Wanning looked up, her eyes red as she stared at me helplessly, her innocent face looking even more pitiful. I glared back, snatched the torn backpack, and threw it on the table. "Do you think I am that easy to fool? You carry a backpack in here just to steal 3 of the cheapest loaves of bread," I said, stepping closer. "Are you hiding something else?" Wanting immediately covered her chest with her hands, shaking her head frantically and backing away like a bullied girl. Seeing her like this, I smirked and reached for her zipper myself. "Don't make me do it, or the whole school will know about this by tomorrow." At this, Wanting finally panicked. "Don't." She raised her hand, touched the zipper at her collar, and slowly pulled it down. Her fair skin and slender neck were revealed. I saw her school uniform collar, wrinkled from countless washes, and the delicate half of her collarbone beneath it. But as the zipper opened, the bulging contraband finally popped out. Wanting, with red-rimmed eyes, spoke weakly, "See. I'm not hiding anything." He stepped even closer to inspect, smelling a mix of body wash and laundry detergent. I grew suspicious again. "Isn't there another layer of clothing?" Wanting bit her pink lip lightly. "There's only one." Hearing this, I didn't press further. I just tilted my head forward, lifting her collar and sleeves. "Nothing hidden in your sleeves." Wanting shook her head. "No." I laughed coldly. "It's not up to you to say. I have to check for myself." With that, I leaned my head towards her left armpit. Wanting turned away in embarrassment. Besides the smell of body wash and laundry detergent, I could also smell the faint, unique scent of a young girl. I pretended to check her other sleeve, and Wanting turned her head the other way. Just then, I noticed a detail. If a girl was being inspected so thoroughly by someone else, her eyes should be cold and filled with disgust. But in Wanning's eyes, there seemed to be only shyness. In that moment, I realized that Wanning didn't actually hate me. She might even have a crush on me. This would also explain why she voted for me. But in my memory, I couldn't recall any connection between us. Was my youth just that clumsy? Thinking about my teenage years gave me a headache. Back then, my heart was only filled with Song Sinjiao, pursuing her tremblingly. A single hot and cold action from her would keep me up all night. Looking back now, I was such a fool. At this point, I stepped back 2 paces and looked down. "Nothing hidden in your pants." Wanting immediately and obediently turned both of her pants pockets inside out to prove there was nothing there. But I didn't even bother to look, just glancing at the wall clock. Only a few minutes had passed. The car that caused the accident probably hadn't even reached the intersection yet. I had to continue finding fault. "Just turning out your pockets doesn't prove anything. Let me check myself." After saying that, I crouched down, intending to touch the long legs barely concealed by her school uniform pants. Wanting nervously stepped back, breathing heavily. I had anticipated her reaction, so I compromised. "It's true that it's inconvenient between a boy and a girl. How about this? You jump in place twice, and I'll see if anything falls out." Hearing this, Wanting took a deep breath. Stealing was wrong, after all, so she had no reason to refuse. She lifted her arms slightly, as if gathering her strength, and then jumped once. I had intended to look at the ground to see if anything fell, but I accidentally forgot to turn off my auto-aim mode. My eyes and head instinctively looked up, moving up and down with the rhythm. Luckily, she was focused on looking down and didn't notice my gaze. Wanting was about to jump again, but I quickly stopped her. Alright. I didn't lie to you. I only took 3 loaves of bread, and now I've returned them. Can I go now? Wanting's voice was already a little choked up. I couldn't think of any other reason to keep her. Seeing me not responding, Wanting went to the table and quickly packed her things into her backpack. Just as she was about to leave, I called out, wait. Wanting turned around, clutching her backpack to her chest, her large, sparkling eyes watching me warily. I couldn't help but ask, are you very hungry? Wanting lowered her head and didn't answer. I didn't say anything either. I turned around, tore open the packaging of 1 loaf of bread, and handed it to her. Eat it before you go. Wanting didn't look up or reach out, just stood there holding her backpack like she was being punished, her slender frame looking like it could be knocked over by a gust of wind. I continued, I've already opened it. I can't sell it anymore. I then forcefully pushed the bread into her hand. A few seconds later, Wanting put her backpack down and slowly brought the bread to her mouth, taking small bites. Then, she started eating faster and faster. Seeing this, I smiled in satisfaction. But unexpectedly, 2 tears rolled down Wanting's cheeks. From the moment she was caught until she was searched, she had managed not to shed a single tear. It was only when she ate the bread that she couldn't hold it in anymore. I watched her quietly, then turned away to open another loaf and put it in her other hand. Then, I reached into my pocket for a tissue but found it was one I had already used to blow my nose. I disdainfully threw it on the ground. I'm 17 and don't even carry tissues with me. Unbelievable. I didn't understand what had happened to Wanting's family to force a top student to steal bread from a supermarket. After finishing the 2nd loaf, Wanting looked at the 3rd. Before I could even turn around, she quickly stepped forward, opened the package, and started eating. While eating, she took out a pen and paper from her backpack and hastily wrote a few lines. By the time she finished writing, she had also finished the bread. Wanting quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve and then formally handed the note to me with both hands. I took the note and stared blankly at the words written on it, August 30, 2015. Wanting owes Gu Xiao's 3 loaves of bread. I was silent for a long time. The handwriting was identical to the blot from my memory. I finally understood that the person who had secretly supported me for sports committee member last semester wasn't Song Xinjiao, but her. At the time, I thought it was that green tea bitch, which made me even more excited. It was a good thing my family owned a supermarket, which is why I let that green tea bitch come and freeload so many times. It's a good thing I have a chance to do it all over again. I looked at Wanting and casually tossed the EU aside. You think writing an E settles what happened today? Wanting silently picked up the EU from the floor, already prepared for the worst. She took a deep breath, looked at me, and asked, how do you want to resolve this? Me. I waved my hand, and opened the supermarket's storeroom door. Follow me. I tore your backpack just now, so I'll compensate you with a new one. Wanting was stunned, then shook her head repeatedly. No need, the tear can be patched up. I waved my hand again. That's for me to decide. I don't like being indebted to others. After saying that, I led Wanting to the backpack section. Wanting's eyes immediately landed on a pink backpack, and she looked like she really liked it. I took it down and pushed it into her arms. This is for you. Wanting was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly said, I don't need it. My backpack was already old. She stubbornly tried to put the backpack back. I frowned at her. If you want the whole school to know about today, then go ahead and put it back. Wanting's small hand froze. Then, she silently took the backpack down and took out the A she had just written, adding a backpack to it. When she turned to look at the price tag on the backpack, her expression became even more pained, as if she could never afford to pay it back. I saw the change in her face and couldn't help but smile. Since you've already written the EO, you might as well follow me. Wanting dejectedly lowered her head and followed me silently. I went to the stationery section, stopped, and placed a pink pencil case in her arms. Wanting turned to look at the price and firmly refused. I don't need it. I threatened her again. If you don't want today's incident. Wanting cut me off in embarrassment, even instinctively stomping her foot. I don't have that much money to pay you back. I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow at her. I'm not planning on making you pay it back. Or, you could think of another way to repay me. Another way. Wanting lowered her head slightly, her mind wandering. Seeing me smiling at her intently, she quickly looked away, but her blushing cheeks betrayed her. After that, I led Wanting around the supermarket again. But when we reached the sanitary pad aisle, Wanting shyly turned to leave. Stop, I called out loudly. Do you want this to spread all over school? I'm a bad student, and you should know that bad students are capable of anything. Wanting slowly turned back, her entire face bright red. I don't need sanitary pads. I looked at her with a sly grin. You don't? Let me count. You have one in your backpack, and you're using one now. Doesn't that mean you only have two left? Wanting clenched her small fists in anger, both furious and speechless. I grabbed a pack of sanitary pads from the shelf and tossed it to her. Catch. The girl quickly jumped a little and caught it with her hands. Then, she added this item to her EO. She sneakily brought the pack to her nose and sniffed it, her eyes filled with surprise and wonder. So this kind really does have a fragrance. In the past, she had always used the loose, unscented kind, sometimes even finding small dead insects inside that she had to throw out one by one. I led her towards the supermarket exit, looking at her seriously and reminding her, be careful on the road, watch out for cars. Get home safe. Go to school as usual tomorrow. As long as you listen to me, what happened today will be as if it never happened. Understood. Wanting didn't understand why I was saying these things, but she still nodded slightly. Then she formally handed me the E with both hands. This E will always be valid. I nodded. Just then, Song Xinjiao and her two best friends walked in. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. All the people involved in the sports committee member election incident are here. Then, let's end this today. I pulled Wanting back. Show classmate, don't leave just yet. I just wanted Wanting to stay and watch the upcoming show. That year, the relationship between Song Xinjiao and me was ambiguous. She never admitted it, but she never denied it either, accepting all my gifts but keeping a distance when we were together. She said it was an observation period for me to prove myself before graduation. I was busy ordering stock for the supermarket on one end and delivering things to Song Xinjiao on the other. My sycophantic attitude made even my middle school sister silently despise me. But it was only after graduation that I learned Song Xinjiao had been dating a senior for a year. When I heard the news, I was devastated. From then on, I started to work hard, and finally became a billionaire in my early 30s. By then, Song Xinjiao had been abandoned by her ex-husband and was raising a child alone. I helped her out a lot after that. It was only now that I realized how many foolish things I had done over the years for this woman. Just then, Song Xinjiao's voice broke my train of thought. Well, Chaos. You're even talking to Wanting now. So, who do you think is prettier, Wanting or me? Song Xinjiao leaned her hands on the checkout counter, her tone sarcastic and a little sour. I sat at the cashier's post and replied coolly, Song classmate, are you here to shop? Do you need anything today? The girl next to her covered her mouth and jiggled. Doubt your friend really owns this supermarket. It's huge. Song Xinjiao looked proud, waving her hand magnanimously. Yeah, feel free to look around. Take whatever you like. It's my treat today. The two girls looked impressed and politely chose some items in the supermarket. Soon after, they came back happily with a pile of potato chips and snacks, placing them all on the counter. They really treated it like a buffet. Song Xinjiao, as usual, grabbed a few bottles of drinks and looked at me with a sweet voice, Xiaos, get us 2 big bags. I nodded and began to scan each item. Song Xinjiao was suddenly taken aback and couldn't help but ask, what? What are you doing? I replied seriously, scanning the prices, of course. Aren't you here to buy things? Hearing this, the two girls behind her glanced at each other and whispered, Xiaoxiao, didn't you say we didn't have to pay? Hearing her friend's discussion, Song Xinjiao looked embarrassed. Xiaos, why are you being so petty today? It's just a few snacks, they're not expensive. Hearing that, I smiled. That's right, they're not expensive. You said it's your treat, surely you can afford it. Song Xinjiao was immediately speechless. Wanting, standing on the side, blinked, very surprised to witness the scene. She had always quietly observed my sycophantic actions in class. Suddenly, Song Xinjiao slammed her hand on the counter in anger. Xiaos, don't tell me you're serious. I'm getting really angry. I looked at her with some surprise. Look at you, getting angry again. So what? Are you planning to rob me in broad daylight? Song Xinjiao's face hardened. She suddenly thought of a possibility and probed. It's not. It's not because you saw me and the class president walking around the mall together yesterday, is it? You're so petty. The class president and I just happened to run into each other. I waved my hand. Sorry, I slept at home all day yesterday. I didn't go to the mall. Song Xinjiao got even angrier. Then what's wrong with you today? He smirked coldly. I'm perfectly normal. Isn't it perfectly normal to pay for what you buy? After speaking, I turned to look at Wanting. Show classmate, am I right? Wanting didn't answer, just turned her head away, ignoring me. Song Xinjiao's two friends couldn't take it anymore. Forget it, Zhao, we don't want this stuff anyway. Yeah, Zhao, it's not worth getting angry over. Song Xinjiao refused to give up and played her final card. Xiaos, let me tell you, the class president confessed to me yesterday. After saying that, she even snorted lightly, lifting her pale chin and adding, that's right, it was at the mall yesterday. Hearing that, I smiled even more brightly. Let me guess. You didn't agree, but you didn't refuse either. You just told the class president that studying is more important, and to wait until after graduation, right? Song Xinjiao was instantly stunned. Xiaos, what do you mean by that? I waved my hand. Nothing. If you're buying, buy. If not, put it back. Seeing her two friends about to put the items back, Song Sinjo immediately stopped them. Wait. Today's issue isn't about paying or not, it's about his attitude. Xiao's, you like me so much, do you believe I'll accept the class president's confession tomorrow? A immediately clap. Then I wish you a happy confession. Beside me, Wanning couldn't help but want to laugh, but when she noticed me looking at her, she quickly turned her head away, a flicker of panic in her eyes. At this point, Song Sinjo shouted angrily again, you were definitely at the mall yesterday, Xiao's, you'll regret this. After saying that, Song Sinjo pulled her two friends and prepared to leave the supermarket. Suddenly, my voice came from behind. Stop. Song Sinjo smirked and turned around. What, regretting it so soon? I slammed my hand hard on the counter, startling the three girls. Regret my ass. Put the things you took back where you found them. Song Sinjo stood there, dumbfounded, her hands trembling and her eyes red. Xiao's, you. Her two friends, who had long heard of my bad reputation at school, quickly went and put all the items back in their original places. After they were done, they quickly went to Song Sinjo's side. Let's go, Xiao. Song Sinjo was dragged out of the supermarket, giving me a tearful, resentful, and angry look before she left. After that, I felt much more relieved. Wanting walked back in, holding her school bag. Did you want to say something to me? I didn't say anything, walked around the counter, and stood in front of her. I took a pink hairpin from my pocket and gently clipped it into her flowing hair. Wanting quickly took the hairpin off. I don't need it. I pushed her hand back. This is a thank you for last year's sports committee member election. Thank you for voting for me. Wanting looked very surprised. Her slender fingers clutched the pink hairpin, her beautiful eyes avoiding my gaze. A few seconds later, Wanting quickly pushed the hairpin back into my hand and turned to run away as if she was escaping. I quickly called after her, be careful on the road, don't run on the street, or I'll report you to the school. I chased after her for a few steps, holding the hairpin. Wanting didn't turn back, but she obeyed and slowed down, her run turning into a walk. I understood now. Whether the leverage was strong or weak, as long as I threatened to report her for stealing, she would listen. Next time, I could use this to threaten her into playing more stimulating games. Thinking this, I silently slapped myself. Looking at the hairpin in my hand, I thought, what's there to be afraid of admitting you voted for me? Is voting for me something to be ashamed of? Or is she just shy? The next day, I woke up late. I quickly bought 2 breakfast sets and rode my bike to No. 3 high school, rushing to the classroom door. I was panting, not looking at the head teacher or Song Sinjo, but only at Wanting. At that moment, she was arranging desks and chairs with other students. Hearing the noise at the door, she looked over with everyone else, but quickly blushed and turned away. I was overjoyed to see her in the final year of high school classroom. My uncontrollable joy made me ignore Song Sinjo's resentful gaze from the other side. Just then, a loud shout came from the podium. I was startled and quickly looked towards the head teacher, who was glaring at me. Give Xiao's, late on the first day of school. First, we'll arrange the seats. After that, I'll deal with you. I shrugged indifferently, and went out to the hallway with the other 50+ students. The first thing every new semester was to arrange seats based on the previous final exam results. Good students sat in the front, and poor students sat in the back. I was definitely going to be in the corner at the back again. Suddenly, I remembered that I wasn't the last one in the final exam last year. The last one was Wanting. The reason was simple, she didn't attend the final exam. I couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, I heard the gentle voice of my best friend, Li Yu, from the front. Xiao's, you must be happy now. This time, Wanting will be sitting with you in the corner. The head teacher seemed compassionate and said, Wanting, if you can't see the board from the back, just let me know, and I'll move you to the front. I immediately disagreed. I don't agree. The head teacher glared at me. You don't agree. Who do you think you are? I'm warning you, don't disturb Wanting's studies. If I find out, I'll make you stand on the principal's podium outside in the schoolyard. Wanting quickly looked up. No need, ma'am. I'll test my way back to the front during the monthly exams. Qin Hui's expression immediately brightened. Good, Wanting, don't mind him. If Xiao's bullies you, just tell me. Wanting softly replied with a yes. I shamelessly asked, what counts as bullying? After speaking, I poked Wanting's soft arm and probed, does this count as bullying? The side of Wanting's ear turned red. She moved back slightly, and suddenly wrinkled her nose and sniffed. Seeing this, I asked, smell the stinky feet? Welcome to the back row of the bad students class. Seeing Wanting's frown, I pointed and explained, those twin brothers are John Meng and John Hang, nicknamed the biochemical brothers. If they take off their shoes, the entire No. 3 high school will explode. Wanting pursed her lips and smiled. When I was startled by her smile, I asked, you know how to smile too? Wanting quickly stopped smiling, her face returning to its cold expression. I continued, look over there. Wanting obediently looked in the direction I was pointing. I introduced, to the right of the twins is Zhen Feng. As soon as the bell rings, he falls asleep. You can slap him, and he won't wake up. He drools enough to draw a map on the desk. Guess what kind of god he is? Wanting shouldn't have answered, but she still whispered, the sleeping god. He smiled and nodded. Correct. The girl's eyes curved slightly for a moment, as if she was happy to have guessed my thoughts correctly. I continued my introduction. To the right of Feng is our academic committee member, Li Yu. He's farsighted, so he asked the teacher to let him sit in the back. His nickname is the sharpshooter god. I paused for a moment. Before I could explain, Wanting turned to look at me, her beautiful eyes silently watching me. What's a sharpshooter god? I laughed strangely. No, I can't go into detail about that with you. Now, officially welcome to the back row. Guess what kind of god I am? I don't want to guess. Wanting said with a blank face, opening her English book, pretending to completely ignore me. I urged, guess. Wanting pursed her lips slightly, still ignoring me, her face turned away as if she was intently looking at her English book. I rested my head on my hand and said softly, if you don't guess, I'll reveal your secret. Wanting immediately turned her head, panting lightly, her expression a mix of anger and embarrassment as she stared at me. She obediently asked, what god? Her clear voice was tinged with a bit of grievance, as if she was being forced. He smiled and replied, the god of love. Wanting exhaled sharply. Shameless. Then she turned away. I smiled, resting my head on one hand and shamelessly turning to observe Wanting. For some reason, saving this girl felt like giving birth to her, as if I was looking at the daughter I had worked hard to raise. 2.5 minutes later, Wanting couldn't take it anymore and turned to look at me. What are you looking at? I asked curiously. Nothing, just wondering why your mouth is so small. Wanting tried to press her lips together tightly, trying not to let me see, and then turned away. I withdrew my gaze and took a bag of still, warm meat buns from my bag, handing it to her with a commanding tone. Eat this during the long break. Don't let me hear you say no. Wanting replied coldly, no. I immediately glared at her. You dare say no? Do you believe? The girl immediately, and obediently took the buns, her beautiful eyes looking at me with anger. I then praised her soothingly, see. That's more like it. Just be obedient. The head teacher slammed her hand on the podium again. You're in your final year of high school now. I hope you all understand what your goal is. Is it to continue coasting through, or to strive hard? If you still don't study properly this year, like some people who don't do their homework, talk in class, get failing grades, and even affect other students, you'll only suffer in the future. I leaned back, a slight smile on my lips. In my past life, I had already experienced being a billionaire. In this life, I wanted to taste what it was like to go to university. However, with my current grades, getting into university was a bit difficult. But with Wanting, a top student, by my side, I felt inexplicably confident. Sometimes I really wondered if Li Yu secretly studied at night. How could he always get good grades when we played together all the time? It was truly infuriating. I sighed and slapped my thigh. Wanting jumped, quickly closing her long legs. I immediately apologized. Sorry, I slapped the wrong one. First period is English. Get your books ready, the head teacher, Qin Hui, ordered. The English teacher was already waiting at the door with her lesson plans and books. After Qin Hui nodded to her, she walked into the classroom, her long legs and black stockings attracting everyone's attention. The class bell rang. To my right, there was a thud. Zhen Feng had already fallen asleep on his desk. I also took out my English book, thinking that I had to study seriously this time. Wanting turned to look at me strangely. She didn't say anything, because sometimes the boys in the class were quite childish. For example, she often saw me suddenly have a seizure, like fit while walking, jumping in place and making a basketball throwing motion. Every time, Wanting would stop and stare at me blankly, trying to avoid being caught, then lower her head and walk past. From then on, she found me very strange. Even if there was a crumpled piece of paper or an empty bottle next to me, I had to pick it up and throw it in a perfect arc into the trash can. One time, I spent the entire break trying to make a shot and still miss. Wanting, sitting in the classroom, turned her head, her beautiful, innocent eyes watching the busy boy in the hallway, mesmerized for the whole break. At this moment, I was still pressing down on my right arm. Wanting couldn't take it anymore. What are you doing? You're making the two desks shake. They said seriously, there's a demon in my right hand. It's about to break the seal. Classmate Wanting, can you help me hold it down? There was no response from her side. I turned my head and found Wanting looking at me as if I were mentally disabled. What? Can't a guy have a little childishness? Childish, Wanting snorted softly and turned away, at the same time drawing a large mountain range-like boundary on the desk. I wanted to talk to her more, but suddenly I heard the English teacher, Shin Qingqing, call my name. You Xiaos, please stand up and read the first paragraph for the class. I stood up, opened my clean textbook, and very naturally read the first paragraph. The moment the first word left my mouth, Shen Qingqing's expression immediately changed. She looked up from her book in surprise. All the students in the class turned to look back. Wanting was also very surprised, staring straight at me. His pronunciation is so standard, and it's even a British accent. What happened to him? Shen Qingqing was extremely shocked. Yo Xiaos, what did you do during the vacation? Did you go abroad? But even then, your pronunciation shouldn't be this good. I replied seriously, of course, I studied hard. I want to get into university. Hearing this, Wanning's eyes next to me showed a flash of surprise and joy. But Li Yu in the corner suddenly burst out laughing. Studying hard? Who are you trying to fool? Wanning silently glared at him, but Li Yu's words had caused a wave of laughter in the class. Only Song Xinzhou didn't laugh, because she didn't want me to put effort into anything. Shen Qingqing walked over and patted my shoulder. Very good. I'm happy you have this mindset. I believe in you. I proudly turned to look at Wanning, but she had already averted her gaze, her face cold and unresponsive. I sat down, smiling and slapping my thigh. Wanning jumped again, pulling her legs back and glaring at me angrily. If you slap my leg again, I'll tell the head teacher, I explained. I really slapped the wrong one. I meant to slap my own thigh. But Wanning ignored me. I tapped her arm and said, from now on, I'll teach you pronunciation, and you help me with other subjects. Okay. Wanning turned her head to answer, but suddenly her expression froze. She quickly looked back at her desk. What's wrong? I turned my head and saw a face looking in from the window next to us. The gaze was focused right on me. The head teacher had appeared like a ghost, startling me so much that my shoulders instinctively tensed up, and I sat up straight. I've lived for so many years, but I still can't escape this feeling of being suppressed. After the head teacher left, I found a small piece of paper slowly appearing in my line of sight. Wanning's elegant handwriting read, I agree. Seeing her agree, I was overjoyed. Maybe this year, if I really tried, I could get into a good university. I looked seriously at my textbook, sat up straight, and began to listen attentively. 5 minutes later, I was asleep on my desk. Just then, the window curtain was blown open by the wind, and the bright sunlight shone on my sleeping face. A steady hand reached out and pulled the curtain down. Seeing that the shade had covered the sunlight on my face, she relaxed, lowered her head, and continued to take notes in her book. Soon after, Shen Qingqing's voice suddenly got closer. Wanning looked up and saw the English teacher walking down the aisle with her book. Wanning nervously turned her head, quickly reached out, and tapped my arm. I immediately sat up, holding my pen and pretending to look intently at my book. Wanning thoughtfully reached over and helped me turn to the next page, to the exercises at the end of the chapter. Just then, Shen Qingqing walked past, glanced at me briefly, and then left. Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. As for me, I immediately put my head down and went back to sleep. Hearing Shen Qingqing slap her book on Zhen Feng's face on the other side, and seeing the mark on half of his face, Wanning pursed her lips and smiled. She felt very happy. Before, she could only watch from a distance as I fell asleep in class and got scolded, wanting to raise her hand to remind me but unable to reach. But today, she had reminded me once, helping me escape the teacher's notice. Wanning's sense of satisfaction and accomplishment came strangely. She turned her head and continued to do her exercises. The gentle breeze from outside the window blew into the classroom, rustling a few strands of the girl's hair. Just then, a pink hairpin was placed on her desk. Wanning looked up, her eyes flickering slightly. She looked towards me, but I had changed my sleeping position and turned to face the other way. Wanning pressed her small lips together tightly and looked back at the hairpin. This hairpin is really pretty. After a moment of internal struggle, she reached out, picked it up, and tucked back the mischievous strand of hair. She then clipped it in place. Unable to see her current appearance, Wanning turned to look at her reflection in the window. After tucking her hair back, her delicate face was more exposed, and the beautiful lines of her oval face became clearer. She raised her hand, took off the hairpin, wrapped it gently in a piece of paper, and put it in a small compartment in her bag. Soon after, the final bell rang. I stretched and turned to look at Wanning. The hairpin wasn't on her head, nor on her desk, which meant she had put it away. I tapped her desk and reminded her, eat. Wanning took out the still warm bun, handed it to me with both hands, and shook her head, saying, I'm not hungry. She really liked to use both hands to hand things over, and I really liked watching her do it. It had a cute, reverse charm. Then tell me, did you eat breakfast this morning? The cold girl explained, I don't eat breakfast. I said impatiently, I told you, eat it. Don't make me angry. Wanning glanced at me and had no choice but to lower her head, open the plastic bag, and bring the bun to her mouth through the bag, slowly taking small bites. When she got to the meat filling, her eyes lit up, and her next bite was much bigger. She finished one in just 3 or 4 bites. Perhaps thinking her way of eating wasn't very elegant, Wanning looked up at me shyly, her ears couldn't help but turn red. She turned away, no longer facing me. I watched this scene with a satisfied expression. Isn't this raising a daughter? After finishing the second one, there were 2 buns left in the plastic bag. Wanting glanced at them, hesitated for 2 seconds and then silently tied the bag, carefully explaining to me, I'm full. The rest is for lunch. I slammed my hand on the table, startling Wanting, who flinched. I said sternly, I told you to eat, so just eat. Don't talk so much. Wanting glared at me coldly. I leaned closer, pointing at her. You dare to glare at me? Do you believe? Wanting quickly opened the plastic bag, and obediently brought the 3rd bun to her mouth, but her eating speed was much slower. Seeing her being obedient, I nodded in satisfaction. I'll feast on this stealing secret for a lifetime. Just then, Song Sinjo came over. Du Xiao's come out. I have something to talk to you about. I turned to look at Song Sinjo. If you have something to say it here. Song Sinjo turned to leave. When she reached the door, she thought I would follow, but found no one behind her. She shouted angrily, Du Xiao's, you're getting more and more out of line. The shout attracted the attention of many people in the class, and curious heads popped up. I looked impatiently at Song Sinjo at the door. What's wrong with me? If you have something to say it here. I'm too lazy to move. Song Sinjo had to come back. She stood by my desk. Because there were many people, she couldn't speak loudly and could only grit her teeth and say, you should know your place. I said I would accept one Minju's confession just to scare you. It was a joke. I don't like him. A immediately laughed. So you like me? Song Sinjo's face turned red, and she quickly said, I told you, we're still young, we can't date. Wait until after graduation. Just then, Wanting suddenly reminded coldly, she's here. Song Sinjo turned her head and indeed saw the head teacher, Pin Hui, walking into the classroom with a book. She often came to class earlier than the bell. Song Sinjo stumped her foot in anger and had to go back to her seat. Time passed slowly until noon. The students in the class either went home or to the cafeteria. Song Sinjo couldn't find a chance to talk to me all morning. Now that she found a chance, she ran over again. Du Xiao's, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. I shook my head. Sorry, I have to study. Song Sinjo didn't know what to do with Ming and was finally dragged away by her friends. Gradually, only Wanting and I were left in the classroom. I wanted to see what the girl next to me ate every time she went to eat so late. Or maybe she didn't eat at all. Wanting sat quietly in her seat, diligently doing the homework the teacher had assigned in the morning, seemingly unaware that only the 2 of us were left in the class. I had promised to study hard, so I couldn't just sit there and wait. People who are reborn either return to just after high school graduation or to kindergarten. But I returned to the hellish period of just starting the 12th grade. If I still couldn't get into university after living 2 lives, it would be too much of a loss. No, I must study seriously this time. After all, there was still a year. I immediately took out my textbook and started studying from the beginning. 5 minutes later, my steady snores echoed in the classroom. Wanting turned her head and saw me fast asleep. I don't know what I was dreaming about, but I raised my hand to scratch my nose and then smiled. Wanting was a little dazed watching me. When she noticed my drool was about to fall on the desk, she snapped out of it. She quickly took a tissue from her pocket, folded it in half, and carefully placed it at the corner of my mouth. After placing the tissue, Wanting's hand didn't hurry to pull back. She had a secret that no one knew. She had known me since middle school. Her mind was filled with many memories of me, but she also knew that I didn't remember anything. Maybe I had never noticed her. But that was okay, as long as she remembered. Thinking of this, Wanting couldn't help but raise her slender fingertip and gently touch the tip of my nose. Seeing my snores stop, she quickly pulled her hand back and sat up straight, her heart pounding. When my snores resumed, Wanting breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting quietly for a while, she gently stood up, put on her backpack, and walked towards the cafeteria. This was her fixed time to eat lunch. By the time she got to the cafeteria, the students had long finished their lunch. The cafeteria was empty, and the cleaning ladies were already starting to clean up. A short-haired cafeteria lady saw Wanting and greeted her warmly. It's you again, little girl. I've told you so many times, come earlier next time. Every time you come at this time, all the food is gone. Only this sauce is left. Wanting smiled shyly. It's okay, I'm fine with plain rice. A long-haired lady next to her recognized Wanting and reminded her, she's still young, she doesn't know. She's probably late because she was studying. The short-haired lady said oh, and then looked at Wanting with warm eyes. You're as beautiful as a fairy and a good student. If my son were half as good as you, I'd be happy. Let me give you more rice. And I'll add some meat sauce. After scoping the rice, the short-haired lady said, just 50 cents. Wanting said softly, thank you, NT. After swiping her meal card, Wanting noticed she only had $5.50 left on her card. 50 cents for a meal was a bit of a luxury for her, but she couldn't study without eating. Wanting took her plate of plain rice and found a corner to sit down, slowly eating each grain of rice. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, I suddenly fell off my chair and stretched. I then realized I had been asleep for almost half an hour. I immediately stood up and went to the cafeteria. By this time, even the serving ladies were cleaning up the food trays. I quickly ran over and shouted, "Don't clean up, don't clean up, there's still someone." The short-haired lady was surprised. "You studied until now too?" I shamelessly said, something like that. "Auntie, was there a very beautiful girl who came to eat before me?" The short-haired lady nodded. "Yes, that little girl always studies late. Every time she comes, only plain rice is left." I also swiped my card for $2 worth of rice and found a place to sit down, putting the rice in my mouth. It seemed that Wanning only ate plain rice for lunch. Children at this age have a high sense of self-esteem, and Wanning was no exception. I was very clear about this. But I wondered where she went after she finished eating. By 1 a few students had already returned to the classroom. Wanning walked in with her backpack and looked at the corner of the blackboard where the names of the students on duty were usually written. Cleaning the teacher's desk, give. Wang Ba. It was clear that someone had crudely written my name. Wanning walked over, erased the 2 characters Wang Ba, a curse meaning turtle bastard, and rewrote the 2 characters for Xiao's with chalk. Then she emotionlessly threw the chalk onto the teacher's desk. Just as she stepped down from the podium, a voice came from the door. "Wanning, I just noticed your new backpack is a matching one with mine." Wanning turned her head and saw Song Sinjo standing there. She gave Song Sinjo a cold look, didn't reply, and walked straight to her seat, putting her backpack down. Song Sinjo was ignored but didn't dare to provoke her further, only silently cursing in her heart. What a weirdo, always acting so cold for no reason. That's why she didn't dare to mess with Wanning. There was a rumor circulating among the female students about Wanning. It was said that when the classes were first divided, Wanning was envied by her female classmates for being too beautiful and having a cold personality. At that time, a few girls blocked Wanning's path after school, intending to cut her hair with scissors. But they never expected Wanning to be a maniac. She snatched the scissors right in front of them, cut her own hair short to her ears, and then threw the thick locks of hair she had just cut in their faces. From that day on, Wanning was known as the Cold Beauty. The female students didn't dare to tease her, and the male students didn't want to cause trouble with her either. Song Xin-Yao angrily returned to her seat. 20 minutes later, the students had all arrived. I, having just run home for a nap, also appeared at the classroom door. Back in my seat, I wanted to remind Wanning about lunch, but thinking of a girl's pride, I gave up the idea of being direct. Just then, the head teacher, Qin Hui, and the class president, Wang Minjiu, walked in together. Teacher Qin Hui explained that before the English class, she wanted to talk about this year's autumn sports meet. According to the old rules, we will choose a uniform to wear for the parade, she said. Hearing that they had to choose a class uniform, the once white classroom suddenly burst into life. Tai Zhang even enthusiastically exchanged a look with the class president, Wang Minjiu, as if they had already discussed it. Teacher Qin Hui took out 2 pictures, one was of a cheerleading outfit, and the other was a black suit. The teacher announced, "The class president has chosen 2 outstanding uniform styles for us. Which one do you want to wear for the parade?" In the next moment, all the male students in the class shouted in unison, "The cheerleading outfit." Meanwhile, the female students remained silent, their cheeks slightly flushed. Only Song Sinjo and a few other girls seemed excited. At this age, girls didn't often wear short skirts, whether at home or at school. Everyone was relatively conservative. I glanced to my side and saw Wanning staring indifferently at her textbook. I suddenly remembered that during the previous semester's sports meet in the 11th grade, Wanning hadn't participated in the parade because she was the only one in the class who didn't buy the uniform. I looked away without saying anything, silently watching the head teacher and the noisy students in front. Of course, I wanted to see Wanning in a beautiful cheerleading uniform. I could certainly afford to help her, I had enough money to buy dozens of sets. But giving money or clothes for free was the least effective solution. So, I could only remain silent for the time being. The head teacher waved her hand. "Alright, it's settled then. The girls will wear the cheerleading outfits. I don't quite understand it either. Anyway, within a week, submit your money and measurements to the class president, and he will purchase them uniformly." Wang Minjiu clapped his hands and added, "Everyone, remember, it's 50 yuan for a set." The boys cheered excitedly, while the girls blushed with shy anticipation. When she heard the price, Wanning looked up in surprise, then quietly lowered her head and continued reading. The dull afternoon classes ended. Since it was the first day of school, there was no evening self-study. After the 4th period in the afternoon, the students were free. For students, having no evening self-study and the last period being P was an unexpected, explosive joy. I packed my bag, turned to Wanning, and said, "So it's decided. This Saturday, you'll come to my house to help me with my studies." Wanning was suddenly taken aback. While packing her bag, she said coldly, "I can go to your house, but someone has to be home." I nodded seriously. Yes, of course. Wan Ning said nothing more. After packing, she hugged her pink backpack, turned to me, and nodded with a look of half-relief. I smiled, feeling as if I had successfully lured her in. I treated her like my own daughter. Seeing that everyone else in the class had left, Wan Ning and I hurried downstairs to assemble. I deliberately waited for her to walk side by side, but I noticed Wan Ning, wearing her backpack, slowly fell behind, as if intentionally keeping a distance from me. I didn't mind. I slung my blue backpack over my shoulder, put my hands in my pockets, and walked down to the sports field below. Only then did Wan Ning, with her pink backpack, quicken her pace slightly. She noticed from behind that my blue backpack and her pink one looked a bit like a couple set. At the sports field, after the warm-up run, the PE teacher announced free activity. All the students cheered like birds free from a cage and scattered. While I ran to the basketball court with a few other boys, Wan Ning went to the steps to put down her backpack. Every time there was free activity in B class, she wasted the time that could have been used for studying, her eyes fixed on the basketball court. At that moment, I was dribbling the ball, quickly bypassing a staggering One Mingyue, and went for a 3-step layup. A powerful slam dunk sent the rim rattling. I landed gracefully, stretching my neck a bit. On the steps, Wan Ning's beautiful eyes widened. On the edge of the court, Sung Sinjio and her 2 friends, who were watching, also stared in amazement. Wan Mingyue frowned at me and asked, "Du Xiaos, you know how to dunk?" They were considered the main basketball players in our class and had played with me before, but this was the first time they knew I could dunk. I was a bit surprised myself. Since returning to the past, I had discovered that my strength had increased significantly, and my vertical leap had naturally improved. Was this an unexpected joy of returning to the past? I'd rather have my intelligence increased. What's the use of a little extra strength? Could it help me get into college? On the sidelines, Song Sinjo's face was slightly flushed. She shouted excitedly, "Du Xiaos, that was so cool." I gave her a bland glance and then looked towards the distant steps. Suddenly, our eyes met. The moment they locked, Wan Ning immediately turned her head, clutching her Chinese textbook to her chest and starting to move her lips, pretending to be memorizing a text. The tips of her ears turned red. This girl was still sitting there, unchanged. My dunk was so cool, yet as a girl, you didn't even come over to watch. I retracted my gaze and found Song Sinjio and her 2 friends still staring at me in a daze. Song Sinjio spoke up again, "Du Xiaos, that dunk of yours was really amazing." Her tone suggested she didn't often praise others, a compliment from her was rare. I gave a non-committal, but my eyes were looking behind her. Suddenly, my expression changed, and I ran towards the steps. A crowd of students had gathered there. I pushed through and saw Wan Ning sitting on the ground, a pained expression on her face, clutching her right ankle. The PE teacher asked, "What happened?" A girl next to her hesitated and said, "Just now, I think I saw a girl push Wan Ning from behind, and then Wan Ning rolled down the steps." I asked coldly, "What did she look like? Which class?" The girl glanced at me. Why did this guy's tone sound like he was out for revenge? She lowered her head and whispered, "I didn't see clearly." She ran away. Damn it, don't let me catch them. I didn't hide my anger and cursed loudly, then rushed to Wan Ning's side and knelt down. "I'll take you to the infirmary. The girl I worked so hard to save, and someone dares to hurt her." Several girls immediately came forward to help Wan Ning up. Wan Ning hopped on one foot, looking straight at my broad back in my school uniform, hesitating. When I saw she wasn't responding, I turned around impatiently. "What are you waiting for? Get on." Wan Ning bit her lip, spread her arms, and gently lay on my back. At that moment, my angry expression suddenly calmed. I froze, squatting in place. The PE teacher spoke up, "What's wrong? Can't carry her. If not, let me." Hearing this, Wan Ning wrapped her arms around my neck, her ears bright red, her expression extremely embarrassed. I quickly replied, my eyes clear, No, my leg was just a little numb. It's better now." I hurriedly stood up and laughed loudly at the teacher. The PE teacher gave me a strange look. After standing up, he used my hands to support Wan Ning's legs. Seeing she was about to slip, I lifted her a little higher. At that moment, it felt as if the world was compressed onto my back. I couldn't describe the feeling. If I had to, I could only say I gained a deeper understanding of the phrase soft girl during youth. The softness at a fair might be fake silicone, but the softness right now was absolutely real. Whoever married her in the future would be so happy. You could hold her all day and never get tired. Carrying Wan Ning, I walked to the steps and bent down slightly for her to grab her backpack. Then I took a few more steps for her to grab mine. "Just hang your backpack over my neck. It's heavy. Your neck will hurt." Wan Ning's voice sounded right next to my ear. Seeing her holding a backpack in each hand, I feared her arms would get tired, so I walked a little faster towards the school infirmary. What I couldn't see was the warm, spring, unshine smile that had bloomed on the girl's face. At the infirmary, I carried Wan Ning around but couldn't find the doctor. "Where is everyone?" I walked around again but still couldn't find anyone. I had to put Wan Ning down on a bed covered with a blue disposable sheet. The girl sat on the edge of the bed, her toes just touching the ground. I searched one more time, but still no one. Well, I'll have to do it myself. I pulled over a small stool and sat opposite Wan Ning. She suddenly clamped her legs together and asked warily, "What are you trying to do? To see if it's just a simple sprain, a torn ligament, or a fracture?" Both of Wan Ning's ears turned red. She asked coldly, "Do you know how to check?" "Nonsense. Back in my village, he used to diagnose the old sows all the time." Wan Ning didn't understand. Old sows. Suddenly, she realized something, and in a mix of shame and anger, she raised a fist and punched my shoulder. I chuckled and, at the same time, reached out and grabbed Wan Ning's right foot. The canvas shoes on her feet were very clean, but the cracks on the edges of the soles were numerous and had even turned yellow. They seemed to have been bought a long time ago. I took off her shoe, revealing a clean white sock. Wan Ning bit her lip in embarrassment, her legs clamped tightly together. But my next action made her so embarrassed and angry she almost wanted to kick me to death. I honestly lifted the foot with its beautifully arched instep in the white sock. Before Wan Ning could react, she heard me ask strangely, "It's been a whole day. Why don't your feet smell? Are you sick?" Even someone as cold and quiet as Wan Ning couldn't help but curse at that moment. A moment later, with a slightly relieved expression, I said, "Keep your voice down. It's just a sprain, nothing major. A little red flower oil will do." After speaking, I turned and searched in a drawer behind me and, sure enough, found half a bottle of red flower oil. Sprains were common for students, and in such situations, the school nurse would probably just apply this. After applying the red flower oil for Wan Ning, we left. Just then, the door to a small room inside the infirmary opened, and two men walked out. The younger one, wearing a white coat, chuckled. The other was a middle-aged man, the head of the 12th grade, named Yahello. By now, school was over. Wan Ning said she wanted to go back to the classroom to study, so I let her head towards the academic building while I went to the parking area to get my bike and go home. As I pushed my bike to the school gate, I couldn't stop thinking about Wan Ning's sprained ankle. I wondered where she lived, far or near. In her condition, would she have to limp all the way home? I sighed, patted the bike seat, and reluctantly turned back towards the academic building. Guess I'll take her home today. Outside the window of class 1228, I slowed my steps and stopped. In the empty classroom, Wan Ning wasn't studying at all. She was limping on the podium, holding a blackboard eraser, trying to tiptoe to wipe the words on the blackboard. The third period in the afternoon was history, and the history teacher was a man who was 1.9 meters tall, so Wan Ning was having a hard time. She tried to raise the eraser high, her right hand stretched up, but she still couldn't reach the top of the board. She stood still for a moment, then took a deep breath, let out a small cry, and hopped up on one foot, trying to stretch her arm as high as possible to reach the top. But just as the eraser was about to touch the words, a large hand appeared in Wan Ning's line of sight. That hand snatched the eraser from her. Wan Ning turned her head, and as her heel touched the ground, her injured ankle caused her to stumble to one side. Seeing this, I quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Our eyes met. Wan Ning looked as if she had been caught doing something wrong. She quickly backed away and said nervously, Didn't you already go home?" He stared at her, not rushing to answer. I tossed the eraser in my hand, then raised it, and easily wiped the top of the board. After cleaning the board, I threw the eraser onto the podium. I had never cleaned the blackboard before, but the teachers never bothered me about it. The next day, I asked, "Do you always help me clean?" I raised my hand to my forehead and corrected myself. Help me clean the blackboard, not the other thing. Wan Ning turned her face away, not looking at me directly. "Yes," she said. After speaking, her eyes seemed a bit flustered, like a thief. She looked up at me again, quickly saying, "It's nothing else. I want to continue studying." With that, she turned to step off the podium. I quickly grabbed her sleeve. "Don't study today. Your foot is injured. Let me take you home first. You can study when you get home." Wan Ning immediately refused. "I don't need you to take me." I frowned. "Well, where do you live? Is it far?" She shook her head. "Not far." I looked at her with suspicion. "You don't need me to take you, fine. But you can only study until 630. At 630 sharp, you have to go home. I'll stay in the classroom and watch you." Wan Ning gave me a resentful look. "Then I won't study. I'll go home now." He smiled and nodded. "Ah, that's more like it." After she packed her bag, I headed for the classroom door. Just then, there was another noise from the podium. I turned and saw Wan Ning seriously wiping the chalk dust off the podium. My duties as the student on duty indeed included both the blackboard and the podium. This girl said she wasn't helping me with my duties, but she had already done everything. After cleaning the podium, she put on her backpack, walked past me with her head down and an unnatural expression, and quickened her pace. I chuckled and followed behind her. The 5 characters for Ice Mountain Thunder suddenly became crystal clear. I pushed my bike with the girl to the school gate, preparing to part ways. However, I still patted the back seat of my bike. How about I give you a ride home? It's no trouble. Wanning clutched her sleeves, looking at me with a troubled expression. No, thank you. She lowered her head, her voice soft. If my dad sees a strange boy approaching me, he'll chase him away with a stick. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Your dad is that fierce? A trace of embarrassment flickered across Wanning's face. She nodded slightly, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. I called out after her, hey. Wanning turned back, looking at me quizzically. I said helplessly, don't you have any manners? You don't say goodbye when you go home after school. Hearing this, a rare smile appeared on Wanning's cold face. Goodbye. I stood there, smiling with a look full of paternal affection, watching the girl walk away with a slightly awkward but not too serious gait. I turned, got on my bike with peace of mind, and headed home. Hearing the sound behind her, Wanning also turned her head. She stood and watched my retreating back for a long time until I disappeared into the crowd, then she turned and left. When I got home, I pointed to the ceiling and shouted with heroic ambition to my parents and younger sister, I will study hard. I will strive. I will get into a top university. Hearing her sons shout, my mother applauded in perfect sync. My father, sitting at the table, laughed out loud, casually cracking melon seeds. I said proudly, in last semester's final exams, I was second to last in the grade. That's progress. Suddenly my father dropped the melon seed in his hand to the ground, looking at me in astonishment. Really? You're kidding. My son was surprised by that expression because I had held the last place in the grade for 2 consecutive years. Of course it's true. Someone was absent for the exam, so I naturally became second to last. The smile on my father, Yuandum's, face froze. He casually threw the melon seed onto a plate. Damn it, listening to this kid wasted a few seconds of my life. Back in my day on a 100-point test, I could get 37 points. You on a 150-point test, only get 20-something. Truly, the descendants are not as good as the ancestors. You didn't inherit any of your dad's academic genes. It seems they had found the reason for my poor grades. After my father finished speaking, he waved his hand. Forget it, it's like talking to a brick wall. I'm going to the supermarket. My mother asked doubtfully, isn't Auntie Liu there? What are you going for? My father waved his hand and said, her niece just had a baby. She took leave to go take care of her. The supermarket is short-staffed now. Hearing this, my heart leaped with joy. I quickly spoke up, Dad, I have someone who can replace Auntie Liu. My father turned his head to look at me. Who? I continued. A classmate of mine. My father glanced at me. A student. What can they do? I quickly grabbed him and pleaded, she can watch the supermarket after school in the evening. You can pay her a little less. Yuandum pondered for a moment. That's true. If it affects her studies, then you'll have one less competitor in the college entrance exams. Fine, bring her to see me for an interview tomorrow. I'm off to the supermarket. I immediately returned to my room and pulled a dusty paper box from under my bed. Inside were all the textbooks from 10th and 11th grade. After organizing the textbooks neatly, I placed them all on my desk. The curriculum from 10th and 11th grade was almost all fundamental knowledge. This time, I would focus on studying. But reading really made one sleepy. Half an hour later, I had slumped over the desk and fallen asleep. The next morning, I arrived at the school gate very early. At that moment, I happened to see Song Sinjio being stopped by a teacher. The stern, bespectacled teacher was reprimanding her, and Song Sinjio had her head down as if accepting her mistake. I ignored them and pushed my bike into the school gate. Song Sinjio suddenly looked up and saw my retreating back. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Did the sun rise from the west today? Yu Xiao's actually came this early. The bell for the first period rang. I quietly stuffed a few steamed buns I had just bought into Wanning's desk. Don't talk nonsense. Eat them during the break. At this moment, Wanning was staring intently at my neck, looking like she wanted to say something but held back. I waved my hand and explained, don't worry. He studied too late last night. I deliberately tied this to keep myself awake. Hearing this, Wanning gave me a look of disbelief, then, as if realizing something, said coldly, I wasn't worried. He smirked, closed my eyes, and rested my head on the desk. Listening to lectures now was useless. My foundational knowledge was weak. Listening now would be like listening to gibberish. I put my head down, 1, to rest, and 2, to consolidate the knowledge I had studied yesterday in my mind. Wanning felt the still, warm steamed buns and frowned slightly. While I was asleep, she secretly put 2 of them into a plastic container she brought. Actually, I had noticed. I just didn't expose her. About 10 minutes later, I lifted my head from the desk. Seeing me awake, Wanning quickly turned away, her expression very serious as she confessed, "I just secretly ate 2 of your steamed buns." I turned to look at her and said with a smile, "If you're going to steal, then steal. Why report it to me?" Wan Ning lowered her head, her expression extremely embarrassed, and quickly turned away. The tips of her ears were bright red. I could see she was terrible at lying, but this was the first time I had seen someone lie so adorably. Soon, the morning classes ended, and it was time for lunch. Song Sinjio walked to the back of the class. "You Xiaos, can you have lunch with me today?" I shook my head and glanced at her. "No, I'm studying." With that, I took out a 10th grade textbook, opened it on the desk, and started reading. Song Sinjiao stomped her foot in anger. "What are you pretending for? With your grades, what is there to study? Are you deliberately trying to make me angry?" Hearing this, Wan Ning gave Song Sinjiao a cold look, then lowered her head and continued to study. I slammed my hand on the desk and pointed towards the classroom door. "If you know what's good for you, leave on your own. Don't make me kick you out." Song Sinjiao looked like she was about to cry from being wrong. Her best friend immediately pulled her away. Let's go. Why bother with him?" Song Sinjiao glared at me one last time before leaving. After everyone in the class had left, only Wan Ning and I remained. During that time, Wan Ning turned her head to the side and noticed that I was actually studying seriously. My change made Wan Ning unable to help but smile. But just as I looked over, Wan Ning quickly turned her head away, her expression unnatural as she flipped through her book. Time passed second by second. When it was Wan Ning's usual time to eat, she stood up. I stood up at the same time and stretched. Studying is so fulfilling. The cafeteria probably doesn't have much food left. Wan Ning ignored me, quietly slung her backpack over her shoulder, and left the classroom. I slowly followed behind. At the cafeteria counter, I walked to the table where Wan Ning was eating, and sat down opposite her. The girl looked up at me for a moment, then lowered her head and slowly ate her meal. I took out my bag and placed all the snacks I had taken from the supermarket on the table. I knew there wouldn't be anything left to eat after studying, so I brought snacks. I mumbled to myself as I tore open the packaging for a chicken leg, a boiled egg, and a sausage, placing them on my tray. As I was about to eat, I suddenly stopped. What's wrong with me today? No appetite. Is it because I usually eat too many snacks? So I looked up at the girl opposite me, took her tray, and placed my tray full of snacks in front of her. "Here, let's switch today." Wan Ning looked up with a confused expression. I quickly raised my hand and pointed at her. "Don't say anything." Wan Ning looked straight at me, silent, not daring to speak. I lowered my head and started eating. The girl quietly watched me eat the food from the spot she had eaten from, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. As I ate, I said with relish, "This is delicious. How come your rice is tastier than mine?" But Wan Ning had no intention of hitting me. She quietly picked up her chopsticks and said softly, "Thank you." I pretended not to hear. Half an hour later, I had finished all the rice on my plate. I said to her, "Oh, by the way, my family supermarket is short a cashier for the evening shift. I'm officially informing you now, you're hired." Wan Ning looked up again with a puzzled expression. I remained domineering, and pointed at her. "The salary is only half of a regular employee's. If you dare say a word of dissatisfaction or refusal, you know the consequences." Wan Ning looked at me silently, then nodded very seriously. "I agree." I looked at her with satisfaction. "Good." Wan Ning was very happy, and lowered her head to continue eating. She only ate 1 boiled egg and half of the white rice. Then she took out a lunchbox, placed it on her lap, and poured the remaining rice from her plate, along with the chicken leg, boiled egg, and sausage, into the box. He stared at her, dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Wan Ning looked up. "Taking it home for my dad to eat." "What? Taking it home for your dad to eat?" I felt like I couldn't believe my ears. "You don't mean you're going to leave school right now and take this food home to your dad, do you?" Wan Ning nodded slightly. Seeing that my expression seemed to disapprove, she quietly stopped adding more snacks to the lunch box. After all, these snacks were brought by me. She sat there quietly with an awkward expression, as if waiting for me to take the snacks back, because she knew I was only being kind enough to let her eat, not her dad. I didn't understand. In fact, I had long had a bad opinion of Wan Ning's father. Not only did he force his daughter to steal bread from the supermarket, but he also made her bring food home from the school cafeteria. I truly felt a baseless anger rising from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for protecting Wan Ning's pride, I would have gone to her house to settle scores with that father. I took a deep breath and couldn't help but slam my hand on the table. The 2 trays jumped. Wan Ning was startled and looked up at me. 2 tears unexpectedly fell. "I'm sorry." After apologizing, Wan Ning quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve, then took the snacks out of the lunch box, placed them back on the tray, and pushed the tray towards me. I stared. "What are you doing now?" Wan Ning lowered her head. "I'm full. Thank you for these things. I'm really, really grateful." To prevent me from misunderstanding that she was throwing a tantrum, Wan Ning looked up and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. She knew that my willingness to give her food was already very kind. She was the one being rude for wanting to take food for someone else. I almost burst out laughing, because of this girl. I pushed the tray back. That's not it. I didn't say you couldn't take it home for your dad. It's just, you should at least eat the chicken leg. Give the rest to him. Wan Ning lowered her head and shook it gently. I'm full. I really can't eat anymore. This girl was so stubborn. Well, I didn't know what to do with her. At this moment, I couldn't bring myself to scold her. After all, being filial was a good thing. I could only blame her father. So I quickly composed myself and said, all right, let him eat. I agree. Go ahead and put it in the lunch box. Wan Ning quietly looked up at me. I forced a friendly and harmonious smile to show that I didn't mind. Only then did she feel at ease, picked up her chopsticks, and put the snacks back into the lunch box, then put it in her backpack. After standing up, Wan Ning gave me a slight bow and said, thank you very much. My face was expressionless as I thought to myself, don't call me a good person. Please don't call me a good person. Wan Ning said nothing. Watching her back as she left the cafeteria, I sighed. If only she were my daughter. I thought to myself and gave a helpless laugh. After leaving the school, Wan Ning didn't go home but went to the gate of number 3 middle school. She had also attended junior high here. Across the street, Wan Ning saw from afar a middle-aged man sitting on the green divider. He sat upright, his back straight, his eyes fixed on the school gate as if afraid of missing someone leaving school. Seeing this scene, a smile bloomed on Wan Ning's usually cold face. She quickly adjusted her backpack and ran over. Taking advantage of the fact that the middle-aged man wasn't looking, she tiptoed like a mischievous little girl, step by step, silently approaching him from behind, and then quickly tapped him on the shoulder. The middle-aged man was startled and turned around, looking left and right but seeing no one. He turned back. Suddenly, the girl's bright face appeared in front of him. Wan Ning said with a smile, Dad, it's Wan. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter and also happily called her name. But immediately after, he hurriedly stood up, bowing repeatedly and apologizing, sorry, child. Dad didn't see Wan leaving school. Didn't see Wan leaving school. He mumbled, his voice very childish, like that of a 5 or 6-year-old, his 10 fingers twisting nervously. Wan Ning quickly helped him sit down and comforted him. It's because I ran too fast, so you didn't see me. The middle-aged man stammered, repeating his daughter's words as if learning to speak. Wan Ning looked at him gently, then took out the lunch box and cleaned chopsticks from her bag. Time to eat. The man propped himself up on the steps with both hands, swinging his legs like a child. Wan Ning didn't rush to feed him. She took out a tissue and a water bottle, wet the tissue with water, and wiped the dirt off the middle-aged man's face, chiding lovingly, how did you get your face so dirty? Wan, I'm sorry, child, the man said dejectedly. Wan Ning, while wiping, said gently, it's okay. Wan isn't mad at Dad. With that, she opened the lunch box, wrapped the chicken leg in a clean tissue, and handed it to her father. Chicken leg, the man said excitedly but didn't take it. Seeing him looking at her anxiously, he urged, Wan, you eat. Wan, eat quickly, the bad guys are about to catch up. Wan Ning went along with him. I already ate. I ate too. Dad, you eat quickly. The bad guys are about to catch up. After saying that, she used her chopsticks to bring some rice to the man's mouth. Just then, at the gate of number 3 middle school, Maoyan skipped out, holding 2 pineapple cakes she had just bought. Dad, do you think I can eat both of these? Should I not leave any for brother Xiao's? Yuandum pinched his daughter's nose. Be careful. If your brother finds out, he'll spank you. Maoyan. As she was about to cross the street, she noticed that the pretty girl was again sitting and feeding the uncle with glasses. Maoyan watched for a while, then a smile spread across her face. She held her pineapple cakes and skipped over. Around 1 Wan Ning returned to the classroom with her backpack. She found me, for once, already at my seat, reading and studying. She took the initiative to smile and say, good afternoon. I turned my head in shock, looking at her as if I'd seen a ghost. Being stared at made Wan Ning feel unnatural. She avoided my gaze and asked softly, what's wrong? I said, the sun must have risen from the west. The rude, cold girl actually greeted me first. Wan Ning said nothing, her expression very embarrassed. As she put down her backpack and unlocked it to take out her books for the first period, I casually asked, so? Was his lordship happy? Wan Ning replied happily, yes, he was. I turned my head to look at her, at the faint smile on the corner of her lips. So that's why you're so happy this afternoon, huh? Wan Ning stared at me blankly for half a minute, then nodded slightly. I chuckled softly, really not knowing what to say. But there was nothing to say. I could only instruct her, tonight, after the evening self-study session, come with me to the supermarket. My dad is waiting for you there. He's the boss. He said he wants to interview you. Hearing this, Wanning turned her head in surprise. A raised an eyebrow. Don't be nervous. My dad is a bit crazy, but he's pretty easygoing. He won't deliberately make things difficult for you. Only then did Wanning breathe a sigh of relief. It was her first interview, and she really didn't know how to handle it. Should she recite trigonometric formulas for him? Wanning asked softly, why do you talk about your dad like that? I had a strange look on my face. I don't just talk about him. I also want to talk about your dad. Your dad is missing a few screws. Just as I said that, a small, powerful fist unexpectedly punched me in the chest. That punch actually hurt. I looked at Wanning in surprise and saw her glaring at me, her eyes red, tears gradually welling up. But very quickly, Wanning averted her gaze with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. The atmosphere became silent. I rubbed my chest and took a deep breath. Alright, I'm sorry too. I'm sorry. I know you're filial. I shouldn't have talked about your dad like that. Wanning turned her head away, not letting me see her tears fall. At that moment, she suddenly felt a sting in her nose, a deep sense of grievance. It was as if, with my words, all the grievances from over the years had suddenly burst forth from her heart. The shadow of the past pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. But Wanning had never given up. She thought she was very strong. She also told herself she had to be strong. But when the boy beside her said those comforting words, Wanning realized that she had been pretending to be strong all along. At this moment, her feigned strength seemed to crumble in an instant. I couldn't help but say, I really don't know your family situation. If your dad has a special reason that makes him unable to. Wanning immediately interrupted me. My dad is very normal. I remained silent. I could see she didn't want to talk about it. But if Wanning defended her father like this, perhaps he wasn't a terrible person, just that there was another reason he was bedridden. But I couldn't figure it out. For all 4 afternoon classes today, Wanning was very quiet. I wanted to talk to her, but seeing her cold expression, I decided against it. During the evening self-study, due to a power outage, the session ended early. After Wanning packed her bag, she followed me to the bike parking area. Noticing the girl's unease, I asked if she was nervous about the interview. Wanning looked at me and nodded. I immediately smiled and said, what's there to be nervous about? Later, just think of my dad's head as a big carrot. Whatever he says, you just nod, smile, and say eyes. Wanning lowered her head, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she was trying not to laugh. I liked seeing her smile because this girl was very beautiful when she smiled. It was just a pity she was cold all day long. I pushed my bike out. Seeing the girl with her backpack walking quietly, I said in surprise, there's a bike, why are you walking? I patted the back seat of my bike. Seeing the bustling crowd at the school gate, Wanning stood still, her small hands nervously and shyly clutching her uniform pants. She shook her head, firmly. What did shaking her head mean? Before I could ask, Wanning turned away in embarrassment, her hands gripping her backpack straps, and walked ahead with her head down. Watching the students leaving school one after another, I instantly understood. This girl was probably shy. After all, with so many eyes at the school gate, if someone who knew Wanning saw the cold beauty sitting on the back of my bike, the story would surely spread throughout the school by tomorrow. Remembering that another female student had secretly pushed Wanning down the stairs, I couldn't help but curse myself for being so careless. Wanning had a certain reputation in school. If someone bullied her, there would surely be people who would spread rumors about her. I pushed my bike, deliberately slowing down a bit to keep a distance from Wanning ahead. Realizing my considerate action, Wanning's anxious heart also calmed down a little. We kept a distance of about 10 to 20 meters, one behind the other. Wanning would occasionally turn her head to see if I was still following, and I would tilt my head and smile at her. Soon, there were no more students from our school on the road. I rode my bike up next to her. Get on. No one can see now. As expected, Wanning obediently walked around, tiptoed, and sat sideways on the back seat of the bike. I said uncomfortably, if you don't hold on to me, you'll definitely fall. Hearing this, Wanning's long eyelashes fluttered. She slowly extended her fair hand and timidly grabbed the fabric of my uniform shirt. I sighed and started the bike directly, but I kept one hand ready to catch the girl behind me. The moment the bike moved, Wanning immediately lost her balance. With a soft cry, she quickly threw her arms around my waist. Seeing that she wasn't too rigid, I chuckled softly and put my hand back on the handlebar. I said casually, no one can see. There's nothing going on between us. What's the big deal about holding onto my waist on a bike? Wanning lowered her head, her ears bright red. Her arms felt stiff, and she didn't dare to use any strength, just maintaining the hugging posture. If the rider were someone else, perhaps Wanning wouldn't care so much or be so embarrassed. But the person in front was me. After the initial embarrassment, a rare, happy smile appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth. If only the world could stop at this moment, she thought dreamily. But Wan Ning knew very well that happiness could belong to anyone, but definitely not to her. She was the one chosen by misfortune since she was a child. I hummed a song and rode leisurely towards my family's big supermarket. Wan Ning looked up curiously. What song are you singing? I've never heard it before. No way. I tilted my head slightly, slowing my paddling. It was only then that I remembered this song seemed to have been released in 2017, but this year was only 2015. I gave a wry smile. I almost forgot I had returned to the past. Returning to the past, my first wish in this life was to get into a good university, to make up for the regret of never having attended college in my previous life. The priority after returning to the past needed to be clear. If I came back and still put all my effort into making money, I was a slave to money in my previous life, and if I did it again, what would be the most important essence of returning to the past? First, it's to let you regain your youth. Second, it's to give you a chance to make money. The main purpose of my return to the past was to enjoy my youth. Of course, I could not make money, but that would have to wait until after the college entrance exams. Besides, my dad having money was one of the reasons I wasn't in a hurry. If I could get into the same university as Wan Ning, that would be a beautiful thing. But I thought this was probably a fantasy. Wan Ning's goal was definitely Tsinghua or Peking University. In terms of exams, the seating arrangement for next month's monthly test would probably be the only time Wan Ning and I would interact. After the monthly exam, Wan Ning would return to the first seat of the first exam room. Suddenly, I braked hard and stopped. Wan Ning was startled, her body bumping into my back. The softness behind me gave me a fleeting moment of pleasure. Then I regained my composure and seriously looked at the red light at the intersection ahead. I spoke to the girl with heroic ambition. Wan Ning, I don't want to be at the bottom of the class anymore. I want to study hard. I don't want to sit in the last exam room anymore. I want to get into a good university. Pedestrians at the crosswalk all turned to look at us with strange expressions. The girl behind me lowered her head, her ears bright red. I'll try my best to help you with your studies. The light is green. Let's go quickly, Wan Ning urged softly, her whole body feeling like it was about to melt. This was the first time she wanted to be inconspicuous because I was being too conspicuous. After a while, we finally arrived at the supermarket. The supermarket was called Four Seasons Fresh Food Supermarket, and was considered a fairly large fresh food supermarket in the Wanjin Road area. After Wan Ning got off, I parked the bike at the entrance and told her to wait outside while I went in to give a heads up. The girl stood still, nodding obediently. But her fingers constantly fidgeting with her sleeves revealed her anxious state. Because this time, it wasn't just meeting the boss, but also meeting my father. Even though she knew meeting my father meant nothing to her, she was still extremely nervous. I entered the supermarket and saw my dad holding a notebook, checking it against the goods on the shelves, writing something down. Dad, I shouted, startling him. What are you screaming for? I cleared my throat and pointed outside. I've brought the person. Just briefly explain the situation to her. Don't ask too many questions. My father, Gu Yuandum, seemed excited and walked out. She's here. Let me see which unlucky kid's studies are about to be affected. When Gu Yuandum reached the door, Wan Ning immediately turned around. Her long, curly eyelashes fluttered as she said nervously, Good evening, uncle. My father grinned, forced out a hello, and immediately pulled my sleeve, dragging me back into the supermarket. You punk, where did you trick such a pretty little girl from? I thought it was a boy. Aren't you afraid her dad will beat you to death? I chuckled. She's my deskmate. My father tapped me on the head. This girl, you can tell she's from a good family, how could she be short on money? Did you trick her? With that, he was about to take off his shoe to hit me. My conditioned reflex kicked in immediately. I quickly dodged to the side and retorted, I didn't trick her, she came willingly. My father angrily chased after me. That's not okay either. Tell her to go home. Don't make it so your dad can't continue doing business in this supermarket anymore. He kicked me out of the supermarket. I stood at the supermarket entrance, a bit awkwardly scratching my head. Wan Ning smiled shyly, her fair hands clasped in front of her, twisting together. Dejos. I'll go home first. With that, she lowered her head, the corners of her mouth twitching unnaturally, and then turned to walk into the darkness. I was surprised by her reaction and quickly chased after her, grabbing her sleeve. Wait, the girl was forced to turn around, hiding her red-rimmed eyes under her hair. Despite this, she still tried to force a very strained smile. It's late. My dad. He'll worry if he doesn't see you go back. You should go first. She probably heard the argument inside just now, but likely not clearly. She only knew that my father and I were arguing. She had come here with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, and hearing the fight, she couldn't help but blame herself for the conflict. I turned to look at her, not letting go of her hand, and said seriously, wait a little longer. Just a little. If you leave, I won't be polite. I pointed at Wan Ning, intending to go back into the supermarket, but Wan Ning quickly grabbed my sleeve, her eyes red as she pleaded, please, don't argue anymore. Her voice trembled. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled comfortingly. Don't worry, real men never use arguments to solve problems. After speaking, I went to the supermarket door and kicked it open. My father, standing by the cash register, turned and looked at me in surprise. Are you looking to die? I held up 4 fingers and looked at my father seriously. Let her work here, and she'll be in the top 4 of the class in this month's exam. Hearing this, my father's anger dissipated. He looked at me with interest. Top 30. I was surprised and raised an eyebrow. Old man, are you praising me? Hearing this, my father rolled his eyes, about to mock me. I quickly stepped back. Alright, top 35 then. My father snorted. Fine. If you don't make the top 35, she's out. I mean, what'd he say? You figure it out. He smirked. There were 53 students in the class. Getting into the top 35 meant I had to improve by at least 500 ranks in the entire grade. It sounded a bit difficult. Maybe I should cheat. My mind started racing with countermeasures. Just as I was about to go out and bring Wanning in, my father's voice came from behind, deliberately lower. The girl you like. This. I was about to turn around, but my father, like a seasoned veteran, glanced at his son. In your current state, you're lucky if she even glances at you. Even if you do all this, she won't care about you in the future. Just give up. I scoffed, ignoring him. My feelings for Wanning were always pure. I completely saw her as my adopted daughter. I walked out. My father sighed softly behind me. However, the corners of his mouth held a smile. If I can use this opportunity to help this kid improve his grades, it wouldn't be so bad, he thought. Outside the supermarket, Wanning was very obedient and hadn't left. But she was no longer standing under the light at the entrance, but in a dark corner, her slender figure looking lonely. Seeing this, I felt a pang of pity and said, "What are you doing standing there? Want to laugh at me?" Wanning quickly stepped out. I was about to say something but saw the unshed tears in the corner of her eyes. She explained in a small voice, "No. A customer just came, so I stepped aside." I pulled her sleeve and led her into the supermarket, right in front of my father. "Come with me, little girl. Let me show you around," my father said, glancing at Wanning's pink backpack. Wanning immediately followed obediently, taking out a notebook and pen from her bag, looking very serious. My father looked at her, amused. "No need for that. There's nothing important for you to do. Besides, you can only come here for a little while in the evenings, right?" Wanning nodded. Yes. They walked ahead while I followed behind, looking at Wanning's back as if she were my own daughter, a faint smile on my lips. My father walked and explained the things he usually did. Though the tasks were few and simple, Wanning still took notes diligently. It was mainly arranging goods on the shelves, handling money at the cash register, and a little cleaning when it was quiet at night. "The fresh meat is over there, remember to keep it refrigerated." Walking behind, I suddenly almost slipped. I quickly grabbed onto something and looked down at the puddle of yellow liquid on the floor. My father and Wanning both turned around. My father said irritably, "Some kid peed here earlier tonight." He turned to me. "You clean this up later." I glared at him. "Why didn't you clean it? You waited for me to come back to do it." My father glared back. "I'm the boss." He then turned and continued instructing the girl. After a tour, the 3 of us returned to the cash register. My father put on his coat and said, "Teach your friend how to handle the cash register. I'm going home first." After my father left, I said to Wanning, who was reviewing her notes beside me, "Go walk around and get familiar with the place. I'll write down some notes for you, including the procedures and operations." Wanning glanced over and nodded slightly. A few minutes later, I finished writing the notes. When I looked up, I saw my father had returned. "Forgot my bag," he mumbled, walking towards the shelves. I didn't pay him any mind, but after a moment, I noticed my father standing still, looking in one direction. I quickly walked over. When I reached my father's side, I was also stunned. Between 2 shelves, the girl was kneeling on the ground, using a rag she'd found somewhere to meticulously clean the puddle on the floor. Her back was silent and somber, serious and detailed, quietly doing the work she thought she should do. My father looked at the scene, his expression slightly moved. Then he quietly turned to me and asked in a low voice, "Who is she?" I took a deep breath, my feelings complicated, and replied, "She's a good kid." Hearing this, my father frowned. "Aren't you 2 the same age?" Acting all mature in front of me. However, he also realized he had just hired a good kid for the supermarket. My father glanced at me, and said quietly, "If you don't get into the top 35, she still has to go. No negotiations." With that, he picked up his bag and left. I looked ahead and walked over to the girl kneeling on the floor. Hearing the sound behind her, Wanning turned around. She slowly stood up, looking at me with confusion. I flicked her forehead. "Are you stupid? There's a mop. Why are you kneeling on the ground using a rag?" Wanning looked at me with slightly aggrieved eyes. I could only find a rag. I bent down and brushed the dust off her knees. You don't need to handle this anyway. There are other people in the supermarket. Wan Ning shyly took a step back, her head bowed. He said I could do some cleaning in the evening when it's quiet. You dare talk back to me? I said sternly, pointing at her. Wan Ning looked up, glancing at me, thinking I was going to flick her forehead again. She instinctively flinched, closing her eyes in fear, her long eyelashes trembling. But it never came. Wan Ning peeked an eye open, only to hear me say with disdain, "Throw that rag away. It's filthy." The girl blinked. "Where should I throw it?" I looked at her with a deadpan expression. "Throw it on my face." Wan Ning lowered her head, her cheeks flushed from my teasing. She looked around and finally, gently threw the rag on the ground. I turned and said, "Follow me." As we passed a small door, I pointed to it. "That's the broom closet. Go wash your hands first, then find me at the cash register." "Okay." Wan Ning washed her hands and came to the cash register. I was taking money out of the drawer. I looked at Wan Ning. "Hold out your hand." Wan Ning looked at me blankly and didn't extend her hand. I had to explain, this is a supermarket tradition. We pay salaries in advance at the beginning of the month. All the employees here are like that. She slowly looked at me, her beautiful eyes seeming to see through everything. I tapped the counter, intentionally shouting, "What kind of look is that? You think it's too little?" Wan Ning lowered her head and replied softly, "I don't want to be paid in advance." I slammed my hand on the counter. "You dare disobey the boss? Believe I'll fire you." Wan Ning's beautiful eyes looked at me quietly, her expression seeming to say, "That's not a strong enough threat." I said slowly, "It seems you want my father to know what you did on the 30th of last month." Hearing this, Wan Ning's face changed. She immediately took the 500 yuan. I smiled and continued, "Since you work fewer hours, your salary is also the lowest, only 500 yuan a month. If you perform well, you can get a raise." At this, I leaned forward, lacing my fingers together, and looked at the innocent girl before me. If you can please the boss in some way, a raise is easy to talk about. Hearing this, Wan Ning's ears immediately turned red. She raised her other hand, and clutched the 500 yuan to her chest, her expression a little tense and embarrassed. She knew I was teasing her but was also afraid I might actually mean something. "What are you thinking?" He stood up and sat on the counter, unable to resist ruffling her hair. "I mean, you should smile more. That's one way to please the boss, you know. Another is to help me study." Wan Ning immediately looked up at me, her voice very serious. "I will definitely help you study." "Nonsense, that was already your job. Remember to come to my house this Saturday. If I don't see you." I childishly made 2 claws in front of her face, trying to scare her. Wan Ning's ears were red, and she bit her lip without saying anything. I sat on the counter and pointed to the 500 yuan she was holding. "Oh, right. How are you planning to use this first payment?" Wan Ning seemed to come to her senses, quickly holding out 100 yuan with both hands. "To pay you back. Though that wasn't my intention, I still took it." After speaking, I noticed the girl's cheeks were flushed. She seemed to want to say something but hesitated. "What is it?" Wan Ning said in a tiny voice, "Can you give me back 13.5 yuan? Li Yu immediately lost interest, looking at the torn pants in my hand. Almost without thinking, he walked straight to the trash can under the tree and threw them in. As if sensing my gaze from the steps, he turned back to look at me, then laughed loudly and walked away. Wan Ning shyly covered her cheeks with her book, her beautiful eyes blinking as if deep in thought. Near the end of class, I grabbed a basketball and walked towards the court with Jen Feng. As I looked up, I suddenly froze. I saw a female student on the steps, sneaking up behind Wan Ning. Wan Ning was absorbed in her book, and completely unaware of the person approaching from behind. The girl's hands were already in a pushing position. "Hey!" I suddenly shouted, throwing the basketball in my hand directly at the girl. The ball flew straight and accurately hit her shoulder, knocking her to the ground. Then, I charged up the steps like a hunting leopard. Wan Ning jumped up in shock, hastily grabbing her book and turning around, staring in astonishment at the scene before her. I glared at her. "Someone sneaking up behind you and you don't even feel it." Wan Ning, flustered, stepped back. The girl sitting on the ground behind her was clutching her shoulder in pain. Wan Ning recognized her as a former classmate from 10th grade before the classes were split, the same person who had led the bullying against her. He stepped forward and slapped the girl across the face. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at me in fear. I pointed at her, my eyes fierce. "Which class? What's your name?" This scene quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the court. All the students from grade 12, class 28, ran over, including the gem teacher. A crowd surrounded the 3 of us. The gem teacher shouted, "Du Xiaos, what are you doing?" I ignored him, turned to the crowd, and my eyes locked on our classmate, Sun Hongyan. "Come here." Sun Hongyan timidly walked out. I asked her, "Was it her? The one who pushed Wan Ning down the stairs last time?" Sun Hongyan nodded. "Yes, it was her." The gem teacher looked at the girl in surprise, his face serious and frowning. He sneered, "So it really was you. This time you delivered yourself to my doorstep. What's your name? Which class?" The short-haired girl remained silent. Though crying, her eyes still stared at me with hatred. I couldn't stand it and slapped her again. "Didn't your mother teach you to speak?" The gem teacher seemed unable to bear it any longer and shouted angrily, "Gu Xiaos, calm down. If you hit her again, the nature of this will change." I turned back and retorted, "What different nature? These stairs are so high." She was about to push someone. Last time, she just sprained an ankle. This time, what if she hit her head? Tell me, what should be done? This is attempted murder. Slapping her is getting off easy. The gem teacher was speechless. He also looked at the short-haired girl and asked sternly, "Which class are you in? Why would you do this to Chi Wanning?" Someone in the crowd spoke up. "I think she's from class 15. I forget her name." I laughed coldly, grabbed the short-haired girl by the collar, and pushed my way through the crowd, heading in one direction full of anger. The gem teacher asked, "Gu Xiaos, where are you taking her?" Without turning back, I shouted, "To the grade dean's office. Disperse, classes dismissed." The gem teacher looked at the gawking students and ordered them away. "Wanning, Sun Hongyan, you two come with me to the office." Sun Hongyan dejectedly replied, "Yes." Wanning seemed not to have reacted yet, her eyes still fixed in the direction I had left. "Wanning," the gem teacher called again, walking up to her. Only then did he notice that the beautiful, innocent-looking girl was crying, tears streaming down her face. The gem teacher patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Don't worry, I'll handle this for you. Your classmate, the teacher, and Sun Hongyan can all be witnesses." Wanning wiped her tears, silently nodded, and hurriedly followed the gem teacher. I kicked open the door to the grade dean's office. The loud noise startled Mr. Jirishin, who was drinking tea inside, causing him to spill it on his face. Seeing who it was, Jirishin slammed his desk in anger. "Gu Xiaos, what do you think you're doing?" I threw the short-haired girl forward, and she fell to the ground. I dusted off my hands with a fierce expression. Jirishin looked up in surprise. "What's going on? You want to act tough in front of me?" I said with a blank face, "Sir, what's the punishment for attempted murder?" Jirishin was surprised again, and then he saw the gem teacher and two female students walk in. I turned my head and saw Wanning crying, my frown deepening. I went to the side table, grabbed a few tissues, and stuffed them into her hand. When the bell for evening self-study rang, the voice of the grade dean, Jirishin, came through the speakers into the classroom. The following is an announcement. Xu Yan, a student from grade 12, class 15, has repeatedly and intentionally injured a fellow student. Her attitude is extremely poor. Her parents have been notified and she has been asked to withdraw from school. I sat in my seat, listening intently to the announcement. After finishing with Xu Yan, Jirishin's voice continued, "Next is a commendation for a student. It's quite surprising. This student used to be frequently criticized, but now he has turned over a new leaf. Today, he bravely prevented a serious incident from happening. That student is Gu Xiaos from grade 12, class 28. At this moment, Wanning was focused on her homework. I didn't disturb her and continued reading my book. I noticed Wanning's pen pause for a moment, her lips parted as if she wanted to turn and say something, but in the end, she didn't. The next evening, I looked at Wanning busy in the supermarket and felt a bit lost. The person who bullied her had been punished, so she should have been happy, but she seemed to have become even quieter than before. At 10 the supermarket closed. I locked the door as usual, but Wanning was still standing beside me, not heading home. "Go on, be careful on your way." Wanning stood still for a moment, then held her school leg in front of her, and took out a neatly folded pair of pants from it. Eve mended them. Wanning held the pants in her hands and offered them to me. I was stunned for a moment, then took them and looked closely. It was indeed the pair of pants I had thrown in the trash yesterday. He smiled in surprise and looked up at her, about to thank her, when Wanning's eyes reddened. "Gu Xiaos, thank you. But please don't be so impulsive next time. And you shouldn't have almost gotten punished because of me." After speaking, she held back her tears, quickly turned, and left. Her slender figure quickly blended into the thick night. I stood there for a long time, then sighed, lowered my head, and sniffed the pants. I discovered that Wanning had washed them, and they had a faint, pleasant smell of laundry detergent. "Wanning, if only I had known you earlier in my past life," I whispered, looking at the pants. A week later, during the morning break, the class monitor, one Minjio, suddenly came into the classroom and clapped his hands on the door. "A few guys, come out and help me carry something." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, and then the whole class erupted in noise. I shifted my gaze to the desk next to me. Wanning had also just looked away, our eyes meeting for a moment before she quickly looked away again. It was as if there was a transparent film between us. Ever since that night she cried and said those words to me, from the next day on, Wanning had deliberately kept her distance from me. Of course, I understood the sensitive and self-conscious nature of this girl. She only saw herself as a burden to those who were good to her, and she was afraid of causing them trouble. But how could I be afraid of these things? The person who had returned from the past was afraid of nothing. I took a deep breath and tightened my grip on the pen in my hand. Right now, I was thinking about something else. Wanning's birthday was in a few days. I was still thinking about what gift to give her. It was obvious that the last time this girl celebrated her birthday was probably ages ago, let alone receiving a birthday gift. At that moment, there was a commotion at the classroom door. The uniforms were brought in by a few male students in a large bundle, which Wan Minju placed on the teacher's desk. Get your own size, don't take the wrong one. I turned to look at Wanning. What size are you? I'll get it for you. Wanning gently shook her head, refusing, and got up to get it herself. I called after her, then get me an XL, please. A moment later, Wanning came back with 2 sets of uniforms. The 2 female students in the front row started discussing, what kind of shoes go with long socks? White sneakers. Regular sneakers are the best match, but black leather shoes are even better, though I don't have any. I heard them, and knew for sure that Wanning didn't have black leather shoes either. In my memory, Wanning only wore canvas shoes. An idea for a birthday gift came to mind, but immediately I faced a serious problem. What was Wanning's shoe size? I couldn't ask her directly. This was supposed to be a surprise gift for her. Asking directly would ruin the surprise. After evening self-study, Wanning was standing in the food section, arranging frozen meat in a cardboard box. I held a cup of water, and crept up behind her like a thief. The chubby guy chopping meat saw me coming and was about to greet me when he saw my shush gesture. He obediently kept quiet, glancing at Wanning, knowing she was my target. I snuck up behind Wanning and pretended to accidentally tilt the cup, spilling all the water on her canvas shoes. After I was done, I feigned panic and exclaimed, "Oops, sorry." Wanning was startled and quickly pulled her foot back, looking at me in surprise. I quickly knelt down and untied her shoelaces. "Quick, take them off. What if your little feet get cold? Let me help you dry your shoes." "No, it's fine." Wanning pushed me away in a panic. "What are you doing?" I ignored her and quickly took off her shoe, holding it in my hand and running off. Seeing my retreating back, Wanning held onto the counter with one hand, her right foot and its white sock hovering in the air. She stood there, bewildered in the wind. The chubby guy chopping meat cleared his throat, scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a laugh, "Our young master is just very enthusiastic." Wanning felt a little helpless. She clearly felt that I had done it on purpose. Afraid that Wanning would chase after me, I held the shoe and ran while shouting, "I'm running out of the supermarket." This scene made my dad, who was sitting at the checkout counter, stare blankly. I reached the supermarket entrance and, under the light, took the shoe apart to look inside. The smile on my face quickly vanished. The size was faded and illegible. Thinking about it, it made sense. She must have bought these shoes a long time ago. It would be strange if the size printed inside was still clear. I went back to the checkout counter, leaned against the wall with a blank expression, and started drying the shoe with a hairdryer. At that moment, I turned and found my dad staring at me. I casually asked, "Dad, can you guess what size this shoe is?" My dad glanced at it. "About a 36. I felt a little helpless. Nonsense. After drying it, I took the shoe back to the food section. Wanning was leaning against the freezer, sitting on a stool that the kind chubby guy had clearly gotten for her. Seeing me return, she quickly stood up. "Is it dry?" "I'm so sorry, I accidentally got your shoe wet." Wanning looked at me strangely, reaching out to take the shoe back, but I didn't give it to her. He stared at the girl's foot in the white sock, frowned, and said mysteriously, "Your foot is not normal." A customer asked the chubby guy to chop some meat, but he didn't pay attention. His entire focus was on the scene over here. He was very curious about what tricks the young master was up to. Wanning immediately became wary and looked at me. "What are you trying to do?" I stammered, "To be honest with you, I've recently learned how to read palms. I figure reading feet is similar." Wanning turned her head away. "Are you trying to make fun of me again?" I sat down. "Put the shoe aside. I can tell without making fun of you." I forcibly pulled Wanning's foot closer to me, and used my thumb and index finger to measure the size of her foot. Wanning was both anxious and embarrassed and wanted to pull her foot back, but my arm was strong and sturdy. This was the first time she had experienced the feeling of her thigh not being able to overcome an arm. After measuring, I returned the shoe to her, left her with a sentence, and walked away arrogantly. "Think it over. You're destined for wealth." "It's great." Wanning's ears turned red. She glared at my retreating back, then angrily lowered her head to put on her shoe. When I got home, to avoid forgetting the size, I threw down my school bag and rushed to my sister's room. Yun was sitting cross-legged on the bed reading a comic book. Startled by someone coming in, she quickly hid the book. Seeing it was her brother, she breathed a sigh of relief. She asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" I hurried over. "What's your shoe size?" 35. Yun was wondering why her brother was asking this question, when she suddenly screamed in horror. I lifted my sister's foot with one hand, brought her fair foot close to my eyes, and started measuring the size with my fingers. Ah, Gu Xiaos, you're a pervert, you creep, Dad, save me. Suddenly the door opened. I turned my head to see my dad rushing in with a clothes hanger. Gu Xiaos, are you crazy? That's your sister. Gu Maoyan was upside down on the bed, her inverted face looking pitifully at our dad. Dad, save me. My face was expressionless as I muttered, a little too big. Her foot is probably a 36. After speaking, I threw Gu Maoyan's foot back, as if lost in my own world, mumbling something. Under my dad's astonished gaze, I calmly walked out of Gu Maoyan's room. Dad, he's such a pervert. Gu Maoyan sat cross-legged on the bed, looking wronged at our dad. My dad said with a serious face, don't worry, I'll beat him to death later. In the living room, my dad looked at me in surprise. So, you're planning to give her leather shoes as a gift? I said seriously, yes. Dad, help me with something the day after tomorrow in the evening. 2 days passed quickly. In the classroom during evening self-study, because it had been sunny for 3 days, the night sky outside the classroom window was full of twinkling stars, looking peaceful and dreamy. Wanting stared blankly out the window, imagining 2 angels suddenly appearing in the sky, smiling at her. One was her mother, the other her brother. After looking at the sky for a long time, Wanting withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and slowly wrote 7 characters on a piece of scratch paper. Happy birthday, Wanting. Looking at the sharp and beautiful characters, Wanting smiled and gently blew on the paper as if there were a candle on it. Wanting was dazed for a few seconds, then came to her senses and quickly crossed out the 7 characters with a black pen. She turned her head to look at the empty seat next to her. Yu Xiao's had skipped evening self-study again today. Wanting took a deep breath, lowered her head, and continued to do the assigned homework. At the usual time, she packed her school bag and left the classroom. The other students in the class were used to her leaving at this time. This was a privilege the homeroom teacher had given her. Wanting walked alone on the dark road, the night wind chilly. Her last birthday was in the hospital. The memory was faint. She only remembered her mother, who had lost all her hair, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, sitting on the bed but still looking at the 5-year-old girl with loving eyes and clapping softly. Wanting, happy birthday, my dear. Her 10-year-old brother brought a small cake and placed it on the table. Her dad, just off work, hadn't had time to change out of his dusty clothes but still gently placed a candle on the cake, lit it, and used his bandaged hand to rub his daughter's head. Make a wish, Wanting. 5-year-old Wanting clasped her hands together, her childish voice saying, I wish. I wish Mummy's hair will grow back tomorrow. The little girl lay by the bed, smiling innocently. The thin woman, hearing those words, immediately burst into tears, moved, stroking her daughter's head, and choked out, silly girl, you're not supposed to say your wish out loud. If you say it, it won't come true. Wanting walked alone in the night, clasped her hands together, and towards the stars in the sky, silently made a wish that only she could hear. Because her mother had said that wishes shouldn't be spoken aloud, or they wouldn't come true. Indeed, her wish did not come true. In the end, her mother's hair did not grow back. When little Wanting used her New Year's money to buy a wig for her mother had already passed away. Little Wanting still put the wig on her mother's head because she knew her mother liked to be beautiful. At this moment, the green light came on. Wanting crossed Wanjun East Road and headed towards the Four Seasons fresh food supermarket. Looking up at the supermarket's main entrance, she suddenly froze, as if she had entered a parallel universe. The entire supermarket was dark, but the main door was wide open. Wanting quickened her pace and ran towards the supermarket door. She put her school bag on the checkout counter and hesitantly called inside, Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Her voice echoed in the empty supermarket. The supermarket was dark, but strangely, behind a certain shelf, there was a red and white light swaying continuously. Who is it? Wanting asked loudly. She fumbled a few steps inside. Suddenly, the supermarket door behind her slammed shut. Wanting quickly turned around, looking in horror at the scene before her. Just as she was gasping for breath, the white light in the darkness swayed more intensely, like an angel in the dark appearing from behind the shelf. At the same time, a familiar, melodious singing voice rang out, Happy birthday to you. I, emerging from the darkness with 2 large flashlights tied to my body, looking strange, slowly walked out from behind the shelf, holding a large 2-tiered birthday cake. The candles on the cake flickered, illuminating the gentle smile on my face. The happy birthday song gradually gained more voices. Behind me was the chubby guy who chopped meat in the fresh meat section, Miss Lee who weighed vegetables in the vegetable section, Sung Ji who weighed snacks in the candy section. My dad, who was responsible for secretly closing the door, appeared at the supermarket entrance. He and everyone else were smiling and clapping along with the several aunts and uncles working the night shift, singing a synchronized happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I finished singing and stopped, standing opposite Wanting at the supermarket entrance. Happy 17th birthday, Wanting. I tilted my head and smiled brightly. Wanting looked straight at me, smiling at her. Tears she couldn't hold back streamed down from the corners of her eyes to her cheeks. At this moment, the angel seemed to be real, and it was me, standing in front of 17-year-old Wanting. She thought to herself, so wishes really do come true only when you make them in your heart. In the dark supermarket, the light from the flashlights and birthday candles twinkled. My dad came from behind and gently placed a paper birthday hat on the girl's head. Not bad, it looks good, he commented with a smile. Suddenly, he noticed Wanting's shoulders were shaking. He walked around to look and found Wanting crying a river of tears. Are you that moved? My dad was a little surprised. The birthday celebration his son had designed was indeed very thoughtful. To coordinate tonight, the supermarket had to close early, losing at least a few thousand in revenue. But my dad didn't care. Even though Wanting had only worked for him for half a month, just the fact that she was willing to mend his son's pants made it worthwhile in his eyes. Therefore, he even sponsored a luxurious 2-tiered fruitcake for this birthday celebration plan. This kid is so romantic, it's killing me. Look, you've made the girl cry. Hearing my dad's scolding, Wanting quickly turned around, shook her head, and hastily wiped her tears with her hand as if to prove she wasn't crying. My dad was amused by the girl's innocence. He handed her a tissue. Uncle is just kidding. I'm not scolding him. But this is your happy day. Why are you crying like this? I felt a pang of sympathy. I hadn't expected Wanting to cry like this. The more Wanting cried, the more it proved that she remembered today was her birthday. He said to her, make a wish. Wanting took 2 steps forward, her expression complicated, and said, I've already made a wish. I didn't press further and said casually, then blow out the candles. The wish will only come true after you blow out the candles. Wanting immediately nodded and ran up to blow. She didn't blow them out in one go. She looked up at me shyly, about to try again, when my dad shouted from behind, you two blow them out together. I smiled at Wanting. You don't mind me piggybacking on your wish, do you? Wanting shook her head like a rattle. We puffed up our cheeks together and leaned towards the candles, blowing until the flames flickered, and then extinguished into a wisp of white smoke. The supermarket lights turned on at that moment, and the surroundings became bright. I said, the older folks should eat less sweets tonight. A few bites will do. The rest is for the birthday girl to take home. Her family hasn't eaten yet. Wanting quickly waved her hands. It's too much, too much. You all eat, you all eat. Her voice grew smaller and smaller because she could hardly imagine how much such a big, beautiful cake must have cost. I started cutting the cake. The first piece went straight to Wanting. I casually took the serving knife and lightly touched the tip of Wanting's pretty nose. Looking at Wanting with a white cream-dotted nose, her embarrassed expression, and blinking eyes, I couldn't help but laugh. Eat it. What are you waiting for? Wanting lowered her head and slowly ate, feeling the sweet taste of the cream melting in her mouth. At the same time, she asked worriedly in a low voice, how much did this cake cost? My dad was about to speak when I interrupted him. It was free. The bakery had a promotion. They said that on September 19th, anyone who bought a birthday cake could enter a lucky draw. I casually drew one, and unexpectedly won this 2-tiered cake. Wanting was very surprised to hear this. There's such a way to get it for free. Where is that bakery? I turned to look at her. This girl isn't planning on going to get a free one for a birthday on the 20th, is she? I made up a name, I forgot the name. My dad, while eating his cake, had a strange smile on his face and didn't expose me. Everyone leaned against the checkout counter, chatting happily. The atmosphere was very harmonious. I turned to ask her, how does it taste? Wanting was busy licking the cream off her spoon like a little kitten. Seeing me turn to look at her, she quickly retracted her pink tongue, lowered her head, her ears turning red, and said, it's delicious. My dad said, Wanting, go home early today. Yes, thank you, Uncle, Wanting replied with a smile, no longer looking awkward. In the dark of night, I carried the remaining half of the birthday cake and walked Wanting to the intersection. Take this back for your uncle to eat. I handed the cake to Wanting. Wanting took it. Seeing that I wasn't in a hurry to go home, she held my school leg in front of her. As she was unzipping it, she suddenly stopped and quickly pointed behind me. Oh, what's that? Wanting quickly turned to look but saw nothing. She turned back suspiciously. At that moment, a pair of shiny, short black leather shoes appeared in front of her. Da-da, birthday present. I shook my head smugly. Wanting was stunned again. She looked at the clear size 36 on the sole and also remembered my strange behavior in the supermarket a few days ago. The streetlight shone down, enveloping us in a dim yellow light. I had a bright smile on my face. Quick, put out your hand. What's wrong? Crying again. I'm really impressed. I used my thumb to wipe away Wanting's flowing tears. Are you made of tears? I asked, both amused and helpless. But in reality, Wanting rarely cried. Over the years, it seemed all her tears had been saved for this half a month, for me, the person who had suddenly burst into her life without warning. How much did this cost? Wanting asked in a choked voice, her words unclear. I waved my hand. Just a dozen yuan, from the market. I saw them on the way, and bought them. Wanning looked up with her red eyes. I don't believe you. I couldn't tell her they cost 500 yuan a pair. I had to say, since it's a birthday present, don't be so polite with me. On my birthday, you have to give me a gift too. Wanning looked down, and reached out to take them. She hesitated, but... Your birthday has already passed. I had just said 2 words when I suddenly froze and stared at her. You know my birthday. Wanning's eyes widened. She quickly averted her gaze. No. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I didn't know how the girl in front of me knew my birthday. Anyway, just give me a gift on my birthday next year. It's only fair. Wanning lowered her head, and nodded slightly. She turned to go home. As if remembering something, she stopped again and said to me, Du Xiaos, can you pick me up for school tomorrow morning? Wait for me at the entrance of Gaifo Lane. Tomorrow was the sports meet. In the morning, there was an opening ceremony where all the classes in the school had to parade. Therefore, every student had to wear their uniform from early in the morning to gather at school. Wanning didn't live in the dormitory, so she had to wear her uniform from home. She probably didn't want to be stared at by people on the street. I immediately understood her meaning, and smiled and nodded. Okay. Wanning also smiled. Then, 730. The next morning, I was woken up by the alarm at 700. After quickly washing my face, I left home. I rode my bike to the entrance of Gaifo Lane as we had agreed. I looked at my watch. It was almost 730. Not long after, Wanning arrived at the entrance of the lane with her school bag. I looked at her in surprise. Where's your uniform? Wanning said with an unnatural expression, I am wearing it underneath my clothes. I looked down at Wanning. The thighs of her pants were slightly bulky. It must be a skirt, but she was still wearing canvas shoes on her feet. Before I could ask, she quickly explained, the leather shoes are in my bag. Alright, get on the bike. This girl had her uniform on underneath and still asked me to pick her up. Wasn't that redundant? I thought to myself, amused. We parted ways a few hundred meters from the school. I rode my bike into the school first. I walked into the classroom wearing my uniform. The girls who were chatting suddenly turned their heads and sneakily looked me up and down, then quickly turned back and huddled together, whispering. I don't know what they were saying that made them so excited they were stomping their feet. I cheekily moved closer to listen. Whoa, Du Xiaos looks so handsome in his uniform. He's tall and wears clothes well. He's probably the most muscular guy in our class. I spoke up. Am I that handsome? The girls immediately turned back, their faces red, and pushed me away. You're a boy. What are you eavesdropping for? Go away, go away. At that moment, Wanning walked in the door. The girls turned their heads again, looking surprised and sizing her up. Why isn't she wearing her uniform? Wanning ignored everyone and quietly walked to her seat. After putting down her bag, she picked up the class sign that was next to her chair and started practicing at the back of the classroom. Her expression was very serious, and she didn't show any abnormality even though I was watching from the side. I withdrew my gaze and sat quietly in my seat. The opening ceremony was at 900. So the students arrived a little late today. The boys who were originally excited before putting on their uniforms became shy and aloof after wearing them. Soon, more and more people arrived, and the chatter in the classroom finally grew louder. Song Xinjiao, surrounded by a few girls, walked into the classroom. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. After entering the classroom, Song Xinjiao immediately looked towards me. Her eyes lit up, but she quickly and deliberately looked away. She casually flipped her long hair towards me. Song Xinjiao thought I would definitely be sneaking a look at her, so she didn't take the initiative to greet me. Although she had been given the cold shoulder for half a month and really wanted to talk to me, she still maintained her proud demeanor. I didn't look at her at all. In my past life, I had met many beautiful women. Song Xinjiao was just one of the most ordinary ones. Soon, more and more people arrived. Wanning finished practicing and put the class sign back in the corner. It was clear she was a little nervous, sitting with her head down, taking deep breaths. One Minju stood up and shouted, Everyone, hurry up. Whoever hasn't changed into their uniform, do it now, there are only 10 minutes left. Wanning reached for the zipper of her uniform jacket and pulled it down. Her full chest under the white shirt was immediately revealed through the gap in the zipper. I instinctively stared. What are you looking at? Wanning's ears turned red as she spoke. It turned out she had noticed my gaze early on. I said without thinking, You're beautiful. Wanning's face also turned red. She handed me her uniform jacket. Hold this for me for a second. After saying that, she put both hands inside her pants. First, she adjusted her skirt to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions when she took off her pants. After adjusting it, she took off her pants, revealing her fair and smooth thighs, so smooth that you couldn't see any pores. Don't look anymore. Her ears were as red as if they were about to bleed. Her small hand pressed down on the part of the skirt between her legs and she said weakly. I argued, didn't you ask me to hold your pants for you? Wanting couldn't answer and continued to change her uniform. Wanting started to bend down to untie her canvas shoelaces. At this moment I smiled and said to her, oh, by the way, I have a 3,000-meter run this morning. Can you lend me a shoulder at the finish line then? I'll definitely be tired then. Besides you, I don't have any other friends. Wanting nodded without thinking. After smiling, she took off both her shoes and took the black leather shoes from her bag, gently placing them on the ground. Her feet slowly slid into the shoes. I don't know why, but I found this scene very beautiful. Wanting opened her bag again, and took out a pink hairpin. She clipped it onto her bangs based on feel, then turned her head to look at me. I couldn't help but smile and helped her adjust the position. Then I asked, you seem a little different today. Today, Wanting seemed to be actively shedding her layers of disguise, gradually revealing her true nature. Wanting didn't rush to answer, but bent down and grabbed the class sign as if she were holding the gun of her youth. She raised her head, pursed her lips slightly, and said, because you once said that youth only comes once. I also want to try to work hard so that I won't have regrets in the future. She originally thought she couldn't do it, but after last night, she felt that if someone had celebrated her birthday for her, something that seemed impossible had happened, then maybe she could also try to work hard in other areas. A little. She wanted to be worthy of my encouragement. She didn't want the beautiful black leather shoes and the pink hairpin to lie dormant in a corner. The music started playing. The homeroom teacher, Kin Hui, walked into the classroom and shouted, get ready to assemble. Wanting, hold the class sign carefully. Today, you are the face of class 1228. Everyone turned to look at the back corner of the classroom. At first, they just glanced over, but then every gaze froze. Oh my god, Li Yu's mouth fell open in shock. Sung Xinjiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The others in the class were also stunned. Everyone knew that Wanting was beautiful, but they often unconsciously forgot about this girl's existence because she was too low-key. Her uniform never changed, she spoke little, rarely smiled, and was always cold. But today, she suddenly changed. The change in her hairstyle and attire instantly made her a different person, a dazzling Wanting like a star. Although she was still the same person, compared to before, there seemed to be a fundamental change. In the corner by the window at the back of the classroom, Wanting stood up and placed the class sign on the table. Noticing everyone's eyes on her, she silently lowered her head, picked up the sign, and walked out the door. In the process, she couldn't help but glance behind her. Seeing me walking behind her, she felt a little more at ease. Wan Minju, as if waking from a dream, said, let's go, everyone, downstairs to assemble. After speaking, in front of Sung Xinjiao, he couldn't help but glance quickly at Wanting again before reluctantly leaving the classroom. Wanting was truly too beautiful. Everyone went downstairs together. Wanting walked in the middle of the crowd, very unnaturally, always paying attention to my position. Seeing that I wasn't keeping up, she slowed down until I was behind her. Then she started walking at a normal pace. I walked beside her and asked softly, are you nervous? Wanting nodded, her two hands tightly clutching the class sign as if it were her sense of security. Although the skirt wasn't very short, Wanting kept wanting to pull it down. The surrounding gazes also made her uncomfortable. More and more eyes were directed towards her. Although they were all looks of surprise and admiration, in Wanting's eyes, those gazes were like dazzling camera flashes, shining on her, making it impossible for her to hide. Too used to being self-conscious, even the admiring gazes of strangers became scary. I noticed her discomfort, and comforted her from the side. Be confident, don't be nervous. Wanting nodded, but I knew this girl wasn't listening at all. I comforted her again. During exams, do you always perform at your normal level? You're not nervous then. That's different. Wanting lowered her head and softly retorted. I chuckled. It's all the same. Today is also an exam with the topic of youth. Walk 100 meters with the sign, and your youth will get 100 points. Wanting looked up in the direction I pointed. It was the running track under the main stand of the stadium, which was also the route the parade delegations would take. I looked down at her shoes and said, walking in the birthday present I gave you, isn't that enough to give you courage? I didn't know I had just said something that carried absolute weight for Wanting. Wanting turned her head to look at me, her beautiful eyes reflecting my face. Her gaze also gradually became firm. I looked at her, smiled, took a deep breath, and said, let's go. Wanting nodded obediently and stood still, inhaling. Her full chest rose. I looked down at her chest and swallowed softly. The full chest slowly fell. I had a good look. Wanting held the class sign tightly and walked towards the front of the class. The surrounding gazes continuously converged on her. In my eyes, Wanting was holding the class sign, step by step, walking out of the darkness and into the light. Standing in the formation as previously arranged, I observed the parade delegations in the stadium. Looking around, all sorts of strange costumes appeared, white lab coats, nurse uniforms, characters from the Cass brothers. Compared to the other classes, our class's uniform looked incredibly normal. The class in front of us was wearing Hogwarts robes. Because I was quite tall, I stood in the last row of the group. I saw Wanting standing with the homeroom teacher at the front of the class. Wanting had her head down. I don't know what she was thinking. At this moment, she turned her head and looked back, her eyes as if searching for something. Only when she saw me in the last row did she turn her head back. The parade music was still playing in the stadium. The voice of the announcer was broadcast throughout the stadium through the microphone. They're starting over there. He stood there waiting, bored. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the front. The people in the front row moved to the sides one by one as if making way for someone to pass. I turned my head to see Wanting, holding the class sign, squeezing through the crowd and walking towards the back row. Wanting lowered her head, her ears red, under the watchful eyes of the whole class. She walked straight up to men and stopped. Wanting didn't say anything, not even raising her head to look at me. She directly reached out her fair hand and grabbed my wrist, then turned around and pulled me through the formation, bringing me to the front row of the group. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what this beautiful girl, who was usually cold and quiet, was trying to do. The front row was full of pretty girls. I, a tall guy, stood there awkwardly, sticking out like a crane among chickens. At this moment, I also felt a little uncomfortable. So I whispered to Wanting, "Hey, what are you doing?" Wanting held the class sign, didn't say anything, and still kept her head down in silence in front of me. The homeroom teacher, Pin Hui, gave a forced smile and couldn't help but ask, "Wanting, what do you mean by pulling this guy up here?" Wanting still kept her head down and didn't speak, determined not to open her mouth. The homeroom teacher looked at me with disdain. I raised my eyebrows, feigning innocence. "What are you still standing here for? Go back to your place. You're an embarrassment," the homeroom teacher ordered with a glare. I nonchalantly raised my hand and turned to go back, but just as I took a step, Wanting, who had been standing with her head down, quickly pulled on my sleeve, not letting me go. Sung Sinzhou and some other female students looked at this scene in surprise. The homeroom teacher also looked at her again, really not understanding what this girl was trying to express. Seeing the homeroom teacher at a loss for words, I smiled smugly. "See, it's not that I don't want to go back, it's that she won't let me." The homeroom teacher glared at me angrily, but when she faced Wanting, her expression softened considerably. She smiled and asked, "Wanting, do you want Gu Xiaos to stand in the front row?" Wanting still didn't say anything, but her small hand still held my wrist tightly, seeming determined not to let go. The whole class knew her strange personality, and this bizarre act really fit her persona. The homeroom teacher had no choice. She was also known for favoring Wanting. She immediately turned and ordered, "Gu Xiaos, get in the front row." I reacted, my eyes widening. The homeroom teacher pushed up her glasses. "Do you want me to repeat myself? Get in when I tell you to. Stop talking so much." Seeing this, Wanting quickly let go of my hand. The homeroom teacher was both amused and helpless. If you want Gu Xiaos to stand in the front row, you just have to say it." Could I have disagreed? I smiled and squeezed into the front row, standing among the female students. Surrounded by girls, I was the only tall guy standing there, as if the whole group was giving a middle finger to the front. The boys standing behind were furious. Just now, seeing Wanting holding my hand, they were stunned. Since when did these two have such a good relationship? Sung Sinzhou was also in the front row. She expressed her dissatisfaction. "Teacher, Gu Xiaos is a boy. Why is he standing with us?" Recalling Wanting's actions just now, a nameless fire ignited in her heart. Now, seeing me standing in the front row, the more she looked, the more annoyed she became. The homeroom teacher turned to look at her. "Because I'm the homeroom teacher." Sung Sinzhou stomped her foot in anger. Confirming that I was right behind her, Wanting let out a soft sigh of relief, and then turned around with the class sign. She didn't want to take the exam with the topic of youth alone. There was one thing I had said wrong. In her heart, only with me by her side could this exam be called youth. Years later, when she looked back, she wouldn't feel any regret. The hand that held me tightly and wouldn't let go showed her determination. After waiting for about half an hour, it was finally our class's turn. Wanting held the class sign and walked at the front. The class behind her stopped at the 100-meter starting line. The entire class 27, wearing Hogwarts Academy uniforms, walked to the front of the main stand and stopped. Unexpectedly, this group of people suddenly turned around to face the stadium, took out a magic wand from their robes, and with synchronized movements, drew a 45-degree circle in the sky and then put it back into their robes. The stadium erupted in thunderous applause. The more performances a class had, the more excited the audience became. The homeroom teacher didn't like her class doing tricks, so last year, Class 28's parade was very ordinary. Next up is Class 1228, led by their homeroom teacher, Ms. Qin Hui. Class 1228 has achieved. The announcer on the main stand began to introduce. The homeroom teacher whispered, let's go, get your spirits up." Wanting picked up the class sign. Her slender, fair hands held the handle of the sign tightly at the bottom. She took long strides in her long black socks and shiny black leather shoes, stepping on the ribbon on the running track. In an instant, the 27 classes standing in the stadium all focused their gazes on the girl holding the sign. They didn't cheer, they didn't applaud, they just stared blankly at Wanning. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Did Class 28 invite an angel down to earth to hold their sign? Because she was so beautiful that she seemed to not be in the same dimension as everyone else. Many people began to wonder, turning to ask their friends where this beautiful girl they had never seen at school came from and what her name was. It was all boys asking, because Wanning was quite famous among the female students. The parade gradually approached the front. Wanning, holding the sign, attracted all the attention. Even the Class 1228 sign in her hand seemed to become more luxurious. As more and more gazes converged on her, Wanning's heart beat very fast. She had never been looked at by so many people before. Even with me behind her, giving her a sense of security, she still couldn't withstand the pressure from so many gazes. I also saw the sign in Wanning's hand trembling slightly. When we reached the position of the main stand, a loud voice suddenly came from behind me. "Hello everyone. You've worked hard." Hearing this voice, Wanning was stunned, then smiled and let out a breath as if revived. Her hands regained their strength, and the sign that had been gradually lowering was raised to be level again. My shout had attracted the gazes that were focused on the girl towards me. The homeroom teacher turned her head and saw me waving enthusiastically to everyone in the stadium. The smile on her face immediately froze. However, at this time, she certainly couldn't get angry and could only watch me cause a scene. Everyone also noticed the tall boy standing among the female students. They were surprised and laughed. Many people even shouted back, "It's no trouble at all." I shouted loudly. Google Search Suggestions display of search suggestions is required when using grounding with Google Search. What's there to protest? Not enough hard work. Or is the homework too light? On the main stage, the grade 12 dean, Jitsutin, shot me a dark look. I glanced at the principal's expression. Seeing his smile, the dean secretly sighed in relief. Our homeroom teacher, Teacher Tan, covered her face with her hand, so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, this humorous, long-distance exchange, combined with the sight of a boy marching among the girls, earned Class 28 a round of thunderous applause. But within that enthusiasm, there was undoubtedly admiration for the girl holding the sign. I was just background noise for the applause. After smoothly completing the parade route, Class 28 gathered at its designated spot on the sports field. Wan Ning stood at the front, holding the sign, while the male and female students lined up in 2 columns behind her. I was still the first in the girls' line. The sound of our homeroom teacher grinding her teeth came from beside me. "Wait until this is over. I'll deal with you then." But I just smiled and said, "Teacher, I have the 3,000-meter race this morning. Don't put too much pressure on me." My casual reply stunned Teacher Ten. The woman, in her 30s, changed her expression as quickly as one changes clothes. Her anger instantly vanished, replaced by a gentle smile as she patted my shoulder encouragingly. "Oh, is that so? Student Gu is competing today. Run your best. I was just joking earlier." I held back a laugh and nodded, my meaning clear. Kill me after I finish the race. Teacher Tan was a woman who always wanted to be number one. The reason she was so indulgent with Wan Ning was that Wan Ning single-handedly raised the class average of Class 28 by 7 to 8 points every time. Rumor had it that during the last final exam, Wan Ning was absent, causing Class 28's average to drop out of the top 3. So, since the beginning of this semester, Teacher Tan had been stewing in her office, not speaking to any other teachers, just waiting for this month's exam to hold her head high again. After the opening ceremony, I ran back to the classroom to change into my sportswear for the 3,000-meter race. Wan Ning headed toward the school's convenience store. In that short minute of marching with her class, she had become the school's female superstar. It was no exaggeration. If the internet were as developed then as it is now, a video of Wan Ning holding the sign would have already gone viral on short video platforms. Walking to the convenience store, Wan Ning felt more and more eyes on her. There were even small groups of people following her, whispering like crazed fans. Wan Ning didn't meet any of their gazes, simply walking with her head down as if no one else was there. Even when clear conversations reached her ears, in which she heard her own name spreading like a plague across the sports field, she paid no mind. Soon, even those who didn't care knew her name. "Hey, miss, please wait a moment." Hearing a voice from ahead, Wan Ning stopped. She looked up to see a fair-skinned, clean-cut boy. When he saw Wan Ning looking at him, his face immediately turned bright red. Wan Ning didn't reply but didn't walk away either, waiting to hear his purpose. "Can I have your number?" The boy asked politely and shyly, using a voice he thought was appealing to girls. Wan Ning shook her head. "I don't have one." The boy was stunned. Before he could recover, she had already walked past him and continued on her way. The boy's face fell. Isn't she supposed to be the cold beauty? How can she not have a number? Who our age doesn't have one? At the convenience store, Wan Ning asked softly, "Excuse me, how much is a bottle of mineral water?" The owner, a young man, replied, 1.5 yuan a bottle, young lady. Wan Ning clutched the 2 1 coins in her hand. I remember it being 1 yuan a bottle. The store owner laughed. It's the sports meet today, so the price went up a bit. Seeing Wan Ning's troubled expression, he generously said, all right, I'll sell it to you at the original price. 1 yuan a bottle. Only then did Wan Ning hand over the 2 coins, and receive 2 bottles of mineral water. The young owner watched the girl's retreating figure and muttered, is she a student at this school? How come I've never seen her before? Meanwhile on the red track, I was in position for the 3,000-meter race. On a 400-meter track, that meant 7.5 laps. There were 11 people in my heat, including my classmate, Wan Minju. Wan Minju waved confidently to our class 28 classmates gathered nearby. Don't worry, everyone, I've got first place in this heat covered, cheer for me. Our homeroom teacher stood with the excited students, cheering for Wan Minju. It seemed they had all forgotten I was in this race too. While warming up, Wan Minju whispered to me, are you okay? You're not wearing shorts, but long pants. I sneered, patting the small grass and flower patch Wan Ning had sewn for me on my pants. What's it to you? Wan Minju couldn't be bothered with me. He didn't really care about me, but seeing Wan Ning suddenly being so friendly with me made him a bit annoyed. Why are both Song Sanyu and Wan Ning on good terms with him? The constant cheers from the girls in our class were greatly satisfying to him. He saw Song Sanyu holding 2 bottles of energy drinks and knew they must be for him. Hey Du Xiaoyu, a voice suddenly called out. I turned to see a guy with a face as dark as Justice Bao's. Based on my memory, I tried calling out, Tanla. Tanla laughed and clapped me on the shoulder. What, you don't recognize me? He was my classmate in 10th grade. We lost touch after the classes were split, but we had been good friends because I was always second to last in the grade, and he was always dead last. Tanla suddenly lowered his voice conspiratorially. I saw you in the class 28 parade. That girl, Wan Ning, from your class I'd only heard of her before, never seen her. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful, like a tattooed girl come to life. Why haven't I ever seen her? He wondered. As I warmed up, I replied, she's a day student and only focuses on studying. Tanla licked his lips. So, do you know her? Can you get me her number? I touched the grass and flower patch on my pants and looked around, but I couldn't see Wan Ning anywhere. Don't know her. Just then, the teacher with the starting pistol shouted, on your marks. At the sound of the gun, the 11 of us began jogging at a slow pace. Wan Minju immediately shot to the front. Tanla and I were still talking in the pack. Dude, I'm smitten. She's honestly the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Bro, I've never asked you for anything in my life, help me get her contact info. Damn, she's here, Tanla suddenly shouted. Seeing Wan Ning running over like a fairy, holding 2 bottles of mineral water, his eyes went wide. He stumbled and rolled on the ground. I quickly helped him up, looking up at Wan Ning at the same time. She stood outside the track, smiling shyly, and gently shook the 2 bottles in her hands, signaling that she had bought water for me. I smiled back. We shared a silent understanding. Without a word, we both looked away. Truly, I couldn't think of anyone else besides Wan Ning who would cheer for me. Her timely appearance and smile suddenly put me at ease. You're slowing me down. Look how far ahead they are. I pulled Tanli up, and we immediately chased after the group in front. Wan Minju was still leading, running as if his life depended on it. His performance was winning the hearts of the girls from class 28, who were screaming his name like crazy. Oh my god, he's so handsome. If I could just talk to him once, I'd die happy. Tenli yelled excitedly as he ran. I laughed. This guy was truly smitten. What's the big deal? Don't worry, she'll be in the same exam room as us for this month's exam. She's last, then me, then you. Tanli was surprised. Isn't she first in the grade? She was absent last time, I explained. Running so far behind the pack quickly caught the attention of our homeroom teacher. The woman, in her 30s and wearing glasses, shouted angrily towards me, are you chatting? Do show you. If you come in last, see how I deal with you. Seeing teacher Tan glaring at me like a tigress, I couldn't help but swallow. Bro, I said to Tan Lul, I'll talk to you next lap. I gotta run for a bit. Tan Lul looked at me as if I wasn't speaking Chinese. I lengthened my stride and began to accelerate. This scene immediately caught everyone's attention, including the P teacher. What's this kid doing? Sprinting now? The teacher said, confused. Perhaps it was a benefit of returning to the past, but my stamina, endurance, and strength had all improved. Besides this sports meet, these physical stats were pretty useless otherwise. I ran that lap very fast. When I passed Wan Minju, his eyes widened in disbelief. No way, Du Xiaoyu, wait up. Wan Minju tried to chase me, but sprinting at the very beginning had used up too much of his energy. He couldn't keep up, instead, his speed dropped, and he was soon overtaken by the pack behind him. After easily lapping him, I slowed down to run beside him again. Seeing his shocked expression, I explained, no choice. My homeroom teacher is a tigress. I had to lap you. Now I'm in first. Tenli was dumbfounded. Bro, doing that makes me look like an idiot. Seriously. Then let's both speed up, I said. Tenli quickly shut up because he realized he was running past where Wanning was standing again, and she was looking at him. Tenli's dark face immediately blushed. He scratched his head, wanting to say hello but too shy, and avoided her gaze. Go, Gyu Shoyo. Wanning called out softly, her voice gentle and timid. Tenli didn't dare to look up but smiled awkwardly. Oh, yeah, thanks. After running past her, he turned to me. Wanning from your class is so warm. I thought she was really cold. But after saying that, Tanla noticed I was looking at him strangely. What's wrong? Do I look particularly handsome today? Be honest, bro, he asked eagerly. I scratched my head and forced a smile. Yeah, you look good. I couldn't bear to crush him, since we were good friends. But Wanning's bewildered look when she saw Tanla had almost made me laugh out loud. Because it was obvious she had been cheering for me. By the 5th lap, I noticed the pack behind me starting to speed up. I was still in the lead, but my position was precarious. The homeroom teacher, nearly losing her mind, stepped onto the track and yelled, Gyu Shoyo, what are you waiting for? They're catching up. Our classmates clearly hadn't expected to be relying on me. One Minju, their initial hope, was now in the 3rd group, panting like a bull. As if tireless, I lengthened my stride again, doubling my speed. The small group behind me watched in despair as I pulled away, both shocked and confused. Damn, this guy already ran an extra lap, and he can still run this fast. Does he have an engine for lungs? I only ever heard Gyu Shoyu was good at basketball, not long-distance running. On the final lap, seeing the finish line just ahead, I slowed down again because the second-place group was a full 200 meters behind me. Finally they stopped, covered in sweat, and held up my hands with a wide grin. Imitating an ostrich, I slowly stepped towards the finish line, 1 foot at a time. Class 28 erupted in cheers. But in my eyes, there was only one Ning. Seeing her standing alone, amused by my antics, I became even more outrageous. I turned around and continued my ostrich walk backward toward the finish line. On the sports field, students from other classes were watching. Some were laughing hysterically, while others had dark expressions. My actions were highly provocative. Our usually strict homeroom teacher, for once, didn't stop my clowning. Because in this long-distance running group, there was also a student from her arch-rival's class. She smugly turned to Cao Yan, who was standing beside her, and taunted, doesn't your class have someone named Li Wenguan? I remember he's very good at running. Li Wenguan, who was sprinting for 2nd place, watched me cross the finish line with a look of utter despair, his spirit crushed. Cao Yan just snorted coldly. After securing 1st place for the heat, I stopped my antics, panting. I spread my arms wide, facing the sports field, and Class 28 cheered and jumped for joy in unison. Soon after, Wan Minju and Tanli also finished. Wan Minju, exhausted, looked toward Song Senyu, about to force a smile, only to see that she wasn't even looking at him. Instead, she was walking towards me with the energy drinks. Tenla leaned over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. When he looked up, he froze. He saw Wanning jogging towards me with the mineral water, shyly handing it to me with both hands. On one side, an expensive energy drink. On the other, cheap mineral water. Song Senyu stared blankly at Wanning. She couldn't imagine that handing someone water was something Wanning would ever do. The other classes on the field also watched the scene with surprise. I, who had just been the center of attention, once again became the true focus of the entire school because of Wanning's appearance. You Shoyo, you bastard, didn't you say you didn't know her? Tanli stared, his eyes wide, slowly cursing my entire family. If you don't know her, she give you water. Don't tell me you two have been together for a long time, and were just pretending in front of me. Tanli stood there, questioning his life, feeling his beliefs crumble, coupled with the sense of betrayal by a friend. Because in the moment Wanning had cheered for him, Tanli had already imagined them exchanging vows in a white church. Of course Tenli wasn't the only one in turmoil. The moment Wanning stood by the track, she was already the center of attention. When they saw her holding 2 bottles of mineral water, some had already sensed something was amiss. Sure enough, the water was for someone else. But who was this playful guy? What was his relationship with Wanning? Purely friends? Or was Wanning simply rewarding him for the class's honor? Of course, another possibility quietly emerged in their minds. If that possibility were true, the thousands of innocent boys who were smitten with the white swan holding the sign would have to drown in the darkness of heartbreak. Almost everyone automatically ignored the fact that there was another person offering me a drink. I glanced at Song Sanyu, and said flatly, I don't drink energy drinks. Then, I turned to smile at Wanning, asking in surprise, are both bottles for me? Wanning nodded happily, her slender white arms extending the mineral water, as shy as if she were handing me a love letter. She waited for me to take it. Without hesitation, I took them and smiled. Thanks. Song Sanyu silently lowered her hand, gritting her teeth. Yu Xiaoyo, I'll remember this. Then she turned to Won Mingju with a blank expression, and said, Class President. Won Mingju happily took the energy drink. Thank you, Student Song. He smiled at Won Ning. Let's go. We can rest over there. Opening a bottle, I drank half of it in one go. I don't know if it was because I was truly thirsty or because the water was from Won Ning, but it tasted sweet, as if it had sugar in it. I laughed at my own strange thought. I realized that, at some point, this girl had suddenly become much more important to me. I couldn't quite put my finger on why. Seeing me staring blankly at the bottle, Won Ning blinked, then quickly said with a serious face, Do you want an energy drink? I can go buy one. I have money. I hurriedly explained, No, I was just looking at the brand. It's strange, why does it taste so good? Won Ning didn't understand but tilted her head. When she realized I wasn't looking at the bottle because I disliked her gift, she smiled contentedly. Then she added, Well, you have the 800-meter race tomorrow. I'll buy you water again. He smiled and nodded. Okay. Won Ning smiled again. I was a bit surprised. I realized that although she was very awkward today, the number of times she smiled had noticeably increased. Perhaps her youthful experience today wasn't so bad after all. I had to admit, I had found myself staring at her face in a daze several times today, something that had never happened before. I had no more events in the morning. After the 3,000-meter race, I was free. Won Ning and I took a walk and found that the gazes around us were becoming more and more focused on us. Not just boys were looking, girls were too. I suddenly thought, if I held Won Ning's hand right now, it would definitely cause a huge wave across the entire sports field. Haha, these high school kids really have too much time on their hands. We reached the 100-meter race area and saw some classmates standing around, so we walked over. Just then, Won Ning swiftly stuffed a wad of tissue into my palm. I looked at her intently. She wanted to speak but hesitated, then raised a slender white finger and pointed to her own cheek. Oh, for me to wipe my sweat. Won Ning nodded slightly. He smiled. Then why don't you wipe it for me? My hands are full. Won Ning instinctively raised her hand, but seeing so many people around, she lowered her head shyly and quickened her pace, choosing to ignore my request. We reached the 100-meter track. Zhen Feng was at the starting line, wearing a number bib, but he looked half asleep. His deskmate, Chen Fei, stood awkwardly in the crowd holding a bottle of water. Before the race even started, no one had any expectations. Our homeroom teacher stood beside him, shouting, Zhen Feng, open your eyes and look at the track for me. Zhen Feng obediently raised a hand to pry one eyelid open and look at the track. The starting gun fired. The runners around him shot out like bullets. Zhen Feng, however, moved like an old man doing his morning exercises, slowly jogging behind. Teacher Tan nearly walked in parallel with him. The woman, in her 30s, couldn't help but run alongside him, veins popping on her forehead from anger. Zhen Feng, are you taking a stroll? Qian Feng, are you listening to me? After a moment of silence, Zhen Feng finally replied lazily, Teacher, I can't outrun them anyway. Might as well save my energy. The 100 meters ended. Zhen Feng's time was 1 minute, slower than walking. Teacher Tan even reached the finish line a step ahead of him. His deskmate, Chen Fei, saw this and ran to the finish line with a bright smile. That was exhausting, Zhen Feng. Quick, drink some water to wet your throat. Teacher Tan stared at Chen Fei in amazement. As expected of deskmates, their synergy was unbelievable. I looked away from the scene and said to Won Ning, Let's go. Since you treated me to a drink, I'll treat you to lunch. Won Ning took a deep breath, about to refuse. I waved my hand. It's just a meal. In the end, Won Ning wasn't overly polite and nodded lightly. I need to use the restroom. I'll come find you. I waved. Hurry back. I'll wait for you. After Won Ning left, I stayed by the 100-meter track to watch the next few heats. After watching a few groups, most of our classmates had gone to the cafeteria for lunch, but I still hadn't seen Won Ning return. Did she have to go number 1 or number 2? I wondered, looking at my watch. After another 15 minutes, she still hadn't appeared. Without hesitation, I ran towards the academic building. Something was definitely wrong. From the sports field, the quickest restroom to get to was on the first floor of the opposite building. I didn't know which building Won Ning had gone to, so I chose the nearest one, the 11th grade building. When I reached the restroom area, I saw a cleaning in progress sign placed in front of the women's restroom. To be sure, I still called out loudly, Won Ning. Yu Shoyo. A voice, tinged with the sound of crying, came from inside the women's restroom. I frowned and kicked the cleaning sign aside. I immediately realized someone had intentionally placed it there to prevent others from discovering Won Ning. I rushed into the restroom and saw a row of closed stall doors. Won Ning's voice was coming from the last stall. This one was different, the lock was on the outside. As long as it was locked from the outside, the person inside couldn't get out. I knew this was a utility closet, the men's restroom had one too. I immediately unlocked and opened the door. Only then did I see Wanning huddled in a corner, crying pitifully. Her eyes were red, her hair messy as if it had been pulled. I had never seen her so distraught. I quickly scanned her for any external injuries and breathed a sigh of relief when I found none. Then, trying to control my emotions, I asked, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Wanning shook her head, but she continued to cry so hard it reminded me of the time I celebrated her birthday. But the two situations were completely different. Now, all I saw on Wanning's face was grief and despair. I was about to ask more, but the words died in my throat. I saw Wanning shakily hold out her right hand. In her pale palm were several bent and severely deformed fragments of the pink hairpin. It looked like it had been deliberately stomped on. Wanning bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. They broke it," she said. "The hairpin is broken. The hairpin you gave me is broken." I tried to put it back together. I kept trying, but I can't. "Do show you, I can't fix it." She sobbed, repeating "I can't fix it," while gently touching the pink fragments in her palm, as if she had lost the most precious and meaningful thing in her life, something that, once broken, could never be replaced. This caused even a strong girl like her to collapse in despair. But I didn't quite understand. It was just a hairpin, it wasn't so expensive as to warrant such a reaction. Nevertheless, I frowned and quickly took her hand. "Let's get out of here first. It's not convenient to talk here. We'll talk after we get out." Just as I finished speaking, the sound of several girls chatting came from the restroom entrance. I reacted quickly, pulling her back into the utility closet, gently closing the door, and gesturing for her to be quiet. Wanning was a huge standout today, anyone would recognize her. If other girls found her in a restroom with a boy, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? Rumors were terrifying. It was better to avoid the risk altogether than to try and explain the situation. We'd just wait for them to leave. Besides, I knew that even if I explained that Wanning had been bullied, the truth wouldn't spread in its original form. "Did you see Wanning today? She's so pretty." "Yeah, I did. I wonder why I never heard about her before the midterm exams. Maybe she's just really low-key." They frowned. These girls came in here to chat, not to use the restroom. Couldn't they talk anywhere else? Why were they taking so long? Just then, the janitor's voice sounded. "What's this?" "We don't know," the girls replied. "It was like this when we got here." I heard the janitor walking towards our stall. I was a bit surprised. A shadow appeared under the door crack. Just as I thought the janitor was about to open the door, the outside latch just clicked once. "I thought I locked this," the janitor mumbled before walking away. Then she said to the girls, "If you're not using the restroom, don't loiter around here." We weren't doing anything. Yeah, nothing at all. The girls grumbled as they left the restroom, and the janitor's footsteps faded away. Inside the stall, I stood frozen, staring at the door. I pushed it gently. It didn't open. I used a bit more force. Still nothing. It seemed the janitor had latched it from the outside. I tried pushing hard a couple more times, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, I turned back, feeling helpless. "Well." Wanning stood in the corner, unresponsive. The girl didn't seem to care whether the door was locked or not. She just kept her head down, completely focused on trying to piece together the fragments in her palm, as if thinking she could glue them back together with super glue. Even if she couldn't wear it, as long as the hairpin was whole, that would be enough. I watched for a moment, and then said, "It looks like a piece is missing." Wanning looked up, her voice filled with grievance. "I thought I picked them all up." Tears fell like broken pearls, soaking the floor of the utility closet. "Why is a piece missing?" I clearly saw where every piece fell. She choked out, her mouth trembling, her hands and shoulders shaking. I had never seen such raw grief and despair on her face before. This was a first. I couldn't hold back any longer. I stepped forward and gently took her hand, pulling her slender frame into my arms. "It's okay. It's okay. If it's broken, I'll buy you another one. If one isn't enough, then two. If two isn't enough, then three. If three isn't enough, then 10, I said, as if comforting a child. Wanning burst into tears, all her grievances pouring out. She hugged me tightly, burying her face in my chest. A warm, damp feeling spread through my shirt, as if my chest was being burned by the girl's sorrow. I gently stroked her hair and said slowly, "Trust me, Wanning. This time, you have me. With me here, everything will be different from before. Do you believe me?" The girl, lost in her sorrow, didn't respond. Her cries were muffled and full of grievance. I didn't know how many times Wanning had to cry like this, suppressing the sound. I only knew that the soft, fragile body in my arms felt like it would break with the slightest touch, so I didn't dare to hug her too tightly. But her thin frame held onto me very, very tightly. I guess this was probably the first time since she grew up that Wanning had a safe harbor to hide in when she was at her most desperate. As for the words I had just said, perhaps Wanning didn't hear them or didn't understand their deeper meaning, taking them as simple words of comfort. I didn't need her to understand. I just wanted to express one thing: in this life, with me here, Wanning would absolutely not be bullied again. Whether the opponent was human or fate itself. I vowed this silently. Perhaps the existence of this girl was the meaning of my return to the past. Gently patting her shoulder, I began to look around the utility closet. There was no toilet, just a flat, white-tiled floor. The space was less than 2 square meters, with only a few brooms leaning in the corner. Like the other stalls, the top was open. If the door couldn't be opened, that was the only way out. But there were no footholds, and the partitions were tall and thin, making them hard to climb. If there had been a toilet, one could stand on it, but alas, there wasn't. While I was thinking, I felt a soft touch on my chin. It turned out Wanning had looked up. Her crying had subsided. Her nose was red. She let go of me and retreated to the corner, sniffling. She lowered her head, sneaking a peek at the hairpin fragments in her hand before carefully closing her fist around them, hugging her arms to her chest. Her slightly messy hair covered half of her fair face. It seemed Wanning had calmed down, but her first reaction after calming down was to shrink into a corner like a wounded animal instinctively seeking shelter. "I'm sorry," she said very quietly from the corner. I looked at her, surprised. "Sorry for what?" "For hugging me just now." I realized. I smiled and shook my head. "There's nothing to be sorry about. When I'm sad, I hug people too. Besides, I was the one who hugged you first." Wanning didn't say anything. I looked at her and asked, "Are you hungry?" Then I mentally slapped myself. Asking that question in a restroom. I was an idiot. Wanning shook her head gently. Then she looked up, her red-rimmed eyes glancing towards the door. "We can't get out." I shrugged helplessly. "Yeah, locked from the outside. But don't worry, we don't have to wait to be rescued. We can get out ourselves. Yelling for help probably wouldn't work anyway. There's probably no one outside. It's lunchtime, and the sports field is likely empty. Who would come to the first floor restroom of the academic building? Besides, we can't yell for help. The fact that we're locked in a women's restroom together can't get out. I'll be fine, but I'm worried about your reputation." Wanning's face suddenly crumpled, and she whimpered again. I have to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore." I slowly formed a question mark in my mind. "Go to the bathroom? You mean you haven't gone this whole time?" Wanning immediately shook her head, tears of grievance falling again. The moment she entered the restroom, she had been surrounded by those girls, and then locked in this toilet-less utility closet. I looked at the girl standing awkwardly before me. It seemed she really couldn't hold it any longer. Her long legs in black stockings were slightly bent, her absolute domain pressed tightly together. I made a suggestion. How about you just go here? It's a restroom anyway. You don't have to use a toilet." After I said that, I saw Wanning look up, her beautiful, red, and pitiful eyes looking at me with embarrassment. At that moment, I suddenly realized that the lack of a toilet wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that I was here. I decisively turned my back. "But without a toilet, it'll get on my shoes," Wanning said. "They're just shoes," I replied quickly. "If they get dirty, they get dirty." After saying that, I paused. Wanning cared so much about a hairpin, why wouldn't she care about her shoes? I turned back around and said seriously, "I have a way for you to go without touching the ground. I'll sacrifice my shoes." You know how parents hold their kids to go to the bathroom? Seeing Wanning's face stiffen, I quickly retracted my joke. Okay, I have another way." I placed 2 mops, one on the left and one on the right, for Wanning to place her feet on the cloth ends. The middle naturally formed a dip. Once it was set up, I turned my back. Wanning didn't hesitate and quickly squatted down. The sound of running water. My face felt strange. I faced the wall, crossed my arms, and lowered my head, awkwardly rubbing my eyes. Those 20 seconds were a strange form of torture for both of us. Done. The sound of rustling came from behind me, the sound of a quick cleanup. When the noise stopped, I turned around. There was an uncontrollable smile on my face, but in this situation, laughing wasn't appropriate. I had to suppress it, pretending not to notice as I surveyed our surroundings. There are 3 ways. First, I climb over. There are no footholds, so it might be a bit difficult, and the partition might fall, but I'm strong, so don't worry about me getting hurt. Second, you step on me to climb over, same as the first method. Third, I break the door down with force. I'll step on you, Wanning said immediately. I laughed and quickly pulled her back. What are you thinking? You're wearing a skirt, it's not convenient. Although I really wanted Wanning to step on me, even just for one failed attempt, in this situation, it was better not to waste time. Wanning was a girl, she didn't have strong core strength. It would be useless for her to climb. Without another word, I squatted down, pushed off the wall for momentum, jumped, and twisted in mid-air, grabbing the top of the partition with both hands. The movement was smooth and swift. The partition was thin and a bit unstable, so I carefully adjusted my position, using the adjacent wall for support, and pulled my whole body up. Wanning stood below, anxiously holding her small hands up, her expression worried as if she was afraid I would fall. But I climbed over smoothly. With a thud, I landed on the other side. Then came the sound of the lock being unlatched. With a click, the door opened. Wanning and I stood facing each other. I spread my hands and smiled triumphantly at her. "Emmy, amazing, or what?" Wanning nodded with a smile. "Amazing." I held out my hand to her. "Come on. Follow me." Without hesitation, Wanning placed her hand in mine. I quickly grabbed her hand and ran out. We didn't let go until we were out of the academic building. Then, we separated by a person's width and walked slowly forward. Wanning looked at the hairpin fragments in her hand and carefully put them in her pocket. I didn't ask her who those girls were or what class they were from. Because I knew, even if she died, Wanning wouldn't tell me. This girl would absolutely not want to trouble anyone around her with her problems, especially those who cared for her. Very stubborn. She would rather bear everything herself than bother others. But that was her personality. In this respect, there was nothing I could do. However, not asking didn't mean the matter was over. I was never the type to just take it. I turned to Wanning and asked cheerfully, "Which floor should we eat on? What do you want to eat?" But seeing her red nose and eyes, my heart itched. I couldn't smile anymore. I raised my hand to fix her long hair. A student walked past us, and Wanning quickly dodged my hand, then raised her own small hand to smooth her hair. "Anywhere is fine." I turned to look at her, took a deep breath, and looked ahead at the road. This time, I would definitely get revenge. In the afternoon, after lunch, Wanning packed the leftovers to take home. I didn't ask, but it was probably for her father. Since I had the 800-meter race in the afternoon, Wanning planned to buy me 2 bottles of water. As she passed the school convenience store, she looked at the young owner inside. He was grinning foolishly at her. "Young lady, what are you buying today?" "Mineral water." "Yes." Wanning looked at the mineral water in the fridge but didn't speak immediately. Her gaze shifted to the energy drinks beside them. She was about to speak when a figure suddenly appeared next to her. Wanning turned to see her classmate, Chen Fei. He stood there with his arms crossed, looking resentfully at the owner, then turned to Wanning. "Don't mind me. You go first." The young owner gave him a blank look, then continued his foolish grin at Wanning. "So, young lady, what will it be?" Wanning wanted to buy me an energy drink. Even though I said the mineral water was delicious, she knew it couldn't be as good as an energy drink. "How much is this?" she asked timidly, pointing at the energy drink. She took out a 5 yuan bill from her pocket, sneaking a look at it in her hand. The owner chuckled. 3 yuan a bottle. Chen Fei's eyes widened in shock. Energy drinks are only 3 yuan a bottle. That's as cheap as mineral water during the sports meet. Wanning bit her lip, her expression unnatural as she glanced at Chen Fei. Then she asked carefully, "Can I buy 2 for 5 yuan? Chen Fei turned to stare at Wanning. You're pushing it." Wanning noticed Chen Fei's gaze, and her ears turned slightly red. She looked up to gauge the owner's expression. The young owner was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes, no problem at all." He quickly opened the fridge, took out 2 bottles of energy drink, and placed them on the counter. Wanning happily placed the 5 yuan bill down, hugged the 2 bottles, and said, "Thank you." She then turned and left without a moment's hesitation, as if afraid he would change his mind. The young owner leaned out and called after her, "Come again soon, young lady." Wanning turned slightly and gave a timid nod. After she left, Chen Fei quickly said to the owner, "Give me 2 bottles of energy drink, too." The owner placed 2 bottles on the counter with a blank face. 12 yuan. Chen Fei, who was taking out his money, froze. He looked up at the owner, his face stiff. "What did you say?" Holding the 2 bottles of energy drink, Wanning arrived at the track. She saw me sitting in our class's rest area. It was a bit crowded, so she didn't approach immediately. Wanning was in a good mood, smiling down at the 2 bottles in her arms. She was suddenly curious about what they tasted like. After a moment, she looked away, her gaze filled with anticipation towards the boy in the distance. "I'll drink it someday when I get the chance. These 2 are for Gu Shoyu." In the class 28 rest area, I sat on a bench, seriously observing a bald male student from class 29. Our homeroom teacher was also looking in that direction. The student was clearly an athlete. He was sitting relaxedly in his class's rest area, doing warm-ups. His dead fish eyes and arrogant expression were unmistakable. I couldn't help but want to laugh when I looked at him. Teacher Tan said softly, "I think he was the 800-meter champion at the last sports meet. He's very good at mid-distance running. Gu Shoyu, you can't lose this time." Before she finished, the whistle blew. 800-meter runners, assemble. The bald student turned to look at me seriously. He knew I was strong. I looked away. The guy's serious face just made me want to laugh. I really couldn't hold it in. If I made eye contact with him while running, it would be a disaster. The competition was about to begin. Wan Ning walked over with the 2 drinks. The 800-meter was a popular event, and the crowd was huge. Wan Ning chose not to squeeze through, standing alone on the outskirts, planning to get closer after the crowd thinned. At the starting line, I thought to myself, don't look at me, don't look at me. But the bald student still turned to look. We were in adjacent lanes. The guy spoke with a serious expression. Gu Shoyo, I hear you're very strong. Why don't you dare to look at me? In my mind, 10,000 mythical beasts stampeded. The starting gun fired. The first group shot off like cannonballs. I suddenly saw Wan Ning in the crowd. She quickly raised her small white fist to secretly cheer me on. At that moment, my legs felt like they were filled with power. I quickly ran to the front, parallel with the bald student, leading the pack. This guy had explosive power but poor endurance. He wouldn't last the first lap. The second lap would be my chance. Soon, we were on the second lap. I clenched my teeth, gently accelerated, and began to pull away. At the 400-meter mark, the sound of an engine like panting came from beside me. The bald student turned his serious face to seriously watch me slowly overtake him. He seriously watched my back as I seriously left him behind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, the bald student thought seriously. Before the race, he didn't even dare to look at me. Was he pretending to be weak to deceive his opponent? Despicable, you have no honor, the bald student cursed silently. In the second lap, he unsurprisingly finished first. As a popular event, the 800-meter race attracted a lot of attention. The gazes of the female students towards me had changed. This was the prime time for surging hormones. Yu Shoyo, you're too strong. I love you so much. That kid, our homeroom teacher yelled, jumping up and down with joy like a child. He smugly raised an eyebrow at her. The entire class 28 was cheering for me. I happily looked towards Wan Ning at the back of the crowd. The first thing I wanted to do was share this joy with her. When Wan Ning saw me looking at her, she held up the 2 energy drinks and shook them slightly, shyly signaling to me. Seeing this, I quickly ran past the finish line towards her. Teacher Cao Yan, the homeroom teacher of class 29, looked at me in surprise, slightly confused. In her memory, this student had never been proactive in anything, and had never participated in the sports meet. Why was his presence so high this semester? So what if we're good at sports? Our academic performance is still at the bottom of the class. The shame of class 29 losing to class 28 in the sports festival will be reclaimed through the average scores of the major exams. Thinking of this, the homeroom teacher's gaze on me, Gu Xiaoxian, seemed to give me a bit more courage to retort. You think having Wan Ning is enough? As long as my class still has Gu Xiaoxian, the average score can't be pulled up. The top 2 students in the grade are both in your class. I really don't know whether to congratulate you or pity you. Over on the field, I looked in surprise at the energy drink in Wan Ning's hand. You bought an energy drink for me. Wan Ning nodded slightly, quickly raising her hands to offer both bottles to me. I only took one, looking at her and saying, 2 bottles. We'll each have one, okay. But Wan Ning shook her head. I don't drink them. They're both for you. I put on a serious face. You'll drink one with me. One for each of us, understand? This isn't a request. I knew Wan Ning had probably never had an energy drink before. Hearing my command, she instinctively didn't dare to disobey and nodded. Okay. After speaking, she took the bottle and tried to twist the cap, but she discovered there was another plastic film inside. She seemed a little unsure how to drink it. Shouldn't it be ready to drink after opening the cap? She looked up at me, only to see me slowly open the cap, and then use my hand to tear off the plastic film. Wan Ning quickly imitated me. After removing the film, she was about to put the bottle to her lips. Seeing this, I hurriedly stopped her, laughing. Wait. You don't drink it like that. Hearing this, Wan Ning held the bottle with both hands and offered it to me, smiling sheepishly as she explained, I've never had this before. I chuckled. It's okay, I'll show you. Suddenly, my nose stung. She had saved her lunch money for days to buy 2 expensive energy drinks for me, something she had never even tried herself. What had I done to deserve such kindness from Wan Ning? Putting the cap back on, I squeezed the bottle, aiming it at my mouth, and squirted the drink out. Wan Ning's eyes lit up. She quickly looked down in surprise at the nozzle on the bottle's mouth. Oh, so there's a hole here. I nodded. That's right. You try it too. Wan Ning was a bit shy about doing it in front of a crowd. She held the bottle with both hands. I lifted her arm, encouraging her. Come on, copy me. Wan Ning raised her arm, opened her small mouth, and made a sound. She squeezed for a while, but no water came out. Then she remembered she hadn't used any force. As soon as she squeezed a little harder, the liquid squirted from the bottle into her mouth. Tasting the sweet energy drink, Wan Ning's eyes sparkled. She looked at me in surprise, stopped squeezing, and then looked down to examine the bottle's design. It turned out that this type of bottle, which was only worth a few cents when sold for recycling, was designed so cleverly. It could probably even be reused, yet so many people just threw it away. What a waste. She raised the bottle with both hands again and took 2 more sips, a look of contentment on her face. Then she kept it and stood quietly beside me, watching me drink. The sight of me drinking the energy drink seemed to satisfy her greatly. This was something she had bought for me, after all. Seeing this, I turned to her and asked, "Why aren't you drinking more?" Wanning faced me, her lips slightly parted as if to say something, but then she stopped, glanced at me cautiously, and said nothing. I continued to ask, "Do you want to bring it home for your dad?" She opened her mouth, raised her hand awkwardly, and scratched her head, which was as good as an answer. I took a deep breath. "You drink this bottle. I'll treat your uncle to his share. You've treated me several times already. Can't I treat your uncle just once?" Wanning quickly looked up. No, it's not necessary. I just wanted to taste it." I wouldn't accept that. I felt terribly sorry for Wanning. This girl never thought about herself. "Let's go. We'll go to the convenience store and buy a drink for your uncle. I can also grab some snacks." I smiled and strode forward, taking Wanning's small, warm hand and heading towards the school store. Fortunately, the next group for the 800-meter race was on the field, so no one else noticed the 2 of us walking hand in hand. For a moment, Wanning also forgot to let go of my hand. She was surprised by the changes happening to her, but she was also very happy about them. Just walking with Gu Xiaoqian in public was something she had longed for 3 or 4 years. By evening, the sports festival was completely over. In the afternoon's high jump competition, I easily won the gold medal. The homeroom teacher pushed up her glasses, her face a picture of complete shock. As for me, I hid my true abilities, enjoyed a moment of praise from the homeroom teacher, and then put all thoughts of the sports festival behind me. The monthly exam was the most important thing. This period of study would produce a preliminary result. A few days ago, my eldest uncle called again to ask about my studies. My father, Gu Yuandum, stood beside him, not daring to make a sound. It was me who used the excuse that I was in the process of improving to gloss over it. After this monthly exam, the results would have to be shown directly to my uncles. They had made it clear that they would supervise every exam from the 12th grade onward, because it was especially important. In my past life, I ended up reporting my rock bottom rank to them. The result was my dad got a severe scolding, and I had to face the disappointed looks of my uncles. But this time, I absolutely could not be last. My goal now was to get into the same university as Chu Wanning. If we weren't together in college, who would protect her? Therefore, I had to try my best. Chu Wanning was one of the most important reasons for my effort. For these 3 nights, Chu Wanning didn't have to work. This was a special privilege Gu Yuandum had given her. After school, I pushed my bike with Chu Wanning walking beside me as we headed towards the school gate. The fact that we were close friends was basically an open secret. There was nothing to hide. After all, the public act of giving me a drink during the sports festival had been seen by everyone. Perhaps because everyone saw it as normal, thinking our relationship had improved simply because we were deskmates, Chu Wanning now rarely refused to walk with me in public. She was surprised by the changes happening to her, but she was also very happy about them. Being able to walk with me in public was something she had longed for 3 or 4 years. When I got home, I rushed into the living room and told my parents, "Don't cook dinner tonight. I have to study." Hearing this, my parents were a bit surprised. Gu Yuandong couldn't help but mock. "Just 1 evening left and you're trying to cram." I shot him a look. "It's not like I'm practicing some dark art," he said, then closed my bedroom door. I was genuinely a bit worried, because my classical Chinese was still not very good, and the first period tomorrow morning was Chinese language. He started memorizing until 9 bit. I felt a bit dizzy, but I still hadn't memorized it well. When I went out for a drink of water, I suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from my sister's room. I peeked through the crack in the door and saw Gu Maoyan with a book open on her desk, her forehead pressed against it. Her hands were on either side of her head, waving continuously as she mumbled, "Absorb it, absorb it." I pushed the door open, astonished. "What are you doing?" Gu Maoyan turned to look at me. "Studying. I have a test tomorrow too." Seeing my surprised expression, she explained further, "You're asking what I was just doing. This is a method my deskmate taught me called a knowledge transfer. You press your forehead against the book and wave your hands, and the knowledge from the book will transfer into your brain." She said she's tried it, and it's quite effective. I was speechless. So this was the choice between doing the work and cheating. Was this kind of thing still circulating in 2010? I twisted my lips. Does this really work? Is there something wrong with your brains? Gu Maoyan huffed and pouted. "If you want to know, try it yourself. Don't bother me while I'm transferring. Close the door on your way out." Helplessly, I closed the door and went back to my room. I immediately placed my Chinese textbook on the desk, pressed my forehead against it, closed my eyes, and placed my hands on either side, waving them. Absorb it, absorb it, absorb it. Transfer it to me. I mumbled continuously, my expression one of utmost sincerity. The next morning, Yuandong, taking off his apron, brought 2 plates of food out from the kitchen and shouted into our rooms. Since we both had our monthly exams at school today, Yuandong had decided to let us eat breakfast at home. Maoyan, finished with brushing her teeth, came out to the dining room in her pajamas and groggily sat down. Her bottom hadn't even touched the chair before my mom grabbed her by the ear and pulled her up. Maoyan, how many times have I told you not to sit in your brother's seat? My mother scolded her sternly. When I came out of the bathroom holding a book, her face immediately broke into a radiant smile. Xiaochen, you must have worked hard studying last night, right? Quick, sit down and eat. Today, I specially asked your dad to go out and buy red date buns for you. Just as I was about to sit, Yuandong kicked me in the butt. I bought 2 portions. Are you going to eat them both yourself? Give one to your sister. Thanks, Dad. Maoyan happily sat down, swinging her legs and looking at me. With a straight face, I handed her my portion of buns. She stuck her tongue out at me with a hem. My parents' completely different attitudes towards my sister and me was something I had long grown used to. Even when I was 30, the 2 old folks still maintained this habit. My mom turned her head to look at me, puzzled. Xiaochen, why are you pressing a book to your forehead? Yunoyan rolled her eyes. He's faking it. You actually believed him. I transferred for an hour yesterday and it didn't work at all. My deskmate must have tricked me. I smiled. Noyan, seriously. It might not work for you, but it seems to have had some effect on me. Perhaps this is the difference between a genius and a blockhead, I said, looking at my sister seriously. After I spoke, I realized both my parents were looking at me strangely. I explained, not very confidently, I really feel like my impression of the classical Chinese texts is a bit clearer in my head. Maoyan was surprised. Could it be that the knowledge transfer method only works for Chinese? Who knows, I shrugged. For the sake of a test, I had become so desperate as to believe in such a method. I didn't want to let everyone down. After breakfast, I rode my bike to school. Upon entering the teaching building, I didn't go straight to my classroom but glanced towards exam room 1, which was the top exam room for the 12th grade. My first impression was silence. Extreme silence. There wasn't a sound in the entire room. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, heads down, murmuring classical texts and ancient poems. I glanced once, then turned and headed upstairs with my bag. The higher I went, the further back the exam rooms, and the louder the noise became. By the time I reached the floor with exam room 30, the surrounding noise could almost be described as a clamor, like an early morning market in the northeast. The classroom was quite empty, with many people gathered outside on the corridor talking. One male student was slumped over the railing while another pressed against him from behind, their roughhousing accompanied by lewd laughter. Don't, Brother G. That meme didn't exist in 2010. I walked past with my bag slung over one shoulder, as if I didn't belong in the world of these underachieving students. However, when I appeared, the students here still turned to look at me. I was quite famous among them, mainly for being prominent enough in the group of problem students, and my performance in the sports festival a few days ago meant most people here knew me. At that moment, a male student walked over with a smile and offered me a piece of gum. His name was Cao Shuang, considered a tough guy in the school. In the past, if I wanted to teach someone a lesson, I just had to bribe him, and he would gather a group of people to block the classroom door. Cao Shuang respected me for many reasons, like my basketball skills and wealthy family background. He was purely a fan of mine. I took the gum and listened as Cao Shuang asked, Brother Chen, was what you said on the stage for real? What trick are you planning this time? I nodded. A trick on you. Help me investigate which girls did that thing during the sports festival these past few days. The main focus is to investigate Xu Yan from class 11. Cao Shuang nodded happily. Alright. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. Just as he finished speaking, the entire corridor suddenly fell silent. The chatter grew quieter and quieter as everyone's gaze gradually turned towards the staircase entrance. A girl in a blue and white school uniform with a pink backpack was slowly walking up the stairs to this floor. Just then, a gentle breeze blew. As the girl turned, her hair swept to one side, revealing a delicate, fair, and beautiful face to everyone. Cao Shuang and I both turned our heads, our eyes fixed on the sight. Xu Wanning's steps paused. She was taken aback by the scene before her. She stood still for a few seconds, then lowered her head slightly, her expression somewhat timid, and walked with small steps towards the exam room. She was pure and innocent, also out of place on this floor. At this moment, every student on the floor was looking at her. Xu Wanning kept her head down, not meeting anyone's gaze, and walked through the crowd. However, when she reached the door of the exam room, she still paused in front of me for a moment. She lifted her beautiful eyes, glanced at me, and said softly, "Good morning." I nodded. "Good morning." After the greeting, Xu Wanning hurried into the exam room. Seeing this, everyone in the corridor looked at each other for a moment before the noise started up again. Some curious people walked over, peeking through the door and windows to look inside. It was only when they found Xu Wanning sitting in the last seat that they once again showed expressions of surprise. Whoa, why is Xu Wanning sitting there? All sorts of discussions broke out. They said irritably, "What are you looking at? Is it that interesting?" Hearing me, the perceptive Cao Shuang stepped forward, his tone even more aggressive. "Scram, go back to your own exam rooms. Don't stand here gawking." Everyone was afraid of him and quickly backed away from the area near exam room 30. Seeing the crowd disperse, I walked into the exam room and went to my seat in the back corner. Seeing this, Xu Wanning quickly pushed her desk back a little to make room for me. At the same time, the proctor, Su Miao, walked into the classroom and said to everyone, "The exam is about to start. Put away anything related to it on the podium or in the hallway." Xu Wanning took out her bag, and was about to stand up when I took her bag and put it on the podium for her. When I sat back down, Xu Wanning leaned forward slightly and immediately whispered, "Thank you." I turned my head in surprise and glanced at her. "Ah, it's nothing." Xu Wanning said nothing more. The exam quickly began. First, the answer sheets were distributed, then the test papers. I looked at the test paper on my desk and let out a soft breath. It had been over 10 years since I'd experienced something like this. In the past, I never cared about any exam, but today, seeing the test paper, I felt a rare sense of nervousness. I wrote down my name, class, and exam number, then focused on reading the questions before the starting bell rang. I wanted to familiarize myself with one more question, that was the key. Soon, the bell rang from downstairs. After the bell faded, the sound of rustling pens from the first exam room immediately filled the air. Su Miao sat at the podium, looking at the students below. Some were distracted, some were looking out the window, some were slumped over their desks. They didn't look like they were here to take a test, but more like they were serving time in prison. Finally, a sound came from a corner. Su Miao, as if discovering her only hope, immediately looked over in surprise. The only person in the entire exam room holding a pen and answering questions, even faster than Xu Wanning, was that man. Yes, it was me. I excitedly and quickly wrote the answer to the first question. Right or wrong, I had saved the time of one question. Soon, the exam ended. Su Miao stood up and clapped her hands. "Time's up. Stop writing. Can the students in the front row collect the papers?" I lay back in my chair, feeling weaker than after an intense workout. Su Miao intended to organize the papers before letting the students leave, but this bunch didn't listen at all and just stood up to pack their things. She couldn't be bothered to maintain order in this last exam room anyway. I went to get my bag and came back to ask Xu Wanning, "Are you going to lunch now?" The girl, hugging her bag, looked up at me and shook her head slightly. I hadn't eaten with her for a long time. I figured that since Xu Wanning had started earning money, she probably wouldn't be eating only plain rice anymore. Even if she didn't eat meat, she would at least add some vegetables. Xu Wanning shook her head, took out a workbook from her bag, lowered her head, and read in silence. Since she didn't say anything, I had to go to the cafeteria by myself. On the second floor of the cafeteria, while eating, I saw Dali carrying his tray alone to an empty spot. He still took up 2 seats, holding a spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other, but both with his pinky finger extended. His large legs were turned inward under the table. Passing students all looked at him with a somewhat mocking gaze. I looked away. Scenes like this were all too common in school. Appearance, voice, dress, habits, and behavior could all become reasons for a student to be isolated at school. They might not be bullied, but they would definitely be isolated. In a way, Xu Wanning was also an outcast, but her situation was a bit different. She actively isolated everyone first before being isolated by everyone. After eating, I grabbed my bag, intending to go home, but feeling it reminded me that there was an old Nokia phone inside. It was the one I planned to give to Xu Wanning. From the second floor, I went down to the first floor of the cafeteria, searching for Xu Wanning's figure. Logically, since it was an exam day, she shouldn't have stayed in the exam room for so long. Sure enough, I quickly spotted the girl in a very hidden corner. Although the lunch rush was over, it wasn't too late, so the cafeteria was still quite crowded. I guess this was probably why Xu Wanning chose such a secluded spot. I walked over with my bag. Just as I was about to greet her from behind, I suddenly froze. Xu Wanning wasn't eating. She was hunched over, focused on fiddling with something. I stepped to the side and saw the scene on her table. A tray, and on it, still a plate of plain white rice. No vegetables, no meat. But next to it, in a clear plastic lunchbox, there were green vegetables and some meat. It seemed she had bought both meat and vegetable dishes but didn't intend to eat them. I couldn't help but frown. While fiddling, Xu Wanning would take a bite of rice with her chopsticks, then a sip of the free soup, before lowering her head to continue working on the object in front of her, seemingly completely absorbed. I moved closer to see and was stunned. She was using 502 super glue to piece together the shattered fragments of the hairpin from last time, carefully fitting each piece together. It seemed to be a meticulous job, so she was completely focused. I looked down in silence at the completely deformed hairpin. Even the pink coating on it had faded, or rather, it was no longer recognizable as a hairpin. But it seemed Xu Wanning didn't care. She just wanted to piece this thing back together. After gluing for a while, she would eat some more plain rice and drink some more free soup, as if doing so could save time. I saw the tube of 502 glue next to the table. It looked like it had just been opened. She must have just bought it from the convenience store during the lunch break. Suddenly, I felt that the world was incredibly unfair. The girl eating a 50-cent bowl of rice bought a 501 tube of glue to fix a worthless hairpin. It seemed she was doing something completely futile. In her heart, what was most important? Herself, her father, or this hairpin? Perhaps the girl had never received a gift before, so she treasured it so sincerely. Was the hairpin her very first gift? But I had clearly said it was a thank you present, not a gift. I had also said I could give her many other hairpins. He stood beside her for a long time, also silent for a long time. Finally, I couldn't help but reach out and lightly touch Xu Wanning's shoulder. Xu Wanning quickly turned her head. Her knee seemed to hit the table leg, causing her to wince in pain. I quickly reached out to steady the bowl of free soup on the table, which almost spilled. You were sitting here. I was looking all over for you, I said, my voice a mix of reproach and pity. Xu Wanning looked directly into my eyes. After a moment, she quickly snatched the hairpin from the table and hid her hand behind her back. Her efforts to glue it were probably ruined by that grab, but I had already seen it clearly. That thing was completely beyond repair. The 502 glue was a wasted purchase. I sat down next to her, forcibly pulled her hand up, and opened her fist. In her pale palm lay the completely deformed hairpin. Her palm was even burned into a few hard lumps by the 502 glue. I rubbed it a few times with my thumb. The soft palm was no longer smooth. I looked up and glared at Xu Wanning. The girl didn't dare to look at me. I put her hand down and sighed. I took the Nokia phone from my bag and handed it to her. Xu Wanning looked at me in surprise and quickly pulled both her hands back, her firm and decisive action a response to my kindness. I spoke, I'm not giving it to you, just lending it to you. As a supermarket employee, how can you not have a way to communicate? Besides, I might call you at home to ask about homework. Hearing this, Xu Wanning finally lowered her head to look at the phone. She carefully took it with both hands and held it up to her eyes to examine it closely. Seeing scratches on it, she realized it was an old phone and felt a little more at ease. I asked her if she knew how to use it. Xu Wanning spoke with a hesitant expression. A long time ago. He used one. I've forgotten a bit. So I opened the phone's interface and told her, see this green button. This is the answer button. When a call comes in, just press this button. Xu Wanning leaned her head closer and nodded eagerly, looking like a serious student. I'll remember that. He smiled. Good. Xu Wanning looked up at me, our eyes met for a moment, and then she shyly looked down again. I continued, but making calls is still not very convenient. Have you ever created a account before? The girl shook her head. No. I immediately started creating a account for her. See. This account will be yours from today on. I'll read out the number, find something to write it down. Xu Wanning was stunned for a moment, then repeated in disbelief, my account. I nodded. The girl looked at me with delight, her beautiful eyes filled with obvious joy, as if she had been waiting a long time to have a account of her own. Because everyone else had one. It seemed to be very popular. In the graduation autograph books of her middle school classmates, everyone wrote down their numbers. At that time, Xu Wanning also had a close girlfriend. But when that friend came to her with an autograph book and asked for her number, Xu Wanning was silent for a long time. Finally, she could only shake her head in embarrassment and say she didn't have one. She still remembered her friend looking at her with surprise, smiling and saying, oh, okay then, before walking past her to continue asking other classmates. Xu Wanning sat quietly in her seat, silently listening to her classmates say things like, let's keep in touch after graduation. Now, she quickly opened her bag, took out a pen and paper, and looked at me, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. I began, listen carefully. Your number is 2421. Xu Wanning quickly wrote it down, a smile appearing on her face as she looked at the simple string of numbers on the paper. This number was magical in that it maintained relationships between friends. Because she didn't have this number back then, it seemed she had also lost her only friend from middle school. Looking at this number, Xu Wanning was both happy and suddenly sad. She quietly folded the piece of paper neatly and carefully placed it in her pencil case. While looking at the phone, I said, I just used your account to add myself as a friend. Now I'm your only friend. Let's set a nickname for your account. What do you want it to be? Xu Wanning brought her knees together and asked me in a very small voice. It seemed she suddenly felt a bit of pressure. Seeing this, I waved my hand to reassure her. These things are just casual. There are no requirements, and you can change it any time. You don't need to worry too much. What's your nickname? Xu Wanning asked tentatively, glancing at me. I paused, took my phone out of my bag, and opened it. Although my number hadn't changed in over 10 years, I really couldn't remember what my nickname was during this period. As soon as I opened my phone, I froze. Xu Wanning leaned her head over to look. I quickly pulled the phone back, tilted my head up, and quickly opened the settings to change my nickname. Wait, there's a small problem. Let me adjust it. As I spoke, I deleted the old name. I thought for a moment, and then set the name to One Leaf Autumn. Only then did I feel at ease showing it to the girl. I pointed and said, "See, my name is One Leaf Autumn. What do you want her name to be? You can change it whenever you want." I saw Xu Wanning tracing circles on her knee with her index finger. "Then I'll be called Summer's Maple." I frowned, my eyes darting back and forth as I thought about the name Summer's Maple. Xu Wanning quickly added, "The feng from maple leaf, not the feng from wind." After saying that, she seemed a bit tense, as if afraid I would realize something. I slowly repeated it once more, unable to resist asking, "Is there any special meaning? You're summer, so you should choose something like a cicada. Shouldn't maple leaves go with autumn?" Xu Wanning's small, fair hands clenched on her knees again. Her gaze averted as she said, "Because I like the song listening to the wind. If it's not good, I can change it." I waved my hand. No need. It's fine. It's just a nickname." As I spoke, I changed Xu Wanning's nickname. "Alright. I'm heading home now. You should eat quickly." After speaking, I stood up. She still couldn't help but glance at the plate of plain white rice on the table, but this time I didn't say anything. It was useless to say anything. This girl wouldn't listen. Forcing her to eat better once or twice was possible, but she would resist if it happened too often. The end result would be her starting to avoid me every time we ate. Perhaps only when this girl earned enough money on her own would she think about eating better. I walked out of the cafeteria. Xu Wanning sat in her spot, holding the phone. She gently touched the 9 unfamiliar keys with her finger. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound startled her. She saw on the screen, "One Leaf Autumn has accepted your friend request." One Leaf Autumn, hello. Seeing this message, Xu Wanning's fingers fumbled to find the letters on the keypad, wanting to reply to my message immediately. It took her a full minute to send a single word, "Summer's Maple, hello." Seeing her reply appear on the screen, Xu Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly picked up her chopsticks and put rice in her mouth, but her eyes remained glued to the chat interface. Xu Wanning's index finger paused, stopping its typing. "I need to practice typing at home," the girl thought in frustration. She wrapped the phone in a tissue and carefully placed it in her bag. After a few bites of rice, Xu Wanning started packing the leftover rice into her lunchbox, wrapped it in a plastic bag, put it in her backpack, and left the school. After the afternoon exam, I went home early. Xu Wanning stayed in the exam room to study for a while before leaving the school alone and heading towards the Four Seasons supermarket. As soon as she entered, Gi Yuandong spoke up in surprise, "Wanning, didn't I give you time off? Why are you still here at the supermarket?" He then looked behind her, realizing I wasn't with her. That kid must have gone home. Xu Wanning quickly took 2 steps forward. "Hello, uncle. A few days ago, I made an appointment with the old man who buys scrap to sell some bottles tonight. I couldn't stand him up." Gi Yuandong was a little helpless. "I tell you, child, you came all this way just for a few bottles. How much money can you get? With that time, why not go home and study?" Xu Wanning stood there, head down, and retorted, "It sells for quite a bit of money." Gi Yuandong suddenly remembered that a few days ago he had told the girl that the money from selling the bottles not collected in the supermarket would belong to her. At the time, she had verbally refused, but it seemed she still wanted it in her heart. He couldn't help but think this child was quite good, frugal, and valued money, unlike his own brat who wouldn't even look at money under 100 yuan. But valuing money too much wasn't a good thing either. Gi Yuandong looked at the girl in front of him a few times. He could roughly imagine that Xu Wanning's family had some difficulties, which nurtured her money-conscious personality. To earn 10 or 20 yuan from selling scrap during the monthly exam period, she would travel so far to the supermarket. Although this was something he had promised her, and she wasn't wrong to do it, as his future daughter-in-law, Gi Yuandong still wanted to observe Xu Wanning's character more. There was no problem with her character. He could guarantee that. But one thing had to be adjusted later, her concept of money. He couldn't let this child value money too much. Thinking of this, Gi Yuandong nodded. "Alright. Go home quickly after you're done selling. Don't stay out too long," Gi Yuandong instructed. Xu Wanning nodded eagerly. He must be waiting anxiously. "I'll go right away." Watching the girl drag 3 large woven bags out of the supermarket, Gi Yuandong took 2 steps forward and asked with concern, "You've collected so much. Can you carry it all by yourself?" Xu Wanning turned her head and smiled. "It's fine. The fairy-like figure, dragging several bags, gradually disappeared from the Four Seasons supermarket. As night fell, Gi Yuandong went out to buy a bowl of noodles and returned to the supermarket. As soon as he placed the noodles on the checkout counter, he suddenly froze. On the counter was a pile of crumpled banknotes, with a few coins next to it. Beside the money was a piece of paper. Gi Yuandong picked up the paper. On it was the girl's neat handwriting. "Uncle, I came back and didn't see you, so I left first. This is the money from selling the scrap, a total of 21.4 yuan. It's all here. I promised him I would come and sell it today, so I couldn't break my promise. Also, I really couldn't accept it before. Please keep it safe." Gi Yuandong stared blankly for a long time before reacting. He silently put the paper down. He looked at the money next to it, picked it up, and counted. It was indeed 21.4 yuan. Gi Yuandong straightened up, leaned against the counter, took a deep breath, and smiled with a hint of self-doubt. He couldn't help but recall telling the girl a few days ago that the money from selling these bottles belonged to her. At the time, the girl had immediately smiled shyly, and refused. As a result, Gi Yuandong had thought she was just being polite while still wanting it in her heart, which was why she came today. Although it was just a small misunderstanding, Gi Yuandong still felt a heavy weight in his heart. He didn't even have the appetite to eat his noodles. He held the stack of banknotes, tapping it lightly against his palm. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Although Wanning didn't know anything, Gi Yuandong still had the urge to apologize to her directly. What a good child, Gi Yuandong thought, frowning as he looked at the money, constantly blaming himself for his speculation without careful thought. When he got home, he changed his shoes at the door, his face gloomy. He walked into the living room with the pile of money. "Yu Xiaoshan, get out here," Gi Yuandong, in a bad mood, yelled. The bedroom door opened. I walked out holding an English book, looking at Gi Yuandong with great surprise. I first glanced to see if Gi Yuandong was holding a clothes hanger. Seeing that he wasn't, I opened my mouth and asked, "What's wrong, Dad?" "I was very well behaved today. I got 5 math multiple choice questions right," I said proudly. Yu Maoyan also poked her head out of her room. She thought her dad was about to hit her brother, so she came out to watch the show. Gi Yuandong also didn't know what he was angry about, but he was in a bad mood and wanted to hit his son. How about the whole family goes on a trip this National Day holiday?" Seeing his daughter had also come out, Gi Yuandong suggested. Yu Maoyan happily skipped out and sat down on the sofa next to her father. She wore shorts and excitedly swung her fair legs and small feet. Great, I refused. "I can't. I'm planning to take Wanning out to play." Gi Yuandong raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "What I mean is, our whole family will take Wanning out to play together." I was a bit surprised. "Why did you suddenly think of taking her out?" Gi Yuandong glanced at me. "This child is not bad. It's not wrong to think of her when there's something good, right? Besides, she's both your dad's employee and your classmate. Isn't that perfectly justifiable?" I nodded. "Logically, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll tell her, but I think at most we can only invite her alone. Her family probably can't make it." Gi Yuandong waved his hand. "That's fine. As long as Wanning is there, it's good enough." Yu Maoyan, sitting on the sofa swinging her legs, turned her head to look at us. "Who's Wanning? I've heard you two mention this name for a long time." Gi Yuandong was about to say, "Your future sister-in-law," but after glancing at his son, he stopped himself, afraid that saying it out loud would jinx it. He could only say, "Have you forgotten? The employee at the supermarket. Your brother's classmate." Yu Maoyan grunted, "Oh, having some impression." I went back to my room, opened my phone, and sent a message to Wanning, "Good evening." Wanning immediately replied with a smiley face emoji. Seeing that yellow smiley face, I suddenly lost all interest in talking. He sent her back the exact same emoji, fighting fire with fire. I suddenly realized that although I hated this emoji, it was different for Wanning. She must think I was really smiling at her. Perhaps she was also genuinely showing a smile. She was probably foolishly smiling at her phone right now. I suddenly felt a generation gap with this 17-year-old girl. The next afternoon, after the English exam, I resolutely did not stay in the exam room and went straight to the cafeteria. I sat opposite Cao Shuang. "Brother Chen, I've found the classes and names of those girls," Cao Shuang said. He smiled. "Oh, thought the rats." Cao Shuang replied. "The 3 of them were in the same class in 10th grade. "Oh right, Wanning from your class was also in that class in 10th grade, Cao Shuang added at the end. I tentatively asked, "When you were investigating, did you find out who they locked in the bathroom?" Cao Shuang shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. I only investigated who had a good relationship with Xu Yan." Coincidentally, someone also saw the 3 of them running away from the first floor of the 11th grade teaching building that afternoon. "Brother Chen, do you need me to ask more?" I immediately shook my head. "No need. You don't ask either." Cao Shuang obediently nodded. I had absolutely no impression of these three girls. I asked again, what are their family conditions like? Their conditions are very ordinary, just normal families. Brother Chen, just say the word. When do we make our move? I didn't answer immediately and picked up my chopsticks to eat. See me eat, Cao Shuang also started eating the food on his tray. After a while, he heard me speak. Cao Shuang, it's not shameful for a man to be poor, what matters is having a sense of loyalty. I'm telling you this because I consider you a brother. I hope that in the future, you'll disband that group of brothers of yours at school. Hearing this, Cao Shuang was a bit surprised and put down his chopsticks. He stared at me blankly, but he found that I seemed to have acquired a different kind of aura. Behind me, the orange-red sunset outside the window was like a cloak draped over my shoulders. In Cao Shuang's eyes at this moment, I slightly resembled the Monkey King from T. Cao Shuang came back to his senses. Brother Chen, what's with you all of a sudden? I reached out and patted Cao Shuang's shoulder, smiling. What's there to say? Just get that ugly hair of yours cut soon, Cao Shuang said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Heck, trying to act cool, huh? He said seriously. When you graduate from high school, I'll ask my uncle to arrange a stable job for you. Your mother's medical bills will be taken care of. Cao Shuang was stunned and immediately sat up straight. He couldn't believe it, pushing his messy hair back to reveal a pair of clear eyes. Brothers, you mean even without an education, someone would hire me? He smiled. It's called using connections, understand? But you'll have to start from the lowest level. Yes, I'll listen to everything you say. Brothers, Cao Shuang nodded enthusiastically, sitting up straight and quickly pushing the plate of chicken in front of him towards me. Brothers, eat up. I vaguely remembered that in 2013, 3 years from now, Cao Shuang would follow a gangster big brother and end up being tricked into committing a crime, taking the fall for someone else and going to prison. He was from a single parent family, and his sick mother, with no one to care for her, eventually passed away in sorrow. I lowered my head and ate. Having been reborn, I knew these things in advance. If I could help, I would. After all, this kid, Cao Shuang, always helped me without asking for anything in return, and always called me brothers. You can't deal with those three girls at school. Watch their routes home after school carefully. Once you've figured it out, come find me in class 28. Cao Shuang nodded hurriedly. Got it. On the second day after the monthly exam, during the long break. Damn, Du Shui, did you cheat on the essay? Li Yu looked at the English essay on my test paper in disbelief. I glanced at him. Cheat your head. You think I can predict the English essay topic? At the back of the classroom, Li Yu stared at me for a moment, then lowered his head to look at other parts of the test, at the sentences corrected with a red pen. The English listening comprehension is all correct. You've got to be kidding me. I even got 2 questions wrong. The previous class was English, and Su Yaoyao had already gone over the answers with the class. See how good I am. They showed off smugly. Li Yu continued to flip through the paper, the second best student in the grade looking shocked and unconvinced. Wan Ning, in her seat, smiled as she watched the scene. My good grades were a source of happiness for her, one of the happy people in this world. Reading comprehension, only 1 wrong. Damn, lucky. You got more fill in the blanks wrong than me, Li Yu said, looking back and finally calculating the total score. The smile on his face gradually froze. If my English essay got full marks, my total score would be 140. If Li Yu's English essay got full marks, his total would also be 140. But Li Yu knew his own essay couldn't possibly get full marks, while mine had a very high chance. So boring, no fun. I'm out. Li Yu shoved the test paper into my arms and turned to leave, seemingly having made up his mind about something. The commotion here had attracted the attention of the front of the class. Song Xinjiao turned around and asked, "What's going on over there?" A classmate next to her explained, "It seems Gu Shui got a perfect score on the English listening comprehension." Song Xinjiao froze, the corner of her mouth twitching. "How is that possible?" "Just him." I took my test paper and sat back down, tapping my foot proudly, grinning like a sunflower. 2 female students in the front row turned around and asked in surprise, "Du Shui, can we see your test paper?" I passed it over directly. "Take it, look all you want." The 2 girls looked at each other with astonishment, finding it hard to believe this was my English test. "Du Shui, your spoken English seems a lot different than before, too," one said. I cleared my throat, unhurriedly. They've been working hard on it lately. If only I had studied hard and taken notes in class before. Now, looking at the empty textbook, I can't understand a thing. Wan Ning, sitting next to me, listened quietly. She gently committed the 2 words "take notes" to memory. "But you've improved so much already. It's really amazing," one of the girls said. He smiled smugly. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" After the 2 girls in front turned back around, I placed the English test on Wan Ning's desk and asked her, "Am I good?" Wan Ning smiled and nodded. "Good." I grinned and leaned closer. Then say, "Gu Shui is so amazing." She looked up, glanced at me, and gently bit her lip. Her earlobes turned red as she softly repeated, "Gu Shui is so amazing." I tilted my head back, my eyes dreamy. Where did that sweet, soft voice go? I pressed my luck, say it again. "Gu Shui is so amazing, I'm your little fan." Wan Ning clenched her pencil with both hands, lowered her head, pressed her lips together tightly, and turned away, completely ignoring me. I pulled at her soft arm. "What's there to be shy about? You just said it." But she just shrugged one shoulder, her face flushed, and didn't reply. Just then, the head teacher slapped the door frame from a distance, glaring at me from the classroom entrance. I immediately sat up straight, stopped bothering Wan Ning, and returned to my seat, staring seriously at my English test. The head teacher walked into the classroom. "This Friday afternoon, after school, there will be a parent-teacher conference to discuss the results of this monthly exam. The total scores and rankings will be distributed to each parent on a report card during the meeting." The class fell silent. The students' eyes were lifeless, devoid of energy. Because this wasn't exactly good news. Only A clapped enthusiastically. Hearing the noise, everyone else turned to look at me. The head teacher also looked at me in surprise. He stood up. "Parent-teacher conferences should be held more often. Only then can we continuously improve through encouragement and share our learning experiences and joys with our parents." The head teacher was stunned. "Gu Shui, did you take the wrong medicine? Aren't you the one who's most afraid of parent-teacher conferences?" I frowned and said seriously, "Nonsense. I, Gu Shui, have always been the biggest supporter of parent-teacher conferences." As soon as I finished speaking, the whole class turned to look at me with stiff expressions. Everyone thought I had started to act recklessly. It was only Tuesday morning after the monthly exam. No one knew my results yet, not even the head teacher. Only Wan Ning lowered her head and smiled secretly. Of course, she knew why I was looking forward to the parent-teacher conference. However, when it came to parent-teacher conferences, even though she had been first in the grade many times, Wan Ning, like everyone else, did not look forward to them. Thinking of this, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She sighed silently and turned to look out the window at the blue sky and white clouds. Although she was sad, it wasn't unbearable. Perhaps it was because my improvement made her happy. At noon, Wan Ning came back from school carrying her pink backpack. She didn't go to the teaching building but to the convenience store on campus. Inside the store, Wan Ning looked at the notebooks on the shelf. The store owner, who was also young this year, wasn't minding the counter anymore and followed her with a fawning smile. "We meet again, little sister. What grade are you in?" "12th grade," Wan Ning replied. The store owner smiled. "Oh, then we're about the same age. I just turned 18. My name is Chen Guang. You can just call me Brother Guang. Come by often, and I'll give you a discount." "Hey. What are you buying this time?" Wan Ning glanced at his face, which didn't look 18 at all, and kept her distance, speaking softly. "Do you have thicker notebooks? The kind with more pages?" The store owner raised an eyebrow slightly. "What for?" Wan Ning made a writing gesture and said, "I want to copy all my class notes from 10th to 12th grade into a notebook, so I need a thick one." Chen Guang immediately crouched down and took out a stack of notebooks from the bottom shelf. "Is this thick enough?" Wan Ning tilted her head to look at the thickness, and nodded slightly. Then she asked the question she was most concerned about, "How much is it?" The store owner immediately said cheerfully, 7 yuan. Hearing the price, Wan Ning was a little stunned. She glanced at the thickness of the notebook, picked it up to examine it, and opened it to check the color and quality of the paper. 3 seconds later, she swallowed almost imperceptibly. The store owner asked doubtfully, not satisfied, "How about another one?" Wan Ning quickly waved her hand. "No need, this one is fine." After speaking, she touched her pocket and took out a 5 yuan bill. She glanced at the store owner, then lowered her head and fumbled in another pocket. There was only a 10-cent coin. "I don't have enough money today. I'll come tomorrow morning and give you the remaining 1 yuan and 9 cents. I had 6 yuan, but I was afraid to carry it all with me because I've lost money before." Chen Guang shook his head. "It's okay, 5 yuan is fine. The cost of this one isn't high anyway." Wan Ning shook her head. "I'll bring it to you. I'm Wan Ning from class 1228. After speaking, she handed the 5 yuan to the store owner. The last time she bought water, he gave her a discount. She didn't have the heart to let him give her another discount on something else. Chen Guang stared blankly as the girl left holding the notebook. Looking at her appearance and demeanor, she didn't seem like a student short on pocket money. He thought in surprise. During the afternoon break, Wan Ning opened her newly bought notebook. She ran her fair fingers over the smooth paper, a gentle smile on her face. Then she took out her chemistry textbook, opened the first page, and began to copy the notes. She wrote very carefully, not just because the notebook was expensive, but because this was a gift for someone else. Concentrating on her writing, Wan Ning didn't notice my head had already appeared beside her. "What are you writing?" "Today's homework." Wan Ning was startled and quickly turned her head, her lips almost touching my face. We both instinctively pulled our necks back at the same time. We sat on our chairs looking at each other, Wan Ning's beautiful eyes wide open, while I craned my neck back, staring at her with wide eyes, my chin wrinkled. Whoa, we almost kissed. The warmth of the other's breath seemed to linger on our faces. Wan Ning quickly turned away and sat back in her seat. Her long, curved eyelashes trembled as she held the fountain pen to the notebook, only to find that she had written a character crookedly. However, at this moment, she was in no mood to fix it. I continued to look at what she was writing. You see, you're copying notes. That's great, my old textbook is blank. Let me see it when you're done. Wan Ning didn't look at me or reply, just nodded quickly. The tip of her pen paused on the last character, unmoving, because her heart was still pounding. Only when she saw I was no longer looking her way did she start writing again, quickly correcting the crook character. In the evening, near the school, there were many alleys that were shortcuts home for many students who lived off campus. At this time, 3 female students were laughing and walking into an alley. Above their heads were tangled wires like barbed wire, and under their feet were cement bricks covered in green moss. After walking a short distance, 3 expressionless male students suddenly appeared in front of them. The 3 girls stopped. The alley was very narrow, and the other party's eyes were fixed on them, clearly not intending to let them pass. A short-haired girl with freckles on her cheeks immediately turned to look back. As a result, 3 more male students appeared at the back of the alley. They were trapped in the middle. 5 minutes later, in the small alley, Cao Shuang bent down to look at the 3 people in front of him. 7 male students, including himself, were now surrounding the 3 girls. Who are you? Have we offended you? The freckled girl, who was sitting on the ground, tried to stand up but was pushed down by Cao Shuang. He flicked his hair back and sneered, You haven't offended me, but you've offended someone you absolutely can't afford to mess with. After speaking, he stepped aside. The 3 girls immediately looked forward, only to see a student holding a long loaf of bread, eating it as he walked in from the entrance of the alley. The 3 girls' eyes widened in surprise. They recognized this person as the male student who had run onto the rostrum during the sports meet, snatched the microphone, and openly challenged them. At that time, after hearing what is said, they had even stood together and laughed at me. Now, I was eating my bread as I walked in. Behind me were 4 more tough-looking male students. I had brought 11 people with me. In comparison, I, wearing a school uniform among these 11, looked like a good student. But the 3 girls at this moment felt the strongest pressure from me. It was clear that everyone here listened to me alone. The freckled girl sitting in the middle immediately spoke up defiantly, So what if you have a lot of people? My brother knows people at the police station. Hearing this, Cao Shuang burst out laughing. He immediately sat down. You're killing me. Do you know who my brother's is? I opened my mouth to interrupt Cao Shuang. He cleared his throat, fell silent, and quickly stepped aside. I swallowed the last piece of bread, sat down, and first looked at the girl on the left. While brushing the bread crumbs off my hands, I stared at her. This girl didn't dare to look me in the eye. What's your name? The girl didn't speak, so I asked Cao Shuang behind me. Cao Shuang immediately introduced her. Her name is Liu Jie. Smack, I slapped her and glared. A flash of anger crossed my face. The slap was Chris. Liu Jie burst into tears immediately, sobbing on the ground, not daring to look at me. I turned away as if another look would be disgusting. I looked at the one on the right and said, and you? My voice had deepened, as the image of the shattered pink hair clip flashed in my mind. Cao Shuang continued, her name is Li Yamping. Smack, I slapped her again. Seeing her frightened, crying reaction, I gave a cryptic smile. So you girls know how to cry too, huh? Finally, I looked at the freckled girl in the middle. And her? Cao Shuang immediately said, her name is Sun Rufei. Sun Rufei covered her face in fear and glared at me. You dare hit me? I'll call my brother. I didn't rush to act. Suddenly, I was amused. I shook my head in sight, then said, Sun Rufei, why bully an innocent girl? This sentence even sounded incomprehensible, because I really couldn't understand why bad people in this world choose to be bad from such a young age. What did Wan Ning do wrong? What terrible thing did a weak girl like her do? Was she wrong for wearing a school uniform every day, for eating leftover food every day, for studying silently every day? Or was she wrong for picking up the pants I threw in the trash and mending the hole with small grass and flowers? Or was she wrong for being cold to me when I stood up for her, afraid I would get into trouble? I remembered the shy smile of that girl, and my heart itched again. Her smile was truly beautiful, but she thought that smiling was more of a luxury than eating a meal with meat. She was just too pure, so scum-like he wanted to dirty her. I slapped Sun Rufei on the left cheek, then again on the right. Finally, I took the hair clip from her head, threw it on the ground, and crushed it with my foot. Looking at the crying Sun Rufei, I coldly put on my blue backpack and turned to leave. At the same time, I said, have your brother come find me. My name is Gu Shui. I'll let your brother know how hard it is to survive in Lu City in the future. Tao Shuang glared at Sun Ruofei. You really don't know who he is. Well then, I can't blame you. After speaking, he and the other 10 male students followed me out of the small alley. By the roadside, the sight of 12 male students standing there was quite eye-catching. Many passers-by had already turned to look. I took out a thick stack of red bills from my pocket and handed them to Cao Shuang. Here's 5,000 yuan. Treat your friends to a meal. When Cao Shuang saw the money, his eyes widened first, then he quickly stepped back. Brothers, I can't take it. The dozen or so male students behind him all looked at me with admiration. They had heard this was my business and had all volunteered to come along. I gave a wry smile. You really won't take it. If you don't, I'll throw it away. Cao Shuang quickly stepped forward and took it with both hands. Brothers, then I have to accept it. But I wouldn't dare spend it. The money has to be used for the right things. As long as it's used for the right thing, how you spend it is up to you. Don't forget what I told you in the cafeteria. I'll definitely remember, brothers. Cao Shuang stood at attention by the crosswalk. I nodded and walked towards the supermarket. At the Four Seasons supermarket, I put my backpack on the counter and glanced at the girl busy among the shelves. I casually said to my dad, don't forget the parent-teacher conference tomorrow. The next afternoon, after school, Gu Yuandong glanced at me and said, I'm too lazy to go and be embarrassed. Let your mother go this time. She wants to meet Wanning anyway. I glanced at him. Are you sure, Dad? Are you really sure? I'll let Mom go. Don't regret it. Gu Yuandong frowned and shrugged, a mocking expression on his face. This kid has learned how to joke with me now, huh? Regret. If I regret it, I'll eat your shoes. He smiled. Okay, I'll find the smelliest pair for you then. Gu Yuandong casually picked up a clothes hanger next to him. I quickly ran away. I walked over to where Wanning was arranging goods. Hearing footsteps, Wanning turned her head and, seeing it was me, she turned back with a shy smile. Seeing this, I teased her. It's rare to see classmate 1 actively smiling at me now. Why? So happy. Wanning shyly retracted her smile, but said, Du Shui, you've improved. If Uncle knew, he would be very happy too. I came to her side and turned to look at her. Don't worry about whether my dad is happy or not. I'm just asking if you're happy. Wanning clasped her fair hands in front of her chest and nodded slightly. If you're happy, then smile. Otherwise I won't believe you, I grinned, as if coaxing her to smile. The girl became shy again and wouldn't smile, turning away with her earlobes slightly red. I suddenly said, there's a bug. Don't move. After speaking, I reached towards Wanning's chin, my palm brushing past her hair, revealing the smooth white skin on her neck. The girl stiffened, not daring to move. The next second, I pulled my hand back from her neck. My index and middle fingers, which had been closed, were now holding a hair clip, as if performing a magic trick. It was a pink hair clip, identical to the previous one, the same style. Seeing Wanning's surprise, I smirked. A gift for you. Wanning blinked at the hair clip, not reaching out to take it, but her eager eyes betrayed her. I shook my hand. It's a small gift between friends. If you don't accept it, does that mean you don't plan on giving me a gift in the future? Wanning quickly shook her head. She immediately reached out and took it. Only then was she satisfied and smiled. It's beautiful. Wanning lowered her head to admire it. Indeed, it was most beautiful when it was intact. She had also prepared a gift for me, the notebook she was copying, but it would take time. However, when giving this gift, she didn't expect anything in return. She just wanted to give it, for no reason at all. I took the hair clip again, opened the packaging, and clipped it onto the hair in front of Wanning's forehead. Looks good, I commented. Wanning's earlobes turned slightly red. She reached up and touched it a couple of times, glanced at me, then quickly looked away. Then she continued to arrange the goods on the shelf, getting busy. That night at home in the living room, my mother, Su Xiaoya, was very surprised and happy. Am I really going to the parent-teacher conference tomorrow? Seeing his wife's eager expression, Gu Yuandong tried to hold back his laughter, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Su Xiaoya had never been to a parent-teacher conference before. The first time might feel fresh, but once she experienced it as the parent of the last lay student, she definitely wouldn't want to go again. For so many years, he had been the one to endure the humiliation. This time, it was finally her turn, Gu Yuandong thought to himself. However, he didn't bring up the matter of firing Wanning if her class rank was below 35th. It wasn't appropriate to bring it up now because Gu Yuandong still had no confidence in his son. His confidence had long been worn away. But he didn't want to fire her either. Su Xiaoya was too excited. She didn't care about her son's academic performance, she simply wanted to see what Wanning looked like. I looked at my mom and said, then it's a date. Mom, don't be late. My mom nodded happily. Okay. Oh right, what should I wear? I waved my hand helplessly. Just wear something normal. You're going to a parent-teacher conference, not a fashion show. The next day, During the last period in the afternoon, the bell rang. The head teacher walked in with a serious expression and stood on the podium. According to the old rule, write your name on a piece of paper and place it on your desk so your parents can easily find your seat. I turned my head and asked Wanning, "Do you have any paper?" Wanning was startled, then quickly nodded, unzipped her backpack, tore a page from her notebook, and handed it to me. I wrote my name on the paper, but Wanning didn't move. She just hugged her pink backpack and sat quietly in her seat, silently watching me write my name. Perhaps sensing the gaze next to me, I turned my head and asked, "Aren't you going to write?" Wanning hugged her backpack, looked up, and silently shook her head. I suddenly remembered that I couldn't recall if Wanning's parents had ever come to previous parent-teacher conferences. Because every time there was a conference, I would run off to the basketball court to play. Could it be that her parents never attended? Thinking about how she also had to bring meals to her father, I roughly understood. I didn't ask further, just said, "My parents don't want to attend my conferences either. They just come to scold me." Wanning said softly, "No, this time they will praise you." I paused my action. "I was trying to comfort you, and now you're comforting me." "That's right. I've improved this time, all thanks to your tutoring." He smiled at her. Wanning smiled back. "I'm going out first." Then she quietly put on her backpack. I was a little puzzled, and asked, "Going to the supermarket?" She shook her head and said, "No, I'm just going to find a place to stay for a while. After the conference is over, I'll come to the classroom door to find you, and we'll go to the supermarket together." I nodded and watched the lonely figure of the girl walk out of the classroom. I silently lowered my head, not knowing what to say. What exactly was Wanning's family situation? I really wanted to know. Was there a way to find out about her specific family situation without hurting her, and at the same time provide corresponding help? I sighed, folded the paper with my name into a triangle, and stood it on the desk. At the same time, I told myself, can't be rushed. Haste makes waste. I don't have a second chance at rebirth. By this time, everyone had placed their triangular name cards on their desks. According to the time, the parents should have entered the school. The head teacher walked into the classroom again, clapped her hands, and said, "All right, everyone who's done can go outside first. The parents are coming soon." I noticed that the head teacher was even wearing light makeup today, looking quite formal. It made sense. This was the first major exam of the 12th grade. Not only that, but the head teacher was also holding a paper box. When I passed by, I glanced into the box and saw that it was full of small red paper roses. Was she planning to use the kindergarten's little red flower reward system? Good. I was excited. I was really excited. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and went outside the classroom. Although most of the students had left, a large half of them remained at the classroom door. These students were either afraid their parents wouldn't be able to find their seats, or they had improved on the exam and wanted to stay and watch. I belonged to the latter category. Soon, there was a commotion from the stairs. The parents had arrived. The students in the hallway immediately waved and merged into the crowd of parents. I also saw Su Xiaoya in the crowd from a distance. Thank goodness, she wasn't dressed too flamboyantly. After all, she was the head of the pediatrics department, it probably wouldn't be too over the top. Wait a minute. I suddenly stood frozen in place. Su Xiaoya squeezed out of the crowd, carrying a huge supermarket bag, and walked towards me. Perhaps because the bag was heavy, her expression was a little strained. I could see it was full of food. I grimaced and said, "Mom, don't worry, I won't have to survive in the wild after the parent-teacher conference." I didn't do too badly on the exam this time. Su Xiaoya put the food down, furtively observed the female students around, and whispered to her son, "It's for Wanning." "Which girl is she? I don't see anyone pretty." Hearing it was for Wanning, I immediately beamed like a sunflower. Perhaps I hoped that I wasn't the only one in the world who was good to Wanning, so I felt warm inside at the kindness my mother showed. "She's not here. I'll take you to find her later. You go to the conference first." Only then did Su Xiaoya stop searching and replied with a smile, Okay. This time, she just wanted to meet her beautiful little daughter-in-law. After the parents were seated, Su Xiaoya put her bag down and turned to look at the empty desk next to her, stunned. She remembered that Wanning sat at the same table as her son. Weren't Wanning's parents coming? Su Xiaoya sighed, thinking of some possibilities, and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. As a woman, she felt a great sense of empathy for girls of this age. "Dear parents, do you see the little red roses in this paper box?" "That's right. Today, we're going to use little red roses as rewards." The head teacher stood on the podium with a smile. "For the students who performed exceptionally well in this monthly exam. In my opinion, this method, although childish, is effective. Each subject will only reward 2 people. One is the top student in that subject, and the other is the one who has made the most progress in that subject. Of course, who has made progress will be evaluated by the subject teacher." At this point, the students outside the classroom noticed that the subject teachers were already lined up at the door. It seemed that the awards for each subject would be given out first. The head teacher was right. Rewarding high school students with little red roses was very childish, but extremely effective. The students at the door were already getting nervous, because it wasn't just a little red rose, but a recognition of honor in front of everyone. The head teacher picked up a small red rose and began. First, Chinese language. First place in Chinese is Wan Ning, 139 points. Applause erupted from the parents in the classroom. Everyone was waiting for Wan Ning's parents to go up and receive the award. After waiting for a long time and seeing no one go up, the head teacher didn't seem to intend to give this little red rose to anyone, just setting it aside. But just then, a voice came from the back. How about I hold on to Wan Ning's for her? My son has a good relationship with her, Su Xiaoya said. Outside the window, I smiled, affirming my mother's action. The head teacher paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. All right, my Sesuke. Su Xiaoya smiled, and walked up to the podium. The head teacher didn't put the rose in her hand, but peeled off the double-sided tape on the back of the rose and said with a slightly wistful expression, how about I stick it directly on you? Consider it as you accepting this honor on behalf of her mother. Su Xiaoya smiled and replied, of course. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. She and my son have a very good relationship. The head teacher carefully stuck the rose belonging to Wan Ning on my mother. Su Xiaoya was about to return to her seat when she suddenly heard the head teacher say, My Sesuke, please don't go yet. Su Xiaoya turned around and saw the head teacher take out another rose and hold it up in front of everyone. The most improved in Chinese, Gu Shui, 75 points, the head teacher announced. Su Xiaoya was stunned. The first digit was a 7. She was used to hearing a number starting with a 2, so she was shocked. Of course, she wasn't the only one surprised at this moment. The other students outside the classroom were as well. Even I was a little surprised. The head teacher said in amazement, I really didn't expect that his Chinese paper, the classical Chinese section at the beginning, the ancient poetry recitation, and the multiple choice questions only got 20 points, but his essay only had 5 points deducted. At this point, the head teacher even frowned in surprise. Outside the window, my classmates and I all turned to look at me. I shrugged. No more pretending, the secret's out. I knew my writing was invincible. At this time, the head teacher said, I have read his essay. It has literary style when it needs it, and it has depth of content when it needs it. This is completely different from the impression he gave me before. In short, this child has made great progress, so much so that it surprised me. After speaking, the head teacher stuck the small red rose on Su Xiaoya's chest. All the parents applauded. After all, it was her own son receiving this honor. Su Xiaoya was so moved that her face turned red. Thank you everyone. Wait, Dad said coming to the parent-teacher conference was just to be embarrassed. I don't think this is embarrassing at all, I thought to myself, trying to suppress the smile at the corner of my mouth. Su Xiaoya was about to return to her seat when the English teacher, Su Yaoyao, who was standing at the door, suddenly spoke up, Ma Sesuke, please wait a moment. It seemed the English teacher valued me even more than the head teacher. Su Xiaoya retracted the half-step she had taken. Su Yaoyao smiled and walked up to the podium, announcing, First place in English in our class is Wan Ning, 142 points. After speaking, she immediately took a small red rose from the paper box and went to stick it on Su Xiaoya. Is Wan Ning's academic performance that good? Su Xiaoya was surprised. Looking at the two small red roses representing two subjects with scores over 140, she smiled in response to the applause of the other parents. Although not yet her daughter-in-law, she already felt a little proud. My Sesuke, please stay a little longer. Just as she was about to return to her seat, Su Yaoyao hurriedly raised her hand and called out. This time, Su Xiaoya stood stunned. No way, Gu Shui. She thought, turning her head to look out the window at me, only to find the corner of my mouth had already turned into a crooked smile. Su Xiaoya withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Su Yaoyao, finding that the young English teacher was very excited. The most improved student in English, and also second in the entire grade, Gu Shui, English, 140 points. Oh my god. After speaking, she immediately went up and stuck the small red rose on Su Xiaoya. Still seeming not to understand, Su Xiaoya asked again, how many? 140, Su Yaoyao explained excitedly. Perfect score on listening comprehension, full marks on the essay. After speaking, she applauded first. The others turned to look at me silently. Song Xinjiao's eyes were filled with astonishment. Really a perfect score on listening. And full marks on the essay. What did he do during the holiday? Eat his brothers. Looking into the classroom, she saw my mother giving me a thumbs up. Next, the 4 teachers for math, physics, chemistry, and biology entered the classroom one by one. Wan Ning received 3 more small red roses for first place. To my surprise, I received 2 more most improved roses, from math and physics. Although my scores in these 2 subjects did not exceed 60, The reason the teachers gave for the improvement was that someone who was used to turning in blank papers in math and physics exams this time had filled the entire paper. The long answer questions even had a solution approach, even though the process was all wrong. This was worthy of encouragement and praise. This is how it is with underachieving students. The room for improvement is vast. When you're bad enough, you're bound to bounce back from the bottom. The parent-teacher conference ended. Su Xiaoya, her face flushed, walked out of the classroom. She came up to me and punched me lightly on the chest. If he knew you got so much attention today, he would probably cry. He's always been the one to endure all the embarrassment. I slowly let the smile on my lips fade. Poor dad. I don't think I have any very smelly shoes, but I have enough shoes for him to have a buffet. After speaking, I took the paper my mom handed me and looked at the total score, 365, 32nd in the class, 935th in the grade. He smiled. 32nd in the class was considered passing the agreement between me and my dad. This result was also absolutely good enough to face my 3 uncles. Thinking of this, I said to my mom, "Mom, I'll take you to find Wanning now." Su Xiaoya hurriedly said, Right, find Wanning. All the flowers on me are hers. She had a total of 9 small red roses on her, looking dazzling. I roughly knew where Wanning was. This seemed to be an accidental discovery from before my rebirth. Before my rebirth, in the 11th grade, I and Zhang Jingchen ran up to the rooftop to play around. As a result, Zhang Jingchen suddenly pointed behind me. I turned my head and saw Wanning sitting against the wall, quietly reading a book. Seeing as a peer, Wanning stood up with a calm expression, took her book, and went downstairs. Zhang Jingchen and I didn't pay any attention to her and continued to play around. Now, I carried a large bag of snacks with my mom and went up to the rooftop. Of course, I wasn't sure if Wanning would be here this time. I led my mom around to the other side of the small attic and, sure enough, saw Wanning sitting against the wall. Her small figure was in the shade, diligently copying something. My mom silently glanced at me, then called out, "Wanning." Wanning immediately looked up. Seeing me, she was a little surprised and smiled. But when she saw a strange woman next to me, the smile on her face gradually faded, and her expression became wary. Wanning quickly closed her notebook and stood up from the corner of the shade, silently looking at the two of us standing in the sun. She didn't rush to approach. Wanning had always kept a distance from strangers. She liked to walk close to the wall, because that way she could not only avoid others, but also completely free up one side of her body, avoiding contact with people, and at the same time enjoy the sense of security the wall brought. This wasn't autism or anything, just her behavioral habit all along. In the world, there were only 2 people she could safely let one side of her body touch, Du Shui and her father. Because only these 2 made her trust them unconditionally. At this moment, the girl standing in the shadowed corner looked warily at the strange woman. She looked at the expensive and elegant clothes, the beautiful image and temperament of the other person, and for a moment did not dare to approach. She could guess the identity of this woman. This was also the biggest reason for her nervousness, just like the first time she met Uncle Gi Yuandong. I motioned, "This is my mom. She's heard me and my dad mention you often, so she wanted to come and meet you." Wanning quickly nodded and immediately bowed. "Hello, auntie." "Hello, Wanning," Su Xiaoya replied hurriedly. She gently observed the girl and finally understood that the phrase beautiful as a fairy her husband used was not an exaggeration. This girl was truly beautiful. Anyone who saw her would surely exclaim a word of admiration in their heart. Looking at the girl in the shade, even Su Xiaoya, a woman, couldn't help but feel a sense of affection. The other children were either playing noisily on the school grounds or waiting at the classroom door for their mothers to come out. Only she was sitting alone in the corner of the rooftop doing her homework. Su Xiaoya had a soft heart, and the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't stand it. At this moment, she just felt her nose sting. After all, it was their first meeting, and she hadn't said anything yet. "I can't cry in front of this child." Seeing the girl shyly hiding in the shadows, not daring to step out, she walked over. Su Xiaoya stood before Wanning and pointed to her own chest. "Wanning, look at these little rose stickers on me. Over here, these 4 are Gu Xiaoxian's. And this side, these 5 are yours. They're rewards from the teachers based on the monthly exam. He was rewarded for making the most progress in class, and you were rewarded for coming in first. These 5 little roses are all yours. You're so brilliant, taking first place in 5 subjects." Wanning lowered her head, looking at the small roses with a hint of surprise. Her pupils widened, and it seemed she couldn't hear Su Xiaoya's words. Only one voice echoed in her mind. "Wanning is so good. Look at all the little roses the teacher stuck on Mommy." The teacher said Wanning is the best behaved child of all. Mommy likes it best when Wanning is well behaved. The voice from her memory faded. Wanning slowly raised her head, staring blankly at the woman before her. The familiar yet hazy face was gone, replaced by a strange but gentle one. Wanning gazed intently at Su Xiaoya but remained silent, like a mute. Not getting a response from the girl, Su Xiaoya turned to her son with a puzzled and thoughtful look. From what I've seen, Wan Ning should be shy and reserved when meeting a mother figure, but she's just in a daze. I tried calling her. Wan Ning. Wan Ning looked at me, came back to her senses, and then looked at Su Xiaoya again. This time, the face was clearer, which brought a flicker of disappointment to her eyes. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a needle, and the corners of her eyes turned red. "Thank you, Auntie," the girl said softly, lowering her gaze and hugging the notebook in her arms. Su Xiaoya noticed the girl's unusual behavior and spoke gently. "Wan Ning, if there's anything you can't talk to Gu Xiaoshan about in the future, you can always talk to me." Wan Ning smiled and shook her head. "Thank you, Auntie, but there's nothing." "But your eyes are red." "I don't believe that nothing's wrong," Su Xiaoya said, a little anxious. The girl in front of her seemed so fragile, as if she would break at the slightest touch, which made her heart itch even more. From her own school days, Su Xiaoya knew the saddest moment during a parent-teacher conference was when your own parents didn't show up, but your best friend's parents came to talk to you. If Wan Ning was sad about this, Su Xiaoya hoped she could use this chance to let her open up. In her view, Wan Ning's parents not showing up was likely not just because they were busy. "Wan Ning, you have a good relationship with Gu Xiaoshan, and you even help out at the supermarket with him every day. From now on, just think of us as your family. Uncle Gu and I are your family, and so is Gu Xiaoshan. Don't be a stranger to us." Perhaps it was this sentence that made the girl open her heart in an instant. She looked up at Su Xiaoya, her eyes red and welling with tears, and choked out, "In kindergarten, my mom also came to my parent-teacher conference. She also had little roses stuck all over her, just like you do now." Su Xiaoya suppressed the pain in her heart, smiled, and stroked the girl's head. It's okay. Your mom must have had her own difficulties for not coming this time. What mother doesn't love her own child? At our age, most of the time we have reasons we can't get away, we just can't explain it clearly to our children." After saying this, Su Xiaoya suddenly froze. She saw two streams of tears flowing from the corners of the girl's eyes. The girl seemed even more heartbroken. "Wan Ning." Su Xiaoya looked at her. 2 tears fell as the girl blinked. She raised a trembling hand and pointed toward the sky. "Auntie. My mom is up there. She can't come anymore." Su Xiaoya's eyes widened, and her breath caught. Her mouth fell slightly open, but no words came out. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoya quickly opened her arms and hugged the girl, stroking her back comfortingly. She wanted to say something to console her but found her throat felt as if it were blocked by a blade, making it impossible to speak, as if she had suddenly gone mute. Only tears streamed down her face. But the girl didn't make a single sound. Her hands hung limply at her sides as she let Su Xiaoya hold her. I couldn't help but clench my fists, tears immediately streaming down my face. I turned and walked away, my fists trembling uncontrollably. I walked to the other side of the rooftop, leaned against the wall, and scratched my head hard with both hands. Damn it. I gritted my teeth, sniffled hard, and slid down the wall to sit, staring at the sunset on the horizon with blurry eyes. After sitting alone for a while, I took a deep breath, wiped my tears, and walked back. By now, Su Xiaoya was crying uncontrollably, while Wan Ning was gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. Seeing me approach, Wan Ning gave me an embarrassed look, but I didn't dare to look at her, afraid that one glance would make me lose control again. "Mom, that's enough," I said, taking Su Xiaoya's arm and pulling her into my own embrace to comfort her. My mother was sobbing, unable to speak. Seeing this, Wan Ning quickly took a tissue from her bag and handed it to me with both hands. "Let me wipe Mom's tears," I said with a frown. "Come on, stop crying. How are you supposed to comfort anyone like this?" Su Xiaoya wiped her tears, and sobbed for a while. I'm sorry. I'm just like that. I can't handle hearing stories like this. I was just thinking, if Xiaoshan's mother was gone." As soon as I said that, she burst into tears again. I glanced at her helplessly. "What is this? Do you have a grudge against your own son? Why are you cursing me?" As I wiped Su Xiaoya's tears, I checked my pockets. Damn it, I forgot tissues again. I turned my head and saw Wan Ning holding out a tissue with both hands. He stopped and finally dared to glance at her. Wan Ning looked at me with red eyes. I immediately looked away, frowning and silently continuing to wipe my mother's tears. After a long while, Su Xiaoya finally stopped crying. She noticed the bag of things beside her, hurried over, and struggled to pick it up. "Wan Ning, these are the things I meant to bring for you from the start. Consider it a meeting gift. Take them home and eat them." Wan Ning quickly went over to help Su Xiaoya put the bag down, but then immediately took a few steps back and shook her head. "No, thank you." Su Xiaoya frowned, a troubled look on her face. "Why not? I bought them for you. They're not expensive, just a small token from me." Wan Ning still shook her head firmly, her small face filled with determination. I chimed in from the side, "Mom, you can barely carry it. You expect her to carry that much?" Then I turned to Wan Ning. "Just pick a few things you like and take them." Wan Ning remained unmoved. I glared at her. Wan Ning, don't be rude. I told you to take it, so take it. Hearing me yell at Wan Ning, Su Xiaoya's face immediately turned stern. She raised her hand and smacked my shoulder. What are you shouting for? Startled, I flinched. This was the first time my dear mother had ever hit me. Seeing me being chased and hit on the rooftop, Wan Ning grew anxious. She quickly went over, knelt by the bag, and randomly picked out 2 snacks. I'll take them. I'll take these too. The girl held up the snacks. Hearing this, my mother and I both turned to look. My mother stopped, glared at me, and then walked toward Wan Ning. Take a few more. No, thank you. I don't really like snacks, Wan Ning said, quickly standing up and hugging the 2 boxes of cookies. Su Xiaoya looked troubled and sighed. She still wanted to talk to Wan Ning but didn't know what to say. She had clearly intended to comfort the girl, but she had ended up embarrassing herself by crying like that. I could see my mother's internal struggle and said to Wan Ning, you can go to the supermarket by yourself today. I'll take my mom home first. Wan Ning nodded immediately. Su Xiaoya said to Wan Ning, I'll drive you there so you don't have to walk. Less than 10 minutes later, we stopped in front of the Four Seasons supermarket. My mother turned to Ming and said, tell your father to get his butt out here. We're having a family meeting at home. I nodded, having the same idea. 2 minutes later, Gu Yuandong came running out, leaning against the car window. What is it, my dear, why? Why so serious? Seeing Su Xiaoya's gloomy face, he seemed to understand something and turned to kick me. Damn it, did you fail your exams again? Did you make your mother lose face? I clutched my butt and retorted angrily, what does this have to do with me? It's not my fault this time. Gu Yuandong was taken aback. Su Xiaoya rarely got angry. If she was truly angry, something big must have happened. At this moment, Gu Yuandong absolutely did not dare to talk to her. He could only get into the car cautiously. On the way home, Gu Yuandong tried to get some information from me, but found that I was also very quiet. Gu Yuandong swallowed nervously and immediately opened his phone to delete his chat history with the neighbor lady. Although it was just a few simple sentences about property management, it was his only recent contact with another woman. He wanted to avoid Su Xiaoya making a big deal out of it. When women get angry, they don't distinguish right from wrong, there's no logic. When we got home, Gu Maoyun was already back from school. He opened her door, clutching her stomach. Mom, when is dinner? Su Xiaoya looked at her, and pointed to the door. Go back to your room. This has nothing to do with you. Gu Maoyun immediately turned around and closed the door. The living room fell silent. Su Xiaoya went to the balcony, grabbed a clothes hanger, and came back, pointing it at her husband. How much do you pay Wan Ning? Gu Yuandong looked bewildered. 500 a month. Su Xiaoya laughed angrily and swung the hanger hard onto her husband's shoulder. Our son spends more than 500 on a single meal out, and you only pay her 500 a month. You know the work isn't tiring and the hours are short. It wouldn't be right to pay too much, Gu Yuandong explained. Suddenly he noticed the bunch of small roses on his wife's chest and asked curiously, what are these? Su Xiaoya glared at him. Don't worry about what these are. You old man, paying her so little and making her do heavy work. Are you even human? Gu Yuandong helplessly pointed at Su Xiaoya and then looked at me. Look, this is your mother. As soon as she gets angry, she starts being unreasonable. I sat there without looking up and said quietly, Dad, Wan Ning doesn't have a mother. Hearing this, Gu Yuandong sat up straight in shock. Su Xiaoya's nose tingled. She put down the hanger and sat back down, sighing. I saw her hiding on the rooftop alone doing her homework today. Does she hide there every time there's a parent-teacher conference? Such a beautiful girl. Do you know, when she told me her mother was gone, my heart broke. Gu Yuandong looked at me, then at his wife, his voice trembling. What happened? Did her mother just pass away? Or a long time ago? I took a deep breath. It's not clear. It could have been recent, or it could have been a long time ago. In any case, her current personality is definitely related to her mother's death. Without realizing it, the 3 of us in the living room had all started to care about this girl who was not related to us by blood. Gu Yuandong spoke up, what about her father? Su Xiaoya looked at me, and I just shook my head. Her father is definitely still alive. I think he might be bedridden, because Wan Ning has to bring him food from the school cafeteria every noon. Su Xiaoya froze, then covered her mouth and burst into tears again, sobbing uncontrollably. Why is this child's life so pitiful? Xiaoshan, if one day your father was also bedridden. I can't even imagine if you would bring him food from the cafeteria. She said this while crying. My father and I looked at each other with stiff faces, then turned to look at my mother. Gu Yuandong sighed. This girl has high self-esteem. We can't ask her about these things directly. If we want to give her a raise, she probably won't accept it. I completely agreed. If we raised her salary, Wan Ning would either refuse it or work twice as hard to repay us. I knew her well. Su Xiaoya could only say, Xiaoshan, take good care of her at school. And don't deliberately ask about her family matters. After instructing me, my mother looked at her husband. And you, at the supermarket, don't give her any heavy or dirty work. I swear to God, my love, I've never given her that kind of work, Ji Yuundum said, stamping his foot in frustration. I was even planning to take them with us on our family trip during the upcoming National Day holiday. We just go for half a day, it wouldn't affect her going home to take care of her father. Su Xiaoya quickly agreed. Our whole family must take her out to help her relax. After my mother finished, Ji Yuundum finally found a chance to ask, so, what are those things on your chest? Hearing this, Su Xiaoya took a sip of tea and said lightly, our son's essay only lost 5 points. His English was 140, second in the class. His math and physics improved the most. The subject teachers rewarded him with 4 flowers. The other 5 are one names, for being the top student in the class. I was covered in flowers and praised by the teachers. I couldn't even leave. I was sick of hearing the applause. Oh, right, my son's total score was 365, ranking 32nd in the class and 935th in the grade. Ji Yuundum's eyes widened. Hearing the story, he felt like he was listening to a fictional tale. He turned to look at me in disbelief, only to find me getting up and walking towards the shoe cabinet. What are you looking for? Let Dad help you. Looking for something to eat. What brand do you like, Nike or Adidas? I asked as I opened the door. Hearing this, Ji Yuundum shrugged, pointed at me, and laughed at Su Xiaoya. Look at your son. Why can't this kid take a joke? With that, he immediately ran into the bedroom and locked the door. 5 seconds later, a loud shout came from the bedroom. Eldest brother, important news to report. Your precious nephew has seen the light. Suman, my father came out and told me, your 3 uncles heard about your improvement in the monthly exam and are very happy. They're coming over in a few days to throw a party to celebrate. My mouth twitched. A party just for improving on a monthly exam. My 3 uncles were really making a big deal out of nothing. Just then, Su Xiaoya noticed Gu Maoyun sneaking out for a drink of water. Sop, Gu Maoyun froze, looking obediently at her mother. What is it, dear mom? Su Xiaoya glanced at her. Your brother had a parent-teacher conference after his monthly exam. Why is there no news from your side? A flash of panic crossed Gu Maoyun's face. She smoothly raised her hand to wipe sweat from her forehead and forced a smile. No news means no meeting. Ji Yuundum pulled his wife aside. Maoyun has improved too. It doesn't matter if there's a parent-teacher conference or not. We know it ourselves, right? Seeing her father defending her, Gu Maoyun took her water cup and headed back to her room. At the door, she turned and said to me, brother, come to my room later. I have something to show you. I went over. After closing the door, Gu Maoyun immediately screamed with excitement, brother, save me. Gu Maoyun jumped on me like a koala, her eyes full of tears, rubbing her head against my chest. I remained expressionless. Seeing her demeanor in the living room, I had already guessed. When she lied, her little toe had a habit of pointing out slightly about Wundam. This was a detail that our parents didn't know. I looked down at the girl crying on my chest and asked, help you with a parent-teacher conference again. Gu Maoyun nodded eagerly, rubbing her head pitifully and sniffling. I looked up at the sky with a wary expression. What rank are you this time? Gu Maoyun looked at me pitifully. 45th in the class. Speak human, I said. Near the bottom of the class. My expression grew even more serious. I took a deep breath, suddenly feeling a bit of the frustration Gu Yuundum must have felt before. Maoyun, I'm telling you, you're going to be ruined like this. Mom and Dad need to know about this. With Gu Maoyun clinging to me, I limped towards the door. As I was about to open it, Gu Maoyun hurriedly said, brother, I'm begging you, I'll do anything. This is the last time, I won't do it again. I'll do anything you want. I stopped and sighed heavily. Fine. I've been reborn, I should be nicer to my sister. So, the next afternoon, after the first class, I found Wan Ning. Help me out. I'm skipping class later to go to my sister's parent-teacher conference. If the teacher asks, just say I had a family emergency. After saying that, I started packing my things and rushed out of the classroom before Wan Ning could react. The bell for the second period rang. The homeroom teacher walked in and, after teaching for a while, suddenly noticed the empty seat in the back. Wan Ning immediately tensed up and sat straight. The teacher asked, where's Gu Xiaoshan? Wan Ning reflexively stood up. Like a machine, she repeated the lies she had practiced over and over in her mind. Gu Xiaoshan had an urgent family matter. The teacher was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Oh, did he tell you that, Wan Ning? Then it's fine. Sit down, sit down. Wan Ning slowly sat down, placing her hands on the desk and letting out a sigh of relief, finally having completed the difficult task I had left for her. She was very unaccustomed to lying. I stood on the pedestrian street and strangely looked back, but saw nothing. When the light turned green, I crossed the street and walked towards Gu Maoyun's school gate. Just like last time, I waited at the gate to pick her up. I had originally planned to chat with the man in overalls at the gate, but I didn't see him. As I was sitting by a flower bed, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps from behind me. I turned around with a smile, hey. But what greeted me was a red brick enlarging before my eyes. Are you the one named Gu Xiaoxian? The hard brick smashed into my head. I felt my whole mind shake, and my body felt dizzy. I fell unconscious to the ground. A warm liquid flowed down from the top of my head. I reached up to touch it and saw the bright red of blood. Intense pain shot down from my head. Before I could recover, my stomach was kicked hard. I immediately curled up in pain. Tell me, are you Gu Xiaoxian? In front of me stood a young man with dyed blonde hair. My vision was blurry, and I couldn't see him clearly. I could only endure the pain and ask, who are you? The young man squatted down. Gu Xiaoxian, I'm Sun Ruofei's brother. After saying that, he smirked and patted my face. Kid, aren't you arrogant? Why can't you get up now? You dared to hit my sister. Didn't you tell me to come find you? With that, Sun Kunsheng stood up and kicked me hard in the lower abdomen again. I curled up like a shrimp once more. I had completely lost the strength to stand. My mind was very fuzzy, and my head hurt badly. I could even feel fresh blood constantly flowing down my cheek. After a long time, I couldn't hear Sun Kunsheng's voice anymore. He had probably left. I panted, lying on my back on the ground, my vision blurry. I looked at the vast blue sky. At that moment, I thought of Wan Ning. The blue sky seemed to show an image of her smiling. She looked so beautiful when she smiled. I gently raised my hand, as if to touch the sky, but it felt so far away. I felt I no longer had the strength to open my eyes. My right hand, slightly lifted, was about to fall. Just then, my hand was suddenly grabbed by a strong, large hand. He opened my eyes again. In my blurry vision, a handsome and anxious face appeared. Little monk, Uncle Overalls knelt beside me, anxiously gripping my hand and calling my name repeatedly. Uncle Overalls was very strong. He quickly helped me up and carried me on his back. He paced around anxiously, muttering, Little monk, don't die. After pacing for a moment, he finally seemed to find the right direction and ran. I was on his back, my face covered in blood, and a sight, Uncle. I didn't expect you to be the one to save me. Little monk, don't die, Uncle Overalls cried as he ran very fast. I weakly lifted my head on his back. Uncle. Do you know the way to the hospital? Don't take me straight to the crematorium. You don't remember the way to the crematorium now, do you? I remember, my wife and child, you know. I was very weak at that moment, and saying those few words seemed to have used up all my strength. I completely passed out. Uncle Overalls anxiously turned his head and saw me slumped over, silent. He cried out, don't die, little monk, don't die. Hospital, paid hospital, little monk, don't die. Everyone, don't die. Wan Ning, don't cry, Dad's heart hurts. Mom is in the sky. Hospital, little monk must go to the hospital. Passers-by on the street turned their heads in fear, watching a middle-aged man crying and shouting as he ran wildly down the street with a blood-covered teenager on his back. The scene was as strange as a painting at sunset. Vulcan City First People's Hospital. I lay on the hospital bed and slowly opened my eyes. The first thing I felt was a sharp pain from my head, so painful that I had to grimace. The scene before me gradually became clear. Sitting by the bed was a chubby middle-aged man. He had a kind face and was wearing an expensive, custom-made suit. At this moment, his expression was anxious. Seeing me wake up, the chubby man immediately leaned in worriedly. Xiaoxian, you're awake. I frowned in confusion. First uncle. Then I turned my head and saw a tall, thin middle-aged man standing next to first uncle. He had bright eyes, but when he saw me wake up, his expression immediately softened. Xiaoxian, does it still hurt anywhere? Second uncle, I called out, then asked in surprise, where's my dad? After I spoke, I noticed first uncle and second uncle simultaneously turning to look at a corner of the room with displeased expressions. Yu Yuandong was standing in the corner as punishment. Hearing my voice, he turned slightly, forced a smile, and glanced sneakily at his two older brothers. Xiaoxian's awake. Can I come over and see you? Hearing the word dad from my father's mouth gave me goosebumps. Second uncle turned his head, his bright eyes glaring. Do you still have the face to look at him? Go back to facing the wall and reflect. Yu Yuandong immediately turned around, stood straight, and faced the wall. Only then did second uncle retract his sharp gaze and come to the bedside, asking worriedly, second uncle is asking you, why aren't you answering? Does it still hurt? I nodded. It hurts a little. Second uncle's name was Gao Xuan. He was tall and thin with a very bad temper, but at home, his temper was usually directed at my father. First uncle smiled kindly. Xiaoxian, don't be scared. The doctor said your skull is very hard. It's just a minor external injury, plus a slight concussion. You can be discharged after a week of rest. I nodded with a smile. I know, first uncle. First uncle's name was Gubichin. He looked very kind and had a gentle disposition, but I knew that in business circles, he was often called the smiling tiger behind his back. He treated me almost like his own son. Noticing someone was missing from the room, I asked, "Where's third uncle?" Hearing this name, second uncle Go Xuan looked down at his watch and said, "He should be here soon." As we were talking, first uncle went to the foot of the bed and raised the head of the bed. As the bed slowly rose, I sat up. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind, "Little monk, don't die." I remembered the memory before I passed out. I frowned slightly and quickly asked, "Where's Uncle Overalls?" First uncle patted my hand kindly. "Slow down. Which Uncle Overalls are you talking about?" My expression was very serious. "The person who brought me to the hospital. A middle-aged man who seems mentally unwell, wearing blue overalls." Hearing this, first uncle and second uncle looked at each other in surprise, then turned to look at Gi Yuandong in the corner. "How did Xiaoxin get to the hospital?" Gi Yuandong turned around. "I got a call from Xiaoya and found out the kid was in the hospital." He paused, then pointed outside the room. "I just arrived a little while ago. I think I saw someone in overalls sitting in the corner of the hallway out there. I didn't pay attention at first, he startled me. I anxiously tried to sit up. That's him, bring him in, he's the one who carried me to the hospital." Second uncle quickly supported me while turning his head to order, "What are you standing there for?" Go quickly. Gi Yuandong nodded and hurried out of the room. In the hallway outside, he indeed saw a dark figure huddled in a corner. If he brought my son to the hospital since noon, has he been sitting here until this evening? Thinking of this, Gi Yuandong quickly walked over, bent down, and said, "Brother, come into the room. Let me help you up." As he got closer, Gi Yuandong noticed the man was covered in blood. It seemed he was indeed the one who had saved his son. I sat on the bed with mixed feelings. I had never been very lucky, but now I felt a little shaken. In the book, I had protected Uncle Overalls for a long time, even being ridiculed by other students for befriending a fool. In the past, I had protected Uncle Overalls. Now, Uncle Overalls saved me. Perhaps this was truly fate. The door to the hospital room made a sound. I looked up and saw my father leading Uncle Overalls in. Seeing me, Uncle Overalls immediately broke into a smile, pointed at me, and exclaimed happily, "Little monk is alive." Gi Yuandong, standing beside him, saw his joyful expression and also smiled. He's a bit slow, but his heart is good. But my two uncles stared at Uncle Overalls, stunned. First uncle stood there observing, while second uncle walked closer for a better look. The two brothers looked at each other with surprised expressions, confirming their suspicions. "It's really him." "Yes, it's him." I looked at the two of them signaling each other and couldn't help but ask, "Uncles, you know Uncle Overalls?" Second uncle turned around and explained, "Over a decade ago, he was on the Lukang City Evening News. Xu Zongqi, the owner of the very famous Beiju Foods. We also did business with him, we're in the same industry. Back then, our company was just starting out, and he helped us a lot. This man hasn't changed much, still looks distinguished." Looking at Xu Zongqi's current dazed appearance, second uncle felt a little regretful. Uncle Overalls was a big boss in the 90s. I remembered the old sanitation worker mentioning this. First uncle continued, but later we heard that he was cheated by his second in command, leading to the company he built with his own hands being stolen from him. Not only that, but that year, Uncle Overalls went bankrupt, and his wife and son passed away one after another. Only a daughter was left. "Xiaoxin, was he the one who saved you?" I nodded. "Yes, it was him." First uncle smiled. "How interesting. Don't they say life is a circle?" "Xiaoxin, did you know? The subsidiary company that your second uncle is managing, its biggest competitor right now is Beiju Foods." I was even more surprised that the subsidiary managed by second uncle's biggest competitor was Beiju Foods, the company founded by Uncle Overalls, though he was no longer in charge. The world truly is a circle. What goes around, comes around. It was such a coincidence. Just then, second uncle walked over, patted my shoulder, and smiled. "Your first uncle and I have discussed it. As long as you get into university, I'll hand over the subsidiary to you. You'll be the boss, and compete against Beiju Foods. Are you confident?" My mouth hung slightly open, speechless for a moment. This wasn't a matter of confidence. In my previous life, was it only because I didn't get into university that my uncles didn't give me the company? I could have been a boss directly. In my past life, I had to start my own business selling dish soap. Why didn't you say so sooner? If I had known, I would have studied hard in my past life. Just then, the door to the hospital room moved. Everyone looked over and saw 4 or 5 people walk in. Leading them was a middle-aged man, followed by a young man with glasses who looked like a secretary. Beside them were a bald man and 2 large, burly men. Third uncle is here. For some reason, with the arrival of third uncle, the atmosphere in the hospital room immediately changed. Initially, first uncle and second uncle were in charge, but when third uncle appeared, Both of their expressions became respectful. Yu Yuandong even shrank into a corner, facing the wall. It was clear that compared to his first and second brothers, Yu Yuandong was even more afraid of this third younger brother. He was truly terrified. He smiled and greeted, "Third uncle." Third uncle's stern face broke into a smile. He immediately walked over and stroked my forehead. "Your head is all wrapped up like this. Does it hurt?" I shook my head and smiled. Seeing third uncle, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "You little rascal," third uncle laughed, patting my shoulder. "Xiaoshan, your studies have improved. Third uncle praises you, well done." Third uncle's name was Gi Yuan. I heard that his position had been getting higher and higher in recent years. Gi Yuan leaned over slightly, his expression turning serious again. "Little Song." "Yes," the bald man bowed and stepped forward. Gi Yuan looked at him with calm eyes. "Should I call you Chief Song?" The bald man was startled and quickly bowed. I wouldn't dare. This time, it really wasn't worth your personal visit. A message from you would have been enough." Third uncle snorted coldly and then said to me, "Xiaoshan, this is your uncle Song, the police chief of Baoyuan district. If you have anything to say, you can tell him." The bald man immediately smiled, bent down, and extended both hands to shake mine as I lay in the hospital bed. "Hello, nephew. You must be Gu Xiaoshan. You're so handsome, truly Mr. Hu's nephew." I nodded. "Hello, Uncle Song." I recalled the events and continued, "The person who attacked me is named Sun Kunsheng. I heard he's quite notorious in the Ningguo Road area. A little investigation should find him. A few days ago, his younger sister was bullying a classmate, so I taught her a lesson." Before I could finish, the bald man quickly interrupted, "No need to explain the reason. We just need to know who attacked you." Third uncle Gi Yuan spoke up. "Why not? But from what my nephew just said, it seems that a younger sister was also involved." My expression became complicated, and I closed my mouth. Gi Yuan turned to the secretary beside him. "This kind of bullying at school. It's not a small matter. Find some time to talk to the principal." "What's that student's name?" I immediately said, "Class 103, Sun Ruofei." Third uncle Gi Yuan nodded. "Just let her go home early. And put a serious note in her file. This bullying matter is too serious." The young secretary immediately nodded. "Yes, sir." After giving instructions about the student, Gi Yuan turned to the bald man. "Little Song, how do you plan to handle the Sun Kunsheng?" The bald man asked tentatively, "What is your opinion, sir?" Gi Yuan laughed. "My opinion? What opinion do I have? This is a society ruled by law. Once a crime is committed, it must be severely punished." The bald man immediately nodded. "Yes, severely punished." Gi Yuan continued, "But if he goes to prison and gets out, what if he does something bad again? Do you have a good solution, Little Song?" The bald man stared into Gi Yuan's deep eyes for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Gi Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous, I am just asking." The bald man nodded and smiled, a smile uglier than crying. Gi Yuan's smile immediately vanished. "Is it funny?" The bald man stopped smiling and shook his head. "Not funny, not funny." Gi Yuan looked down at his watch. "It's 5:30 now. Before 900 p.m., I want to see this person named Sun Kunsheng appear in this hospital room. I have to leave at 9:30, so there's not much time." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man swallowed and quickly turned around, waving his hand forcefully. "Quick, quick, quick, go to Ningguo Road and find him." The two burly men behind him immediately ran out of the hospital room. Gi Yuan gently patted my arm. "Don't worry, Xiaoshan. Third uncle will give you an answer." I nodded to third uncle. "Thank you, third uncle." Gi Yuan nodded, and then said to the bald man, "I need to talk about some family matters. Wait outside the door. I'll call you when I need you." The bald man immediately replied, "Yes, yes." At this moment, Gi Yuan looked at Uncle Overalls. I quickly said, "Third uncle, he doesn't need to go out. It's fine." Third uncle nodded and then turned his stern gaze to Gi Yuandong in the corner. He immediately walked over and kicked Gi Yuandong's butt hard. "What the hell are you doing? I only gave you the task of taking care of the boy, and you can't even do that right." Gi Yuandong turned around pitifully. "Third brother, don't be angry. I didn't expect this to happen either. Of course, I don't want my own son to get hurt." Seeing him admit his mistake, Gi Yuan turned to his first and second brothers. "And you two, where are you usually? Are you busier than I am? You neglect your nephews just to earn a little money. This is eldest sister's only boy. What if something happened to him? If the old man found out, could his heart take it? Can you bear that responsibility?" Although he was the third, he spoke with the authority of the head of the family. First uncle and second uncle looked at each other silently, not daring to speak. At this moment, seeing the tense atmosphere, I immediately tried to mediate. "Third uncle, don't be angry. I'm not seriously injured." "Oh, right, third uncle, this uncle saved me. Let's compensate him a little. He has a very hard life. Gi Yuan nodded, looked at Uncle Overalls, and immediately walked over, intending to shake his hand. Thank you, sir. May I ask your name? But seeing Gi Yuan's earlier anger, Uncle Overalls didn't dare to speak. I quickly explained, third uncle, he has some mental problems and can't communicate normally. Hearing this, Gi Yuan was taken aback and then nodded silently, sighing. What a pitiful person. I had already thought it through and quickly said, he has a relative, a daughter. I want to thank his daughter directly and give her some compensation. Gi Yuan agreed. Right. The family member isn't here, and we don't know where they live. If we give him money, he won't know how to take it home. Thinking of this, Gi Yuan called out, Little Som. Yes, yes, the bald man from outside immediately responded and came in. After Gi Yuan explained the situation, the bald man began to observe Uncle Overalls. If he has mental problems, he might be a local low-income household. I'll go investigate. I should be able to find out soon. With that, the bald man immediately ran out of the room. I finally felt a little relief. I felt great sympathy for Uncle Overalls, for his dignity. But if we were talking about sympathy, perhaps his daughter was even more pitiable. Uncle Overalls was once glorious, but his daughter never got to enjoy her father's glory. When she was 3, her father went bankrupt. From then on, she lived a life of poverty. Her mother died of illness, her brother died in a car accident, and her father became mentally unstable. Vaguely remembering when the old sanitation worker told these stories, I had only listened with sympathy. But today, after Uncle Overalls saved me, I suddenly felt heartbroken. The unfortunate man, the pitiful daughter. How did this father and daughter pair get through all these years? 730 p.m. Evening self-study at school. Wan Ning sat alone at her seat in the back of the classroom, feeling uneasy. During dinner, she had gone to the gate of high school No. 65 but didn't see her father. After searching for half an hour and still not finding him, she had to return to school as evening self-study was about to start. Although her father had most likely gone home by himself, Wan Ning was still worried. This made it impossible for her to concentrate during class. Furthermore, I was also absent from evening self-study, which was very unusual. A parent-teacher conference couldn't possibly last this long. These two things happening at the same time gave Wan Ning a bad feeling, as if something had happened. Just then, there was a sound at the classroom door. Wan Ning looked up and saw the homeroom teacher leading 2 men in blue uniforms. The whole class looked over in surprise. Why are the police here? The homeroom teacher called out, Class 28, Wan Ning, please come out for a moment. Wan Ning's heart skipped a beat. It seemed something had really happened. She stood up rigidly and walked towards the classroom door. Each step felt as heavy as lead. Outside the classroom, Wan Ning's mind was buzzing. She only heard the 2 policemen say to her, come with us. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but ask, excuse me, what is this about? The 2 policemen glanced at the teacher. Sorry, we can't disclose that. So, Wan Ning went back into the classroom to pack her bag. Several times, she had to lean on the desk, her legs weak and almost giving way. She was so scared of losing something again. She had long grown tired of this life of worry and fear. She didn't want to lose anything more. Following the 2 policemen into the car, Wan Ning sat in the back seat in a daze. She hugged her schoolbag tightly, occasionally raising her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Finally, the girl mustered up the courage to ask, Uncle, what happened? Where are we going? The person next to her heard the choked sob in her voice but remembered his superior's instruction not to say much on the way. He could only reply, you'll know when we get there. Arriving at Lukang City First People's Hospital, Wan Ning's legs felt even heavier. She carried her backpack and walked quietly between the 2 men, quickly reaching the inpatient area. Looking up at the dense signs in front of her, Wan Ning wiped the corners of her eyes again. In the hospital room, I smiled at Uncle Overalls, who was sitting next to me. He seemed to really like bananas. He had already eaten 3 and was now peeling his 4th. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A police officer came in and said, his daughter has been brought here. First uncle immediately helped me sit up in bed and said, let her in. The door to the hospital room opened. A beautiful face with red, rimmed eyes and tear stains still at the corners appeared before everyone. It was Wan Ning. She gently lifted her head and stared blankly at me on the hospital bed. I too stared blankly back at her.